And then after my motorcycle accident, that's why I moved to Calgary, Alberta.
Yeah.
And how would I say is, so I've never, other than my wife's parents, they were my second parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, because 3 months after I moved there, I met my wife's parents, and they've been the father and mother to me ever since. They're both dead now, but they were just like my parents. And that was a good thing, because I remember wanting to sleep in my car because my sister kicked me out of her place. So I was going to sleep in my car. You know, it's we go through stuff, you know, in life, you know, like
camping. Sleeping in your car is like camping. I was accustomed to camping, right?
It's actually camping in a luxury, you know, because
no kidding, you're not on the ground. I know. I used to go we used to go camping as a family. Like,
hello, everybody.
Oh, hi, Dela. You look beautiful. Good morning.
Are we ready to go?
Oh, no kidding. You're not on the ground. I know. I used to go camping as a family. Like, hello, everybody.
What's going on?
Hi, Dela. You look beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Just give me 1 second.
Sure.
What's going on? It's going to start. What's going on?
Okay. So, Jack.
Yeah.
Okay, so we had a little trouble with Facebook. It's not allowing us to go live on Facebook. So instead, we're going live on YouTube. So we're actually live right now because we needed to make sure that it works. So we need to start. So everybody, Robert is going to put the link to YouTube on Facebook for people to connect directly on YouTube to watch, okay?
Excellent.
Tell me when you're ready to start.
So we are ready to start. So we can start now. And just to let everybody know that the link to YouTube is on my Facebook. So you can, if you can take a moment and visit the Facebook page and share that with everybody on your pages.
I'm tagging everybody.
Oh, Robert is tagging everybody right now, so that you should receive that tag and post it on your Facebook pages so people can go directly to YouTube and watch us. And sorry about that, a little bit of a change of plans, but we had it was a glitch on Facebook. So okay. All right. Okay, and we are live.
We are live. Well, good morning, everybody, and good afternoon to some of you out there. I want to welcome you all to the Global Pandemic Summit. Today, we're going to have an incredible event, and with incredible speakers. You have no idea how well you're going to get educated today. The reason I want to introduce you today to my co-host, Dela F. Hi, Dela.
Hello, Jack. Hello, everybody. And thank you so much for joining us today on the Global Pandemic Summit. It is so nice to have you here. This is, you know what, these are trying times, and a lot of people are looking for a direction in their lives. And it is up to the leaders to take a step and step out of their comfort zone and do something so that the rest of the people can benefit and can feel that positive impact in their lives. And I want to congratulate all of you who decided to show up today, whether you're a speaker on the speakers panel, because you have so much value and you're bringing so much to the world, and you're impacting other people's lives, but also people who have decided to join us today, who have bought a ticket and who have joined us here today. There's a reason why you're here, so pay attention, and it is up to you to gain as much knowledge as you can so that you now become a better impact for other people in their lives. So it is up to all of us. So I want to thank you, Jack, for inviting me as your co-host. It is absolutely my pleasure and my honor to be here. Back to you, Jack.
Well, thank you, Dela. Well, the purpose of this summit was all about finding a new direction. What is that? Well, what is that, finding a new direction in your life? Well, I got a little quiz that I have for you, Dela. Is what does it mean, the saying that if you're willing to change, everything can change? What's the meaning behind that?
Is that asking me, Jack? Are you
Yes,
asking?
Dela,
Okay,
I'm asking you.
we had not rehearsed this, Jack. You can't put like this.
It's okay, we're live. That's what it's all about.
Right? So, you know, what that means to me is actually, it brings me to a quote from Dr. Wayne Dyer: when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And I think a lot of us have seen that quote. And for me, that has been the biggest impact in my life, because I did have to change the way I looked at things. Perception was everything for me. So as a result of that, my life has changed because I look at things differently. Does that answer your question, Jack?
Absolutely, Dad. No, you know, I've been doing personal growth the last 25 years, and sometimes these are all the little nuggets. Sometimes that you said they're saying that you cannot change your life direction overnight, but I want to say that I apologize. Not that is you can't change your life overnight, but you can change direction in an instant. And sometimes these are all the little nuggets that sometimes that you'll hear that makes you turn on the light inside your head and say, wow, I never thought about it that way. And therefore, you completely change the way you thought. Your thought process totally changed. You know, I've heard one time is a guy was saying, Jim Rohn was saying that formal education will make you a living, but self-education will make you a fortune. I said, what is the meaning behind that? You know, because we go to school, we go to universities, but yet we don't learn about the real principle of life, which is finance, self-education. Who do we go to when we need answers beyond schools? And this is the best place to get answers today, especially with the COVID going on. You couldn't have been in a better place than right now, right here. So that's what we're here today, is to help change people's lives. And I cannot wait to hear back from the feedback about if we touch somebody today, because this is what it's all about. It's about helping people change their lives and find a new direction.
Thank you, Jack. This is amazing. And I want to thank you for stepping up and creating this amazing platform for us to learn something today. And here's our intention today: even if we can help out one person today, find some direction in their lives, and that then we have done our job. So I want to thank you. I think we should get started, because people are waiting to hear from amazing speakers today. Jack, what do you think?
Absolutely, it's a good time to start. So we'll go, I guess, with the introduction of our first speaker for today.
Yes, Jack. So I have an introduction to make here to an amazing speaker, and it is absolutely my pleasure to do that. Evie Shaw. Evie was born in Texas and now lives in North Louisiana. She graduated from East Texas Baptist University with a bachelor's degree in psychology and received a master's degree in general counseling from Louisiana Tech. She was a public school teacher for 7 years. Evie Shaw is now a dynamic speaker and a life coach, as well as a Bob Proctor consultant. Her main platform is built on and around the magic of gratitude philosophy. Evie joined forces with Bob Proctor and the Proctor Gallagher Institute as a consultant. Bob always says, "Tell me what you want and I will show you how to get it." Now she spends her time helping people get what they want. She also enjoys leading people through their personal journey into the magic of gratitude. It is absolutely my pleasure to introduce you to Evie Shaw.
Hi.
Good
I'm so
morning,
glad to
Evie.
be here. Hi. And when I wrote that bio, I wasn't an international best-selling author, but now I am. So
So you're gonna have to explain to us what the magic of gratitude, because to the people that's out there listening, I think everybody can't wait to hear your story.
All right. Well, so my chapter in the book, which is called Awakened, is about my journey when my ex-husband left and the journey that I went on and the transformation that took place. And the book is called Awakened. And I was so thankful to be able to be a part of that a couple months ago. And since then, my life has taken off in an amazing direction, as well as since I met Bob Proctor in February, my life has just catapulted into amazing places. And so that leads me here today. I'm so thankful to be here and be a part of this.
That's nice. That's nice. So what made you change? What made you change direction in your life?
All right. So when I was a little girl, I remember laying in my bed and just thinking, how do you get a daddy to stay? And that changed me somehow. I don't know where it came from. I don't know, but it caused me to always be searching. What do you do to have a good marriage, even at a young age? And so that little girl just wanted the fairy wedding, marriage, one husband, one wife, wonderful children, and they lived happily ever after. And so that was my goal. That was my plan. That's how I proceeded forward. And so I got married, and we were married 8 years before we had our first son. And then we had our second son and our third son all in less than 3 years. So I had a 2-year-old, a 1-year-old, and a new-year-old. And so that's 3 car seats, 3 baby beds, 3 high chairs. Anyway, life was great. It was wonderful. And so I had been a public school teacher before that. And then when I had these wonderful little humans, I wanted to stay home with them. And so that's what I was able to do. I was able to stay home and homeschool them. And so I did that. And one morning in July, I woke up just like every other morning, husband by my side, and we were moving about our day, took the boys to the movie. And when I came home, there was a note in the bathroom, an envelope. I was like, woohoo, a love note, right? I mean, what wife doesn't want a love note? And so I opened it up, and it was not a love note. It was I'm leaving and I need time to think. And I couldn't believe it, because these kids, these boys they are so amazing. They were so amazing. They were fun. They made being a mother like just an amazing job. They were fun and funny. And so how could he want to leave that? Us, them, me. And so anyway, a few months went on, and so he's living somewhere else with someone else, and I'm here at our house raising our children. And so I have a cave, a woman cave, and I went back to my cave, which is my library and my study and all that. And there was a book on the shelf, and I just felt led to go get this book. And so I did, and I opened it up. It just fell open, and it was to a place, and I read the story, and it was about a woman, and this is my shortened version, but about a woman whose husband was an alcoholic, and he got put in jail for whatever reason, I don't know. And so the wife was, of course, angry, and he's no good, his shenanigans. Anyway, then it went on to say, so they divorced, he moved on, and she got a hold of a thankful message, and she began giving thanks for what this was doing in her life, what her husband had done. Anyway, they got back together, and in my words, lived happily ever after. And so the whole theme of the story was she began to give thanks, and everything changed. And I'm like, oh my goodness, wait a minute here. what is
Answer.
this saying? What is this saying to me? And it was like, it can't be for real that I would need to give thanks for my husband not being here, not sleeping here, being with someone else. It surely can't be that. And so I put it back on the shelf and I went on. And 5 days later, I was at, we have a homeschool group, and I was at the homeschool group, and a woman whom I've never seen before, and I've never seen her since, she came and she did a little presentation to our homeschool group, and she told about a book, and she said, this book has changed our family's lives. And she just told about all this change that took place in their family. And so anyway, I love books, and I'm like, I gotta have this book. So she had some copies. She gave me her copy, and the one she had. And so I came home and I began reading it. And the whole theme of the whole book was to give thanks for everything. And I was like, oh no, that really is where we're going with this, isn't it? Like, oh darn. And so this book was amazing. I loved it. I read it all that night. And before I even finished, I'd gotten on Amazon and ordered more books by this author. And so within the next couple of days, I had about 7 books by the same author, and testimonials of people who had been thankful, and the miracles that happened in their lives. And so anyway, it was clear. It was clear what I needed to do. And it didn't seem right. It didn't seem fair. Didn't sound very fun. And it didn't seem like it would be so easy. So, but as I read, and the stories were miraculous. It was clear that this was a good thing for everybody else who had done it. And so in it, the man points out that we have to even give thanks for things that aren't so much going our way. Like maybe if your car broke down, or you had a flat tire, or you lost your keys, something, but give thanks for that, because something good can come from it. And so anyway, something that really, really hurt me on top of hurt at the time was that we didn't see my husband on the weekends. Like, he didn't check in on us. And it hurt so bad, because to me, in my fairy book world, we should be spending time on the weekends together. So anyway, so that's how my journey began. Is I began to say, I'm thankful that my husband's not here this weekend. And if he was supposed to be here, he would. And I'm thankful that he's not checking on the children or texting me, because if he was supposed to, he would. I wasn't happy about it, and I didn't like what I was saying, and I wasn't even saying it nicely. But I wanted to do what I was reading. I wanted the good results of what I had seen in the books. So I began doing that over and over. And anytime something happened that I especially didn't like, I would say, okay, I'm thankful for that, because it's bringing about a better good. And if I was supposed to know that information, I would know it. And if he's supposed to be here, he'll be here. And so I just kept on and kept on. And in the process, I began changing. I began calming down. I began to trust whatever was happening, and that the best good would come. Because all I could see, all that little 8-year-old girl could see, is that this one marriage had to work, and there's no other option. And I couldn't see past that. And I laid on my floor 18 months crying, and just wanting him to come back, and only wanting, our marriage to be put back together, and our family to be put back together. And so anyway, he did keep coming home. We had always eaten lunch together, because we were a homeschool family, and he came home for lunch. And so we would play games. It was like part of our curriculum. For 1 hour, we would all talk. We would do trivia. We just had the best time, the 5 of us, and we laughed and carried on. And he kept doing that, and I was so thankful. And I wanted to be kind to him, and I wanted for my kindness to draw him back home, because I had begun to realize through this process that I hadn't acted so nicely. I had become gripey and nagging, and he had an affair before, and so it's kind of like I would pull him close and push him away because he did that to me. Like, come back to me, you can't leave, but you did that to me, so stay away, kind of, which I didn't know I was doing that. If I'd have known it, I would have tried to do different. So anyway, throughout this thankful journey, I just began to see myself and knew, wow, he probably wouldn't want to come back to that person because it wasn't so fun. And so I just began to change. And so a year later, after I had been in this thankful journey for 1 year, I went back in my cave and there was a book on the floor. And again, it was clear that this book was talking to me, calling my name. And so I picked it up and I read the story that it fell open to. And it said that there was a woman. Now it's a different book, so I've mentioned several, and this is not any of them that I've mentioned so far. And it was about a woman whose husband, who was alcoholic, he had got put in jail. He had gone on, they divorced, he left. And she got a hold of the thankful journey. And when she did, he came back, they remarried, and lived happily ever after. That's my version, right? So this book went on to say, when she began the thankful journey, she began to see herself and the role she played in it. And it changed her. And it was just like, I had seen that happening, but then it became like, this is exactly what happened to me. I saw who I was. I became kinder. I became more loving. It just changed who I was completely, from being anxious and uptight to just kind of trust in the process. So whatever happens, happens. And one visual that I have that comes to mind is, and because I'm homeschooled, because we were homeschooled, science project, but if you have like a glass of water and you have the dirt in it, and then you pour water in it and more water, you how many cups does it take to get all the dirt out? And so that's how I felt with me, that the more the kindness and the love and the thankfulness went in, the junk rose out and left. And so that's how I see myself and the journey. And so it really, really, really changed who I was. And so it was so transformational that even though I never thought I would be able to say, I'm thankful my husband left, because all I ever wanted was my husband to stay, I was thankful for the change that had taken place, because it was bigger than anything else in the whole story.
Wow. I'm dying to ask you one question.
Yes.
Is, Evie, what was the book? Since this summit is about education, changing people's life, what is that book that changed yours?
So the one book that changed me, that got me on the road, was it's called Prison to Praise by Merlin Carruthers. And it's a little bitty book, and it tells of his journey. He went to jail, and then he got a hold of the thankful message and just radically changed his life. Now, the very first book that I mentioned is a book called 21 Days of Praise or 31 Days of Praise. I can't remember. I had it for 10 years. I had read it 10 years before. And so 21 or 31 Days of Praise by the last name Meyer, M-E-Y-E-R. I can't think of her first name, but it's not Joyce. So so Merlin Carruthers, all of his books, I got a hold of every one that I could find, every one that was out there. They all have the same theme. They just have this bigger story of how the thankful worked in that one. He has two out now. He has passed away, but he has two out that were just testimonials from when his first one went out. All the testimonials of changed lives came to him. He had to make 2 books full, which wasn't even all of the stories, of course, but anyway, so 2 of them are testimonials. And what's funny is I was looking for him because I wanted to talk to him, and right when I found a way to connect with him, he had just passed away within days. And so, yeah. So anyway, but he and his message changed my life for sure.
Evie, I have a question for you, actually.
All right.
And it's because I know your story, and I've interviewed you a couple of times, so I know your story. And the message you're bringing out to today is so strong and is so powerful, and that's the power of gratitude. And you went through a really tough time right after your husband left, through something even tougher.
Right.
And you still found that power of gratitude helping you along the way. And that's the reason why you're here today, because your message has so much to do with what you went through. Would you give us a story, that part of your story, because I believe it's so powerful, and then also tell us what you're bringing us today and how you're leaving today's summit. Thank you.
Okay. Awesome. So I do want to say, in answer to her question, but kind of taking a little bit of a long way around, when I wrote the chapter and when I lived it, I thought that was the most devastating thing I could have ever gone through in my life, because of that little girl who wanted that one family, one marriage, one husband, the whole deal. And so I say in the chapter at the end, I say that these events pale in comparison to what I went through after. So after my husband and I got a divorce, my third son passed away from cancer, and he was 17 years old. And so at that time, my children were 17, 18, and 19. And they had been so close all their lives. They homeschooled. I told you that, but they loved each other, being within a year, within 1 year of each other. And so, yeah, it was devastating, because I never thought he was going anywhere. I just knew he was going to be okay. He was a fighter. He was born with a blood disorder, and he was just this tough kid. He had to get a transfusion every month for the first few years of his life. And he just went in there and he'd hold up his arm and get the needle stick. And he was just tough. He never cried. He never complained. He never fussed. And so I just knew he was going to come through and tell his story of how he had overcome the cancer. And so that's not how the story ended. But I will say, because of what I had gone through with my husband, it did help me make progress in the grieving journey. And there's nothing light about a grieving journey of losing your child at all. But I learned how to think differently. And it made such a tremendous difference, to where before maybe I wouldn't have been able to get off the floor. Like with my husband, I was literally 18 months on the floor when I was by myself, just crying. But when I learned this thankful message, I learned to think differently and use the Wayne Dyer quote. It's so powerful when you change the way you look at things. The things you look at change. And in my book, I tell, before, when my husband would come home from work and he would be late, he'd say, I'm going to get home at 6, and it'd be 6:20. I'd be like, where were you at 6:20? 20 minutes late. You told me you could be up at 6. Well, after he left and I only wanted him to come home, it didn't matter if he came home at 6:30, 7:30. It didn't matter. I just wanted him to come in the door. Right. And I was so happy when he did and thankful when he did. So my whole perspective and perception changed. It was so radical. So that did help me when I lost my son, to be able to make progress. And plus the fact that my son would have never laid in the bed and never just given up. And so that gave me the courage to press on. So.
Wow. That's a good story. My heart is with you, Evie. It's quite a story. Is that the story that's in your book?
The story that is in the chapter that's out is about my husband and that thankful journey. I will have a book coming out about my son's life, but that will be a ways away. And so right now I have a book that Robert's working on, and it's called Live Your Dream with Evie. And it tells goal setting and how to change your perception and change your thinking and move forward and make progress in your life. Like Bob Proctor, tell me what you want and I'll show you how to get it. And so that's what I want to do with people, is help them to know that the things that they want, they can get. It's out there. I think we give up on life. We let things get us down, and we kind of look at what's right in front of us. But there's more out there. We just have to be able to see it and look toward it, and have hope and have faith that something better is coming. And so that is my book, Live Your Dream with Evie. And it will be also a program that I will coach a person through. And but today I am giving away my chapter, so I can send it in a PDF by email. And I'm giving away 1 hour of coaching so we can assess and see where someone is and make plans to catapult into a whole new future.
Wow, that is cool. That is cool. You know that there's a saying that says that our future depends on how we're reacting to what's happening now.
Right.
And especially with the COVID and whatever thing that happens to you, it's not what happened that's important to understand. It's what you're going to do with what happened that is important to understand. And this is what people has to understand, because it is so easy to go into, you know, to crawl in your own hole and all that stuff. But yet, sometimes just little tidbits of information, how we process, how we look at things, because sometimes there's an event that happens to us that it's not dependent of us, like it just happened. And we have no control, but we do have control of ourselves. It's what we decide to, how do we perceive what happened to us. That's important to understand, because we decide how we're going to react to an event.
Right. And that's part of my message and my hope, is when I was laying on my floor for all those months, I wanted one person to tell me it was going to be okay. I just wanted one person to say, it's going to be okay. There's light at the end of the tunnel. This is not all there is to life. And I didn't have that. And I didn't know that. That's why I was in the tunnel for 18 months, not to mention the years even after. But I want to give hope to someone out there who is, maybe their husband's left, maybe they've lost their child. There is hope out there, and it's not light stuff. This is painful stuff, and I don't make light of it. I just want to give someone hope that there is life after tragedy.
Yeah, I think people just need to hear that they're not alone.
Right, exactly.
Thank you so much, Evie, for sharing this wonderful story with us today. And I know that you're going to change so many lives, not just through your book, through telling your story, but also what you're offering the world with your coaching, because you understand really well. So I want to read a couple of comments from people. I think that's going to make you really, really happy. Jenna says, thank you, Evie. I will buy the book and live your dreams. So grateful for you, Evie. Thank you for sharing your story. And she says, awesome, so excited. Thank you for the summit. So you are changing lives for sure. Another comment, thanks, Evie. This is from Lizzie. And so grateful for now. People are saying, thank you for sharing your story again. And thank you, beautiful story. I enjoyed the story. Thank you. Truly, there's there is life after tragedy. Thank you so much for sharing your story. And thank you for bringing us your wonderful prize. Can't wait for someone to win that amazing prize. Thank you, Evie, so much. We're so grateful to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Evie.
you. I'm thankful to be here.
Mr. Jack, who is next?
Well, the next on our list is Olga Gayden. Well,
Woo-hoo.
Olga Gayden is an award-winning mindset coach. She received the most inspirational coach in the East Midland, which is UK, United Kingdom, award in 2020, and she was voted to be president of the Professional Speaking Association of the Yorkshire region in 2021. Olga's working with clients one-on-one using her unique Reinvent Yourself transformational program internationally and speak on the mindset transformation remotely and at the live events. She's passionate about living life to the fullest and owning every day like it was the best day in her life. And she certainly walks the talk. She arrived in the UK in 2009 with only 100 pounds in her pocket and was not able to speak a word in English, but perseverance and the choice to thrive instead of just survive brought her to sharing stages with other inspirational speakers. Change your mindset, change your life is your favorite motto in life she lives by. Well, it is an honor to have her speak on our summit today. So please welcome Olga Gayden.
Thank you so much. That is very, very delightful moment for me now, because I know that every time we are standing on the stage, whether it is virtual or whether it is face-to-face, we are changing lives. And it is an honor for me today to be amongst others so incredible speakers. I must say that today's topic is all about to find a way forward amongst all of us during this summit. And my particular topic is about why depolarization is more contagious than COVID-19. As we all know, right now we are in a very challenging times, right? But let's not focus on how challenging times they are. Let's focus on the way forward. Just like Evie just shared, it's about talking and sharing and thinking and verbalizing the gratitude, right? This is the way forward, how we can impact our own lives. But how about our relationships? Think for a moment, what lately have we been doing? We were stuck at home. We were in a lockdown. We're experiencing a pandemic situation where we cannot go out for a date night. We cannot go out for walks. We couldn't live that normal life which we got used to. And I must say, more than ever, I was receiving requests about couples to asking to help them with their relationships. This is not a surprise, because again, depolarization is more contagious than COVID-19, and it's more contagious than anything else. But actually, what is depolarization? Such a smart word. Well, for those who probably never came across that, let me explain. Depolarization is when there is no play between masculine energy and feminine energy. When they stopped playing, when there is no chemistry, there's no spiciness, there's nothing happening in between them. Why does it happen? That's a good question. I'm not going to get into that. But actually what we need to remember that there are symptoms which we need to pay attention. And right now, if you are in relationships, it's time to pay attention to your partner. So what happens with depolarization? Well, whether it is a straight couple or a gay couple, there's always more masculine partner and a feminine partner. You will always pay attention. One is stronger, is decisive, is the one who is always in charge. But another one is more feminine, is more loving, is more nurturing, is more caring, right? And this is how you know this is more masculine, this is more feminine. So with depolarization, what happens? Feminine partner feels all of a sudden insecure to be in her feminine state. And masculine partner he feels burnt out, right? He feels like he lost himself. He's not a manly man anymore. Again, it doesn't matter what relationship you're in, whether you are in a straight relationships or you're in a gay relationships. Still, you have one masculine and you have one feminine. Let me bring a couple of examples, because probably it might sound a bit of like, it's a bit dry subject, Olga. We want some juice. We want some spiciness in here. In that case, I'll bring you some spiciness here. And I'll start with my personal example, which was quite mind-blowing for me to understand. Unfortunately, I did not understand it straight away, but as it happens, right, and we all have been there, you learn later. So in my previous relationships, my partner, we started on a very high. We had great conversations. We had fabulous time. Everything was amazing. You know, one of those moments when you think, this is the one. And you know, you want to spend life together. What happened next? Over the time, as we were spending more and more time together, this is a little key takeaway for you, right? As we were spending more and more time together, he became more submissive. He became a lot softer. He became a man who is a bit depressed and angry and arguing with me with no reason. He started drinking more alcohol. He became lazy even to go for a walk. And there were so many other things which I was seeing him as completely different partner at that time. And I could not understand that. You know what happened from my side? I realized that I started working even more. And that was one of the key things for you ladies now, right? Or for those partners who are more feminine in your relationships, right? I became working more, right? I became the one who started making decisions. I became the one who was bringing up some arguments, and I was pushing him, but I even didn't know where am I pushing him. And that's the thing. That's exactly what happens when polarity disappears from relationships and you get depolarized in your relationships. We all know that every man wants to make his woman happy. In your core message, in your core living, you as a man, you want to see your woman smiling and happy and joyful. So what man does? He starts saying things like, okay, darling, as you wish, darling, as you want, darling, you decide, darling. And what happens? Even though it suits us women because we think, oh, that's amazing. He gives the chance for us to decide. There is the chance for us to make these big decisions and be in charge. But actually, deep inside, every feminine creature, what she wants is for masculine energy to take over and to be in charge. So the more man wants to make women happy, the more women become unhappy. And here's a trick. How do we fix it? Which I'll tell you in a minute. At the meantime, please think about few situations of your past relationships or maybe your current relationships. And as I will say these words, right, think, did you experience that before? Or maybe you experience that right now, okay? Think of the situations when maybe that happened, right? And I will take you through the journey and I will explain you more what you can do to improve situation. So as a masculine partner in your relationships, think, have you ever been a bit of depressed? Or maybe if you're a partner of that masculine energy, think, was your partner more depressive? Or maybe he was a bit weak? Did he become a bit slow and lousy and lazy? Maybe there was less attention all of a sudden. There was a lot of attention and now there is none. What happened? We'll talk about this, right? So next thing, maybe he went more into alcohol or maybe eating more, right? And you're thinking, that's a bit strange. Why would he eat all of a sudden more? Why would he drink alcohol more, right? Maybe all of a sudden he's a lot angrier than he was before. And you see him being frustrated with no particular reason. And also, maybe there's a lot more arguments, right? Think about these, a whole bunch of descriptions, right? And I'm sure in your past relationships, you probably came across your masculine partner being one way or another out of all what I have described. And these all are signs that man is losing his masculinity. Why does it happen? Because he spends too much time with you, lady, and he wants to please you and he wants to make you happy. So what happens naturally, you lose your masculinity as a man because your chemicals in your brain completely replace the natural set of chemicals, right? Through the behaviors, through the actions which you have a lot more intimacy. And I will not go into chemicals because it can become very, very scientific topic, right? But I will talk more about what we see on the surface. The more time man spends with his woman, the less masculine he becomes. And in this case, when he becomes less masculine, woman, natural or more feminine partner naturally will become more masculine. And therefore, think about these few descriptions. Have you experienced that? And man, think maybe your ex-partner or current partner was experiencing this before or now, all right? So are you, or was your partner, turning more into drinking, or maybe overeating, or maybe overworking, right? Giving a lot more to her work, but than she should. Long hours, more commitment, more responsibilities, taking more chores on her shoulders, right? Or maybe she became over caring and she became over motherly, almost like smothering you with that attention and care, right? Or very argumentative, right? Very argumentative, and nothing can please her because everything is just wrong and she is all negative. And also, is she blaming you, right? Is she blaming you for, I know, coming home late, or why did you go out with your mates to the pub, or maybe you are working too much, right? And also controlling. Is she now telling you when you should go see your parents or when you shouldn't? Is she now telling you what you should wear or what you shouldn't? And of course, pushy. So when you see these symptoms, and the reason why I call them symptoms, because we need to know what happens with our partner when depolarization happens in our relationships. So if you have seen your woman or your feminine partner behaving in one way or another, this when you know you need to help her to rebuild her femininity. And I'll tell you in a minute how. And that's exactly what happens, because you dropped your masculinity because you wanted to make her happy. She naturally, she can't even explain that, but she naturally rebuilds herself and she becomes more masculine. She becomes the one who is in charge. You know those type of women? Having balls in their pants, right? I know it's a bit tricky phrase, but that's exactly what happened to my client. I'll change the name just for the safety, right? But my client, John, he came to me, and with him, we didn't work on his relationship in the beginning. It was all about his business and how to become a better businessman, how to make more money in a proper masculine mode, right? He's the provider. But then at some point, he told me, Olga, I wonder if we can work on my relationships. Because every time I go back home, I really don't feel like I want to go back home. Every time I'm on my way back home, I want to find every possible reason not to go back home. And when he told me more details, I quickly realized what happened in their relationships is depolarization. So what we agreed that he's going to do is he will step up on his masculinity. So next time when his wife was a bit bitchy, and I call it bitch testing, when she would become very, very pushy and she would become negative, he would just turn around to her and he would say, I think that's enough. And that's the thing. To raise your masculinity is not about being aggressive. To raise your masculinity is not about becoming violent. It's about being more decisive, and it's about making a choice and decision for something to happen now. So what happened, he jumped back into my office the next time. That was pre-lockdown. That's why we could see each other face to face. He jumped back into my office and he said, Olga, that worked. that word. He said, when I turned around to her and I told her, enough is enough, for how much longer you will be so negative? She just looked at me and she said, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, right? Because he caught her out and he put her back in place. Not her as being violent, but her masculinity. He helped her to reduce her masculinity. But let's remember that all of us, we know how to rebuild it. The only thing is, we all forgot. So if you could relate to you stepping out of masculinity, or you as a lady, if you recognize yourself stepping out of your femininity, these are the tools which actually can help you. For a man, it's all about having your own space and doing your own masculine things, right? That means go out and about by yourself. You can say things like, I need my own time. And if she's following you, because in our women world, if you're not well, we want to find out. And we say things like, oh, please talk to me. You know, you can share with me how you feel. But as a man, that's not what you do. So as a man, to reassure your woman, you're not walking away from her. What you can tell her is, darling, I need my own time. My sweetheart, my love of my life, I love you, but can I just walk away? Can I just go for a walk? And I want to be by myself. If you say it in a very nice, nurturing, loving way, there is no chance she will not understand you, right? She might feel a bit insecure because that'll be the very first time. She might want you to leave your phone at home because probably she will think you're going to be calling somebody, cheating on her. Of course she will, because when we do something for the first time, it's always a bit nerve-wracking for our partners to face that. But all you have to do is just to have your time alone. So your masculinity will rebuild within yourself. You can do manly activities. That could be you going to the gym and building those muscles, like manning up, right? That also could be you're doing those heavy weights and rowing and I don't know, kicking, doing boxing, whatever masculine, aggressive and powerful there is. It could be you buying a motorcycle. I mean, I know many men think, and women, when man buys a fast car in his 40s or a motorcycle, that means it's middle life crisis. No, it's not. It's nothing to do with middle life crisis. That is your need to have your own time. And that's why you buy a fast car, which is only 2-seaters usually, as we know. So you can go away by yourself or even with a woman. And if it is convertible, you put your windows down so you cannot hear her talking, right? And you can have your own time, right? So that's why men buy those fast cars, because they want to have their own time. They buy those fast motorcycles because they can go by themselves away. They meet with boys and they just sit there, observe other motorcycles, don't talk much, just observe and just feel the masculine energy. This is how you as a man can rebuild your masculinity. But women, let's remember that as much as a man wants to rebuild his masculinity, you can harm him if you don't allow him to rebuild that. So when your man is pulling away and he wants to go for a walk, he wants to go for a ride, he wants to go to the gym, don't you tell him stuff like, oh, honey, can I go with you? Because that's not the time. That's time for him to have his own masculine time. So what you can do here is to tell him, oh, darling, have fun. And here he might feel a bit insecure about you thinking, I wonder why she's so happy as I walk away. Is she going to talk to somebody? Is she going now online dating? So what you can tell her, what are you going to do, darling? And you can answer, I'm going to meet with my girlfriends, right? So when your man pulls away and he goes either riding a motorcycle or going to gym, or now he's going for a walk, I don't know, chopping some wood, I don't know what your man will decide to do. But when your man is deciding to walk away, have his own time, you as a woman, please help him by having your own fun times. This is your time. Make yourself happy. Go dancing, go yoga, go speaking to your mom. I know, go shopping. Man, give your credit card, right? Send her shopping, right? Send her shopping and then you go motorcycling, right? But have your fun time, because when he comes back, what he wants to see you being happy. Because when he made you happy simply by him walking away, and now you have all your time to yourself, then he feels that he made a difference. And you can help him to become even more masculine the more time you will give him. Simple as that. So stay happy by yourself. Do fun activities. Do girly activities. Go to spa, go for a massage, but allow your man to pull away, go away, and do his own stuff. So when he comes back, you welcome him being so super happy, being so girly, being so feminine, and then he feels like, okay, that was fun. I walked away. I spent some time with my boys. Now I feel raw and aggressive and all masculine. Now it's time to treat my girl like a queen. Because your man, he will want to make you happy. And he will want to make you even happier once he saw that you can be happy by yourself. So now we help men. What about women? How can we rebuild a woman if she raises her masculinity? How can we help her to become more feminine? Well, it's all about playful times. It's all about those dancing if you want to. It's all about meeting with girls. Man, allow your girl to do all those activities, right? Create that space for her. Take children away and say, you know what, go see your mom, go see your sisters, your girlfriends. But also, this is very important. You will see that sometimes your woman, as I mentioned earlier, will be more decisive, will be more overworking, she'll be more arguing and all the rest of it. So when you see her being all like that, just come closer to her. Give her a big hug. Hold that hug for at least, let's say, 6 seconds. Let her drop her guards. Let her drop her insecurities and let her trust you. And when she starts speaking, you just zip it up. You just allow her to talk. You're not Mr. Fixer anymore. You're not in your masculine mode anymore. You're not the one who is DIY, man, let me go fix it. No, 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 no. You just listen. And she will talk and she will tell you how she feels and she will say how unfair life is and she will say how much work she has, and you just zip it up and you say, I understand. Oh, darling, yeah. Just like girls do, right? You don't become a girl here. You're not a coach here. You are here just a therapist who is just listening, and you allow your woman to share her insecurities, the way how she feels, the way how she doesn't feel loved anymore, the way that she doesn't feel so supported anymore. You just listen to her and you allow her to speak up. So what happens when you allow your woman to speak up, when you allow your woman to reveal the true herself, if you give her a lot more time, she will tell you even more and then even more. And deep inside, you will certainly feel the need to reassure her and to tell her how wrong she is, that you love her, but that's not the time yet. That's not the time yet. She needs more. Because the minute she will tell you a phrase such as, that feels so good. Thank you for listening. I feel so much better now. This is the moment when you will know that now she had enough. That now she had enough of dropping into her vulnerable state. Because all of us, all women, we are girls and girls inside. We just had to become more masculine. We had to become more independent because of we're raising children and we go to job and we have to make decisions. But inside of every strong woman, there is a very little, a vulnerable girl. So when you allow that vulnerable girl to open up and shine and share with you, her man, how she feels, that's exactly when you connect even deeper. And here's a trick. What you can do if you want to connect with your woman even more, all you have to do is just to ask her, and how else do you feel? Do you want to tell me more? Right? And what happens, women, you will feel a lot more closer to men. But let's remember that as much as you want to share with your man, woman, it's not the time to ask your man, how do you feel? Because man will open up at his own time. And after you were vulnerable enough, after you shared so much about yourself and how you feel, he will naturally want to share and open up with you as well. That will be slightly different conversation because men, they're not as talkative as us. But this way you can rebuild that chemistry, right? By opening up, by women being more vulnerable, right? By being heard, by being listened to without interruptions, are part of, yeah. Oh yeah, I hear you. Oh yeah, I know what it feels like. Even if you don't, yeah, I know how it feels like. That's interesting. Tell me more. This way, you man, you can help her to rebuild her femininity, to allow her to be more vulnerable. And I'll give you here a great example. Client of mine, this is a lesbian couple. So what happened between them, and I'm not going to share names because I protect the confidentiality of theirs, but what happened, more masculine partner was always very attentive because I worked with her for a while already, so I knew her personality. She got together with her partner who was feminine type of partner, right? And they got together and she came back to me one day and she said, oh my God, this is the most amazing relationships ever. I have never been in so perfect relationships ever in my life. You know what happened next? They started spending too much time together, right? Too much time together. And my masculine client, that partner who's having more masculine energy, withdrawn and start paying less attention to that partner who was more feminine. So eventually, now feminine partner wants to work with me because she's like, okay, I need to speak to Olga. What's going on? We start speaking with her and I start coaching her. And she revealed to me her part of the story, that all of a sudden her partner changed. All of a sudden, there are not that many compliments. All of a sudden, not that much attention. And I simply had to explain to her the reason why there is not that much attention, because you two spend too much time together. Allow your partner to pull away and rebuild her masculinity. Even though it's a gay couple, I mean lesbian, but still like they go on the gay department, they still have to rebuild their masculinity, right? She had to rebuild her masculinity within herself. And what happened? The minute more feminine partner allowed that to happen by spending time with girlfriends, but doing whatever she wants and going for her walks and also going to the gym because she wanted to lose some weight, looking after herself. Her masculine partner was like, oh, now I had all this space to myself. So now that means I can actually give more. And that's exactly how we can achieve to receive more from our partners, by allowing them to rebuild their masculinity, by allowing them to rebuild their femininity, and then these two energies meet and they create the most amazing chemistry, the most amazing chemistry you have never seen before. So let's pay attention to what we do right now back at our families. Okay, back to the topic, why depolarization is more contagious than COVID-19, because we are spending time together at homes right now. Okay, some countries are out of lockdown, some countries went out and now they're back into lockdown. But even if we are over this pandemic situation, let's remember that going forward, you will have to still learn how to depolarize each other. So whether you are still in a lockdown or you're already out, it doesn't really matter. please remember, as a feminine partner in your relationships, give your masculine partner that space. If they don't want to take that space, in that case, create that for themselves. You can go meet with your girlfriends. You can go for your classes and leave them alone. Even if it is alone in the house, just in another room. You know, I heard stuff like this. Every time I go out of my bedroom, my woman just follows me. Every time I go to my office, she just comes after me. No, just leave them alone. Allow them to rebuild their masculinity. And men, allow your woman to rebuild her femininity by allowing her to speak out, to share stuff with you, to be more vulnerable, right? And also, of course, for reassuring her when she needs that reassurance that you really love her and she's the one and only. Because without having healthy relationships back at our homes, how can we go and win? How can we go and win those business deals? How can we build successful careers if in the morning we leave the household, we slam the door, we are angry, we drive angry to the workplace, we sit down angry, we make angry phone calls, we send angry emails, we talk angry, and then it's time to go home and you don't want to go home, right? So let's remember that here it's really, really, really important. Right now, as we are in this situation, the entire world has changed. Let's pay attention to depolarization in our relationships. Let's not allow outside circumstances to force us to be that close to each other all the time, that we cannot be ourselves, feminine and masculine. Let's give each other space and let's make sure we help each other to recreate, to reignite that super exciting, super spicy energy in our relationships. And I must say, I'll give another example from my successful relationships at this moment, which I'm so blessed to have. But that all is a result of me understanding how the energies work. So and I'll give a recent example. When recently we were speaking with my partner who doesn't live in the UK, we live obviously in a distance, and we were having a discussion and he said, honey, did I upset you with something or anything happened? And I said, no, why? He said, well, because lately we're not speaking that much. I said, yeah. And how do you feel? He says, oh, well, I've done so many things. I went to the gym and I've done this and I've done that and so many activities and I finished the business plan because he's another business now and so many things. And I was like, how interesting. And he was like, why would you say that? I said, because I noticed that our energy changed a little bit. And I recognize that you need your own masculine time. You need your own space. He was blown away by this. He said, oh, that's true, because I feel a lot more like, man, I'm ready, give it to me. I'm ready to step up. I'm ready to change things. And I said, exactly. That's exactly how it works. And what was interesting, he gave me an example from his previous experiences with his ex-wife. What happened before, he said every time he would leave the house, his woman will be straight away on the phone calling him. Why did he leave? Maybe he can come back. Maybe they can have a conversation. And what time he gonna be back? And she was controlling him. So here, the reason why I brought this particular example, because I want you to remember that sometimes your man or you as a man will be subconsciously afraid to take your own time because you were trained in your previous experiences with other women that every time you do it, it is not safe to come back because she will be angrier, she will not approve you, she will be pushy, she will be pushing you away, maybe in terms of intimacy, maybe emotionally, maybe she will go into blame zone. But it doesn't mean that every woman is that way. So even though you had this experience before, it is important for you to talk to your woman and explain to her, look, what happened before, every time I would walk away to have my own time, this is how she would react. Could you please understand me? I need my own time. Don't allow your previous experiences to really affect you. And you, woman, if you before could never open up, that was my case. I was never feeling secure to be vulnerable. I was never feeling secure to tell my man, I'm afraid to do this project, or I'm afraid to step up out of my comfort zone, because I thought I should be always strong. But that's the thing. When you leave all those previous experiences in your past life and you bring into your new experiences only the best things, only the best lessons, and you two talk to each other and you say to each other that I need my own time for a man to rebuild myself. And whilst I do that, darling, could you please go meet your girlfriends? But no, I'm coming back. And I'm going to come back with more love and more affection and more admiration, because I will rebuild myself. And you as a girl, as a woman, as a lady, as my feminine partner, you understand it and you say back things like, darling, have a great time. I love you and I'm looking forward to have you back, right? Or I'm looking forward to have more time together. So this is how we can rebuild that polarity in our relationships, by understanding what each of us needs and not allowing past experiences affect our current relationships. Once more than ever, and I'm saying this out of 11 years of experience, more than ever, I was receiving requests right now from people who are suffering in their relationships. And that's the reason why today I decided to give away one coaching session on how to reignite relationships, how to bring that spiciness and that sexiness and that amazing feeling of when you two are just co-creating amazing energy, amazing future, not only for you two, but also for your children and grandchildren. That's why I want to give away one session to the lucky winner, and also a wheel of relationships, where we can sit down and we can see where your relationship is at the minute, and we can rebuild it, we can reshape it. Because remember, if your relationships is not making you happy, unfortunately, your productivity, your health, your spirituality, your social life, and everything else will be also affected. So let's not allow depolarization to really ruin our relationships. Let's not allow depolarization to be more contagious than COVID-19. Let's allow each other to rebuild that masculinity and rebuild that femininity, so you two can have absolutely amazing and wonderful relationships. Because relationships is the beginning of your success. It is not the end. It is the beginning. It is a lot scarier to become or be with somebody in relationships when you already are successful. I work with people like that. What happens, then they become too afraid to lose everything, all that wealth, all that fame, all that reputation, because of that partner. Do you really want to be in that situation? No. So don't you neglect your relationships. Your relationships is that support system which will take you through any hardships if only you learn how to bring that healthy polarity in your relationships. So don't you wait for any more longer. Even today, if you're not that lucky winner who is winning this one free coaching session, what you can do at home is to have an honest and open conversation with your partner. And if you're a masculine partner, tell your partner that, look, I need my own time. I want to rebuild myself. I want to feel more masculine, more stronger, more decisive, more like, I want to have oomph back in me, right? And if you're a feminine partner, open up with your partner. Share with your partner that you want to be more loving and more caring and to bring more charisma into relationships. And all he has to do, please, darling, just listen. I want to share with you how I feel, and please don't say anything. Just zip, zip it up, right? And just listen to me. Well, I hope it helps, because I know personally how painful it is when you're not supported by your partner. But your partner will not support you if they don't feel supported. So I hope that will help you. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to definitely ask me now, or you also can reach out to me. And I'm sure we're going to be sharing details of how people can reach out to me. But as I said, more than ever, people now are suffering from depolarization in their relationships. So don't you allow that to happen in your relationships. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Olga, for that wonderful presentation. It was amazing. I, like so many other people, we can listen to you for hours here, and everybody seems to have the same. And we do have a question. Jack?
Well, hi, Olga. That was just a fantastic. I think we had the morning of self-preservation of individual to self-preservation of couples. And having said that, that's what I guess the event was all about. Just about saving people from themselves, from ugly relationship to how to build the right relationship. And again, it is so precious, because it's only when you lost that you find out how precious you had it. And when you understand all this stuff that you're talking about, the polarization, it's incredible stuff. I said, wow, I'm taking note myself.
That's good. That's wonderful.
So we all learned so much today. There's a question for you, Olga. Question is, I've always been criticized for taking vacations alone or with my girls, but when I am back, we're all over each other. Do you agree, Olga?
Of course, because you missed each other. Of course, because your pheromones now are missing your man. And of course, he'll be criticizing you if he thinks this is wrong. Let's remember, right? Two people are coming from two different families. They're coming from two different cities, two different countries, two different continents right now and during these lives, right? We are connecting with each other through the technology. So you are coming together, having two completely different perceptions of the world. And of course, if he seen his mom going away by herself and his dad was criticizing her, or maybe if his ex-girlfriend cheated on him while she was away, he will be afraid. Of course, because he has insecurities, but this is only natural that when you come back, now you have even more chemistry because you missed each other. And that's why the hardest relationships are for those who work together in the same business or a job and they are in relationships, right? Because then they wake up together, have breakfast together, drive to work together, they work together, they drive back home together, they talk at the dinner table together about their business or their job, and they go to sleep together. There is no opportunity to miss each other. And that's why those couples who run family businesses, I tell them even more, run away from each other. Create that space to spend time by yourself. Go see your friends, go travel alone. Do whatever it takes, but create that chemistry of missing each other, of wanting to talk to each other. So what you done and you have done there, it's amazing. Still go out with your friends, still go travel with your friends, and reassure your man that here I am with my girls and I love you, right? And the minute you come back and you're a lot happier, over the time he will get trained that it's all right for you to go away and come back a lot happier. And the reason why I say trained, because we all have trained behavior. We either have trained insecurities or we have trained beliefs that everything is okay. And we have trained trust, right? So everything is trainable. And here what you can do, go away next time, and then maybe stay in touch with him and tell him how much you miss him, bring him back a little souvenir. I'm sure you do already, but yes, this is normal, and it is healthy for a couple to separate for some time, come back together after they missed each other and they want to see each other now. So yes, kudos to you, well done.
Thank you. Another question is about vulnerability. And the question is, well, vulnerability is a power, but seldom used. How to create a mindset to perceive the same, Olga?
Wonderful. So let's remember that vulnerability is something what all children have, right? And then it's get trained, again, going back to training, not to be vulnerable, right? Vulnerability is not weakness, right? Vulnerability is a strength, because you open up with people, you open up with your partner, and you can say things like this: darling, I want to share something with you, but could you please just listen? I'll really appreciate if you just listen. All I want you to do now, just listen, right? And then you open up and you really share how you feel. Or if it is something that his behavior upset you, you can say things like, darling, it's okay. It's not about you, but let me share with you how I felt. Okay, how it made me feel. So what you do when you share with your man, or when you share with people about how you really feel, who you really are deep inside of you, that's not weakness. You become a lot stronger, because only strong people can be vulnerable, right? Now, envision somebody in your head right now, somebody like inspirational speaker whom you heard on the stage, right? And they shared a really vulnerable story of theirs. Maybe they were raped, maybe their mother left them, maybe they went bankrupt, maybe they went through some sort of hardships, or all together, right? Because some people, they really experienced all together, right? So think about them when they go into that vulnerable stage, right? Vulnerable state of theirs. Do you really judge them? You don't. All you do, you feel for them, and they empower you. And that's why vulnerability is a strength, because when you become vulnerable, you share with people, I don't know how, I don't feel secure, I need some help. And it's not about being that person, girl or guy, who is incapable, right? It is being honest and open about your feelings. And I must say, for me, that was a big challenge. Since I was growing up as a little girl, I was the eldest, and I had to look after my brother and sisters, and I had to raise them. My youngest sister, she called me mom, because we spent that much time together, because I was looking after all of them. So I had to be a strong girl. So for me, vulnerability, it was such a powerful journey. I realized I was not able to share with my man how I felt. I wasn't able to open up with my man to tell him that I'm not sure if I can accomplish that, right? Men always see me as very powerful and the one who is, making things happen, but they never knew that I was that vulnerable inside. And as a result, I was never connected with my man. And that's not only me, the same I saw with my clients, right? So the minute I start to rebuild myself, and the minute I started to open up, and that is challenging. I'm not saying it's easy, it's not. But the minute you start practicing, and the minute you tell to your man, can I just share something with you? It's not about you. Please don't judge me. I just want to share how I feel. And you share how you feel, and they will welcome that. You know what also it will do? It will create chemistry, because here man will see you opening up. It's almost like you being naked emotional in front of your man, and he will want to take care of you. He will want to give you all. He will want to really just be the provider for you, because you opened up. And that's why vulnerability is a strength. It is building you, but also it builds your man. So I hope that answers the question.
Certainly does. Thank you so much, Olga. I just want you to know that you are affecting, all of you as speakers today are affecting the lives of hundreds of people who um, are going to watch this, listen to your words of wisdom, listen to the experience you're offering. Potentially thousands and thousands of people will be learning from what you are offering. So thank you so much for giving your time. You are so generous in being here on this platform. Olga, thank you so much for that wonderful, wonderful message. Will you come on back here and tell us one more time the prize that you have so generously gifted to a lucky winner?
Of course, yes. The prize is one session of couple coaching where we will reignite your relationships, because I will be giving you away a relationship wheel. If you have come across the wheel of life, this is a relationship wheel which I developed. This is my baby, which I developed. Will be able to see where your relationship is at right this moment, and we will make steps towards improving your relationships at every possible level. This is your attention, this is your time together, this is your house chores, this is your couple goals, this is your individual goals, this is your fitness. We're going to look at so many aspects of your relationships, and we will make that step towards your best relationships of your life.
That sounds like the recipe for a happy life and a happy couple.
It is.
Well, thank you very much, Olga. As that was wonderful what you've done. And we're so thankful that you were part of this summit today. And again, thank you very much for your time, and it's very much appreciated. And I'm sure a lot of people will learn a whole lot of stuff today. And thanks to you.
Thank you. It was my pleasure and my honor. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity to help people today. Thank you.
Cool. You're welcome. You're welcome. And
Jack,
yes.
I think you know what, that coaching session for couples, that's a really, really great gift.
Absolutely.
I know. So I mean, I don't know who can't use a gift like that, to be honest. And I heard from someone before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that the most successful people in business must have successful relationships at home. And Olga's giving me thumbs up. So can I bring you back on here and talk on that a little bit more, Olga, since you're the expert?
Of course, absolutely, yes. I must say, behind every successful man, there is a successful woman. Behind every successful woman, there is a successful man. And behind every successful, one of the partners is always a successful partner next to them. It's not a competition. It is about co-creation. It is about you two getting together, co-creating from a healthy mindset. That's why I do mindset coaching, because I do believe you have to be healthy in your mindset, knowing how to be true yourself, no limitations, no negative stories, nothing what will affect your future relationships, right? And then you step in your new wonderful relationships. Or once you heal yourself, you rebuilding together, you healing your relationships together. Because imagine living with somebody for the rest of their life whom you, as soon as you wake up, you look at them and you think, oh, God's sake, right? That's not life. We speak about fulfillment at work. We speak about fulfillment at business. We speak about making millions, being retired and everything else. But nothing can be worse than you're retired and you have to spend all that time with a person whom you indeedly hate, right? That's the worst punishment, right? So what we want is to co-create. That's why it's important to not allow past affect our future. Successful people, they make their relationship successful first. Because if you are successful in the outside world, but you're not successful in your inner world, in your relationship world, people will sense it. They will feel it, they will sense it, and you will attract people at the same vibration. So very often you will recognize some people that constantly go through patterns of working with wrong people, going into wrong deals, and just doing wrong steps. And you think, what's wrong with them? Such a wise person and doing all these steps so wrongly. But that's because they're not in touch with their own chemistry in their relationships, right? They are blocked from co-creation. And it doesn't mean they have to work together. It just means when he comes back home, when she comes back home, it is healthy. It is wonderful atmosphere to be at, so he or she can relax and come back to create more. And that's why it's co-creation. You can co-create without being involved completely. But with your energy, with the way how your relationship is, you reshape your future. And think about it. If you are in a healthy relationships, with healthy chemistry, without depolarization, but healthy polarity, your children will learn from you. Your grandchildren will learn from you. And this way, you can make a difference in order to create healthy generations, just because you worked on your own relationships. And this is so powerful. So I would say 100% start your success in your family, and then you will create a lot more together.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. So good. Thank you. And what kind of an effect, what kind of an example is that to our kids?
Yes.
Right?
100%. I must tell you that I have my own personal story, which, you know, it wasn't that great beginning of me stepping onto this relationship journey at all. When with my husband, we outgrew each other. Back then, I didn't know all about this. Back then, I didn't know anything about chemistry, masculinity, femininity. I wish I would know, because he was the most amazing father and husband in the world, right? But what happened, we outgrew each other, right? Because I wasn't in touch with my femininity and he wasn't in touch with his masculinity. We outgrew each other. We simply outgrew each other, and now we raise our child separately, right? Of course, okay, we moved on in life and we are in really good civil relationships, but how many couples end up in civil relationships? They don't. And that's what the world right now is going down south, I would say, right? Because people don't know how to stay civil in their post-divorce relationship with their ex-partner. Kids see that, and then children go into the next relationships, and they unfortunately don't build them as being happy, right? They have already their insecurities, they have already their stories, they already have their perceptions and expectations. And the other partner is like, hello, I don't have these expectations. I don't have these perceptions. Why do you ask this from me? And he says, well, my mama used to do that. And you say, well, but I'm not your mama. And that's it. Now you're back into argument, right? And I've seen this all over again. And of course, there are lots of other tools, which is 5 love languages. I must say, this is a Bible to all relationships. Another Bible to all relationships, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, written by John Gray. I love John Gray. He came to my show 3 times. Remarkable man. He made a transformation in the relationship world. We need to know this stuff. We really have to learn. Nobody was born with a ready manual. This is how you build relationships. Nobody was born with ready manual. This is how you raise children. Nobody was born with, this is the manual how to do your finances. We are learning. And unfortunately, people put different priorities in different places. They think, I'll make $1 million first, then I'm going to build relationships. Hold on. The minute you build your first $1 million, by now you're already afraid to share this $1 million with those who are gold diggers, those who are just matchers, who just want your money and everything else, right? You don't want that. So it is a lot safer to start building your success in your relationships, to show your children how to be in a healthy relationship so they can teach their children. And then your friends, they're like, oh, they have good relationships. Why are they in good relationships? Let's learn from them. And then you just like, positive virus, start spreading positive relationships around you.
I got a question for you. Is on your bio, you said that you were voted to be president of the Professional Speaking Association. And I believe, congratulations is in effect, I believe you are the president of the Yorkshire Region Speaking Association, right?
That's right. This will be for next year. Yes, yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Amazing. The beautiful Olga, Gayden, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us so generously. It was so wonderful to have you on here. I am completely flabbergasted by all your knowledge. And I know that one lucky winner will get to have a chance to work with you and just change their lives completely. Thank you so much for impacting our relationships. Thank you so much for strengthening our families. The world needs it very much. So thank you, Olga.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
And so this has been so far so good, Jack. You delivered on your promise.
Absolutely. I don't go second grade. I'm so thankful and with a gratitude of everybody that shared today's stage, that I can't thank them enough, because it's, again, as Olga said, is you can't do things alone. You have to share with people. You have to look forward into just not being by yourself. It's not just about you, it's about people. And we are in a people business. We're surrounded by people. If we do business with people. Employees are people. So why not treat people like we want people to treat ourselves, like treat us? So there's a saying that says, like, it's when problems are high, it's when we are needed the most to change the world. Because I think we have a moral obligation to help others when the world is falling apart. Someone has to take reign. And I believe that we have that today right on this platform. So I'm so grateful to have you all on the Global Pandemic Summit. Well, thank you again, Olga. And I believe, Dela, we're gonna move to the next speaker.
Well,
So I'll let you introduce them.
thank you, Jack. Well, it's been so wonderful, and I think a lot of people have taken a lot of nuggets today. So I want to encourage you to please have a look-see. Okay, see what we learned so far. We've had two wonderful speakers. We've had Evie Shaw on the power of gratitude, and we've had Olga. We heard from her on depolarization and the difference between masculine and feminine energy. Think about what you've learned so far, and maybe go ahead in the comment section and drop us a line, just in a couple of words. Let us know what you've learned. What have you become aware of? There's been a lot of messages. There's been a lot of comments. A lot of people have said that they've already, they already knew the stuff, but it's like becoming more aware. And so that's what I love. On a summit like this, where you sit and you listen from people, it really just brings awareness back to what we intrinsically know, but may have forgotten, or we're just too busy to think about these things. So think about it, and drop a line, send our speakers some love, let them know that you've been listening, that you've taken some fabulous nuggets from them. And I also want you to take a break, okay? If you're just sitting there, maybe just stand up, maybe take a deep breath, maybe just roll up your shoulders up high, bring them up to your ears, kind of squeeze, and then breathe out and let go. Just roll up your shoulders back. Oh, you didn't think you were going to get this, did you?
So I'm back into fitness.
I want you to be tip-top shape for our next speaker. So, I mean, so far, so good. Yes, I hope everybody's having fun. Jack, are you having fun?
Oh, I'm certainly having fun. This is for me. It is everything is new to me. So again, I just can't say enough about all of you guys that making me look good, and it's because of you that I look good. So thanks.
You've done a great job putting this summit together, Jack, Vincent. So thank you so much. So everybody, get ready for our next speaker. It is absolutely my pleasure to introduce this next speaker. I'm going to wrap my sheet because I don't want to do any misjustice. This person has affected my life in such a grand way. So I'm very excited to introduce him. It is absolutely my pleasure to introduce you to our next guest speaker, Robert J. Moore. Robert J. Moore is a therapist. He is a 5 times internationally awarded bestseller, speaker, and business coach, and a publisher, my publisher. He is a Guinness World Record holder. Robert has impacted the lives of over 160,000 people through an emotional tale that has provided insights on how to determine one's worth and create a life worthy of joy and success. Magnetic Entrepreneur Inc. is also a publishing company that has published books all over the world. He is the main publisher for WONM with 25 of the top doctors in the world. WONM is World Organization of Natural Medicine. They are having a health conference on the 17th of October through the 25th, and it is called Turning Point 2020. And all the speakers are writing in a book that Robert J. Moore is going to publish. Amazing opportunity. Robert has influenced the lives of many through the work associated with his international award-winning best-selling books, The Better Way Formula, Principles of Success, and Magnetic Entrepreneur. Robert has even co-authored with Jim Rohn's 18-year business partner, Kyle Wilson, and World Series pitcher, Todd Stoudemire. Robert has hosted many events with his brand, Magnetic Entrepreneur Author Awards, Magnetic Entrepreneur Guinness World Record attempt, and High-End Mastermind, allow his students to reach the levels they could only dream of. So many people became World Guinness record holders because they associated with Robert J. Moore in this amazing event. Robert has been interviewed by magazines from around the world, national TV programs, radio shows, and also has been invited to speak on world-class stages with the likes of Jack Canfield, Les Brown, Bob Proctor, Eric Thomas, Douglas Vermeeren, and Raymond Aaron. Robert has also become 100 top professional in Canada, but not so long ago, Robert was totally destitute. Robert J. Moore has studied 52 of the top achievers in the world in the past decade to be able to build this amazing program. He states that this is by far one of the greatest work he's ever done, and he's honored to share it with you. Please help me welcome to the summit, Robert J. Moore, the coach to so many, publisher to so many, and a friend.
That was really a nice, warm welcome, And Jack, I'm going to tell you, and Dela, you guys are doing an amazing job here. You took the advice that were given to you from myself and Lori, and you're putting it to action, which I love. You're utilizing those skills and making them the best you can, and it's really showing today. I like this. I was looking on the back end. There was over 440 strong watching right now on different platforms. So, I mean, you can't go wrong, buddy.
No.
You were thinking that you want, oh, my goal's 100. You're going, buddy. By the end of the day, there'll probably be more. You know,
Well, it's because of guys like you, that good coaching, you can't help but just to rise up. And that's what today's event is about, to help people rise up from their situation. Well, you helped me out to rise up in the ranks. And I, again, appreciate it and very grateful for it.
well, you're showing your appreciation by hosting this and asking me to speak. You know, so I mean, it's an honor to be here and pleasure to be here. And I think this is the greatest thing going today. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. You know,
Me neither.
you know, I've seen you grow. I've seen Dela grow, and many of my other students here. When you first started, it was like you got frustrated because you didn't know how to put yourself on camera. It was like, what do I do? How do I do this? And wait, I gotta call my daughter. I gotta call my wife. And it's like, here you are today. You did it on your own,
Yeah.
right? I wouldn't trust you to do the Zoom part of it. That's maybe going too far, but you will learn that eventually. I mean, because you're looking at doing podcasting yourself. And Dela, I believe, is going to be helping you with that, because Dela actually, not just Dela's voice, she actually runs Magnetic Entrepreneur Podcasting too for me. So she works for me and gets coaching by me at the same time. You know, I don't even know if I can do that. Here, I'll just go. So, but needless to say, like I was saying, it's an honor to be here, and I'm watching so many people grow. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing the reflection on Earth to see that you guys are doing out there too. I'm watching everybody, like all the stuff. I mean, everybody here basically. I look at their Facebook. It's not creeping. It's just making sure you guys are on the right track, right? Because if you're not on the right track, you know me, I'm pretty straightforward, and I'll say it as it is, because I care more about your business than I do your emotions, right? And your emotions we could deal with anytime. So it's your business that needs to be on the right track in order to make it. And as we go through my story, I'm going to tell you how my emotions were affected by some high-end people that it almost cost me where I'm at today, because of the fact that I allowed other people to how would you, the best way to phrase it is like Les Brown would say it. Don't let other people's opinions become your reality. Right? When you let someone else's business become your reality and their opinions of you, you're not going to go nowhere. You know, I'm going to tell you a story of where I came from. And this might be very, like, a lot of people may not know this story. I don't really talk about it too often, but I do put it out there because I want people to know the reality of life. You know, like, I wasn't always at the top of my game. And I still got room to grow. I don't get conceited. I don't get, up there in that trip and say, oh, yeah, I'm better than you. Hell with that. I love working with people below me because I want to bring them to my level. I want them at my level because we're equal. There's no difference between us. I just have more knowledge in that field. That's it. They just need to be more educated to become up to that level. I've seen people pass me. That's what I want. I want the people to pass me. I'm comfortable at my level where I'm at and bringing people to my level and then bringing them to the next level with someone else. I'll tell you why. As the story goes on, you'll understand why. So when we were brought up, I mean, I was 12 years old. My dad asked my brothers and myself to be in the room. And he said, I want you guys to sit down and listen to what we have to say. I said, not a problem. Right? I was only 12 years old at the time. And next thing you know, my dad looks at me and he says, I want you to take a look at mom here. And I said, okay. I was confused. Well, what happened was he said, this is not your biological mother. It's your stepmother. It's a woman I actually married that never gave birth to you, but she's raising you. I was really taken back by that. That really hurt me. So then a day later, when I took off, I went to my room and I didn't talk to nobody, because that really took me back. It hurt, right? And she came up and she said, you have a choice. You can always call me Diane or Mom. To this day, I still call her Mom, and she's deceased now. I was there for her 100% when she was dying. I was there for my dad when he was dying, you know, but we'll get to that point of the gratitude later. The thing is, I became an alcoholic drug addict because I couldn't face my emotions. I was deeply embedded in my own trench of my joy that I thought I was having. I looked elsewhere to get the good feelings. So at home, I was always getting in trouble. All right. So here's the thing: I had two older brothers. Right. One was my stepbrother, Diane's, my stepmom's biological son, and my other brother was my biological brother, 14 months apart. He always did something. The same with Jason, the older one. He did something too that would always put the blame on me. So I had no TV in my room. I had no radio in my room. I just had to sit with my homework, a pen and paper. That's it. They even put a stick in the window on the outside so I couldn't go out the window because I had a tendency going out the window enjoying myself. Well, they stopped that too. So it felt like I was being always punished. If I ate too fast while I was sitting there at the table, I'd have a fork stabbed in my hand. If I was too slow outside chopping wood, they'd throw an axe at me. All right. And it wasn't my dad, it was my stepmom. She had a bad temper. I look at her like a crazy redhead, I used to call her. But I think it's because she wasn't happy with herself. And I realized that because while I was growing up, when I wasn't happy with myself, I took my anger and everything else on other people. So I'd go out and get into fights just to win a fight or lose a fight, just to get rid of that anger. So that became hanging out with some different kind of people. These people that I'm talking about were high-end bikers. And when I connected with them, they made me feel I was important. Oh, Robert, you do this, and we'll get you this. Anything you need, we got for you. We'll protect you. We'll make sure you're safe. Give you drugs, women, money, you name it. We got it for you. But when you go to jail, we're not going to be there for you. So I ended up doing 16 years in and out of jail because I was trying to impress them and get the rewards that weren't that good in the first place. Those rewards kept me down, right? And I didn't see it. So I go out and get into a fight. I go out and steal from people. I go out and do all the wrong things to impress these people that didn't care what happened to me. So finally, I decided I wanted out. This was 17 years ago. Now, I'll tell you something. I was drinking and drugging from the age 13 on. I was drinking old Vita, stubby OVs, right? That stuff tastes like bloody sandpaper, you know? And I was drinking Labatt 50, the stubbies. And I was guzzling them down like no tomorrow. I was drinking 6-1 to my dad's drinks because I didn't like the way it felt. So when I had that belch, it made me feel invincible. Now I could be somebody. It gave me an attitude, gave me a personality, it felt like. It gave me something to live for. I could face things. But if you put me outside in the public, I had a hard time understanding it without the booze. So when I got to the point where I didn't want to live that way no more, my best friend of 5 years, I told him, I said, that's it. One night of drinking and drugging, we did $5,000 overnight we spent. I said, I can't do this no more. And I said, this is not for me no more. What did I do? I got up to walk away and he stabbed me with a 12-inch blade. I stuck my thumb directly right inside that hole, ran down the street so they wouldn't know the place where I got stabbed, and then took my thumb out and bled at least 6 feet. It was squirting out like that. Finally, a pizza car driver actually took me to the hospital. When I got to the hospital, I was more worried about the money in my shoe and the cigarettes in my pocket. And I wasn't worried about my life at the time because I was just in shock. So when I come out of that, I guess I was a bit weirded out because supposedly I was giving them names, calling them on and off. I was on so many different drugs, mixed up with the drugs that are already in my system. So they put me to sleep for like 24 hours. And finally I come through. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what happened. But the word on the street was they were coming to get me again because they wanted to kill me because I knew too much information. Well, it was weird because the next time I actually seen anybody to do with that whole scene is when I actually became clean and sober. That never scared me enough to get me clean and sober, believe it or not. You know what scared me was the fact that I was too alone. When I was alone and nobody wanted to be around me, that's when something happened to me. I can't explain how or what had happened. It was epiphany of some sort. I had a case of beer underneath me. I couldn't afford cigarettes. I'm rolling butts from the streets, right? And I maybe had about $3 in my pocket for a sandwich later. Now I used to tell people I'm not going to waste my money on a sandwich because I don't want to be sober. No sense absorbing that up. I like being drunk at the time because I didn't like my life. I tried many times killing myself. But when this guy, it was 44 staples right in my gut all the way down. I had epiphany that day and I decided to go into the detox. I phoned the detox. They get the help I needed. They said they have a bed for me. It was just a coincidence how they had a bed. They're always full any other time, but this time they had a bed. So it was obviously God's way of doing things, right? So now the thing is, when you're sitting there looking at a situation like that, and you're sitting there scared because you're not drinking, you're uncomfortable with your feelings and how things are going. The problem is that you don't know where to turn, so you don't know who to trust. Your best friend stabbed you at 5 years. So who do you really trust in a predicament like that? So I put myself, I had to go to the doctors first. I had to go to the hospital, the emergency, because they said I would DT too much and I was coming off too much drugs and alcohol at the time. But one of the things I'll never forget is, and people think, well, you're hallucinating or something. Anything. I don't know what to call it because it just happened. I don't know how to explain it. I was talking to myself out loud like I am right now, but actually you guys are listening, thank God, because otherwise I'd be doing the same thing as before. Right. And then I guess this little girl heard me and she said, Mommy, this guy needs help. And I never clued in. It took me about 3 minutes. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. She said that. I need help. I went back to look for the little girl to thank her. I asked the lady, I said, ma'am, where's this little girl? Where's your little girl there? I want to thank her. She said, I don't have a little girl. I wasn't with a little girl. So it was quite confusing. It was quite confusing to me. And I said, okay, maybe I should just get inside the hospital, get the help I needed because there's something obviously going on here I don't like. I went in the hospital. As soon as I went in there, they said, we've been waiting all day for you. I didn't even have to say my name. They already knew who I was. So they got me in there. They seen the doctor. They gave me Valium. They sent me off to detox. I slept on the next morning. When I got up the next morning and I thought about that little girl, I don't know who she was. It's got to be some kind of an angel of some sort. But what happened to my life changed. You know, I kept visualizing that little girl sitting there saying that and how I needed the help. Then I visualized the fact that when I was sitting there drinking that case of beer and rolling the cigarettes, I just got up and left it there. And whoever grabbed it later because I couldn't live the way I was living. I told the guy at the front desk I wanted to get the help I needed to be sober and clean. He says, you've already been here 17 times or so. What's this time any different from last time? I said, I can't explain. I don't know how to explain. I can't identify my emotions. And he says, that's the honest thing that you first time in your life have ever said, the honest thing. Right? So what happened was they gave me a list of all the detox places around Ontario. Pick one you want to go to and make sure you have enough money to get there or else we'll help you get there somehow. So I knew my aunt was living in Rera at the time, Rera in Canada here. And I said, well, maybe I'll go up there and say hi to her for the first night and then continue going from there and do my time and get the help I needed. It was also a halfway house for federal prisoners. So I decided, well, I would fit right in because I've done so much time in my life. I decided, okay, well, I'll phone them up. Now, everybody else said it's a 30 to 90 day wait, no matter what. And the 30 days was not guaranteed. It's who had the most priority first, right? So, I mean, there's so many of them I missed out on because of that. I phoned them up on Arroyo. They said, listen, can you be here Tuesday? I said, Tuesday? I was in shock. I said, well, what do you mean Tuesday? I was hoping for 90 days, you know. I was too scared to face this stuff. So I actually got there Tuesday. I called my dad down. He came down, gave me some money, and got me on the bus up there. Well, I spent one night out at my aunt's house before going in there. And then finally I went in there and they said, okay, I hope you brought your bags because you're staying. And I said, what if I don't feel comfortable and want to leave? They said, well, you already signed a piece of paper at the detox that will form you, and now you're staying. So I kind of formed myself and I didn't know it. It was the best thing that ever happened. The best thing, because I was listening to my inner peace at that time. They only have a program of 3 months. I stayed there 4.5 months because they wanted to intervene with my anger. They wanted to intervene with the way I was looking at things. I had things all ass backwards. My emotions were identified by different thoughts. So they actually stripped all my emotions and walked me through each emotion while I was there to learn how to identify them in a positive way. Because I was looking at it all mixed up. They had to rewire me all along. Then I said to myself, well, that's not the life I need. I got 5-6 days in me. Let's go through this program. So when I did the program at 4.5 months, I was getting out in society. My shoes, honest to God, my shoes were duct taped because they were falling apart. They were flapping otherwise. I had nothing. I had no money, no nothing. There was a guy named, it's not the singer, it's a guy named Brian Adams. He was a social worker. And he took me on as a special afterwards. He said, I would like to see you once a week if you want. I'll help you out. I'll try and guide you the best. And I said, yeah, because I don't really know Arroyo. I'm a little nervous out here. I think people are staring at me. And that was all the inner thoughts, right? All the thoughts that I was thinking, because when you look at your thoughts, you have at least 5,000 to 10,000 negative thoughts per day going through your mind. It's about to you to filter them out on how to make them positive. I'll tell you why I know that is because he helped me get into school and get my grade 12. Now, I was in school at grade 12. I got people 15, 20 years junior to my age talking about the party. You don't know how bad I want to get into that war story and tell them I'm worse than them. I did worse and make it look like I was better than them. I didn't, though, because something told me just to shut my mouth and you're here for school and that's it. Well, that's what I did. And then they said, where do you want to go next? I said, well, I like to be an addiction counselor. I said, I've been an addiction counselor. I said, I love to do that. So I know a lot about this stuff. Little I knew that being a drug addict or an alcoholic has nothing to do with being a counselor. Boy, did I have to get in for a surprise there. The reason why I got into a surprise is because I had to learn a whole different aspect of thinking. So I started volunteering all over the place, and I started being more comfortable with the people that I was facing, more comfortable with the people that were in community. And people were really nice. I just realized you don't go out after 9:30 because it's different atmosphere, right? A lot of different people come out at nighttime. They don't come out during the day. So I make sure I'm out during the day and not nighttime. So I would be doing my homework at night anyways, making sure I got it right. But it would take me a long time because I couldn't understand the stuff at first. So then I went through social service worker. You have to have a social service worker diploma in order to get into the addictions degree. So I went through that. And then I was sitting there talking to the lady that does disability. I said, listen, I'm not comprehending this. Something's wrong. And she goes, would you like to be tested? I said, yeah, but don't tell anybody I'm here, though. I'm kind of embarrassed being here. And she goes, there's nothing to be embarrassed of. You don't understand. You don't understand. That's it. And I still felt like, people were watching me, talking about me. It was still that kind of thought, right? So here it is. She sent me to this doctor to actually get checked out, psychotherapist. And then the psychotherapist says, well, we actually have someone else that's even higher than us. Psychotherapist is just someone that takes care of your mood, your emotion, and your thoughts. But psychologist is actually the one that's going to be talking to you and dealing with you. But I have to see that you're fitting the needs first. So I said, no problem. So they had me come back. And it was like 15 hours I had to actually be there in 2 different days. So they started off at like the kindergarten level and asked me, can you identify this? I'm going to point it here. I'm going to show you. and then walk away. Do you know, to this day, I can still remember that one card and everything in that picture? It came to me that I was very visual. I learned visually, but auditory, I wasn't very good at. So they said my percentile at that time in college was a grade 3 level. That really bugged me, because now how am I going to walk around people knowing that about me? You know, like poor me. You know, I went into like a poor me kind of thing, and I wouldn't tell anybody. I kind of distance myself from people. I started getting depressed. Finally, I said, well, how do I get in and do the addiction? So I went and registered myself, and they accepted me. And you know what they told me? We know about your interest in addictions, but you're in for a surprise. I said, I thought, okay, well, what are they going to do? They're going to bring someone in that I haven't met before, maybe someone in addictions, or no, I was in for a surprise, all right. It's because they knew about my history. One of the actual teachers in there was an ex-cop that knew me. And he openly told them, this is what I'm about. They have to watch me. So I had no problem with that. I said, look, I'm here to do better. I actually passed social service worker. I passed the addictions degree. I went on. They said I'll never finish college or university. Then I got my master's in counseling psychology. Then I got my harm reduction, mental health crisis, nominated for all these awards. I got about 15, 20 different awards. I started becoming a citizen in society and respected. But the problem is, I kept it in that community there. Okay, this is a huge problem that people don't know. You can't make money in your own town. You can't. You have to go outside your town to get recognized, even on a bigger globe, in order to be recognized. So when I learned, for 10 years, I was up there. 10 years, literally 10 years, I was up there trying to make my life. I ended up getting all this education, honorary doctorate degree, you name it. I got all these different awards. They would write me up on the paper every week, doing something nice, helping people out. But I tried and tried getting a pardon. The first time I got a phone call, it was really weird. I wrote my first book. It took me 2.5 years. It was the worst book I've ever read in my life. It was the worst one. I mean, I had a lot of F-bombs in it. I didn't know how to write a book. I said, well, you know what? I'm not going to pay these guppies to do a book. I'm going to do it on my own. I put F this, F that, you name it. I had it in there. I was talking about me punching people out, and I expressed my feelings when I was doing it. So it was more like a journal I should never have shown anybody, is what I was told. So when I did that, I'm going to tell you a little something. It was expressing myself. So one of the psychotherapists saw that, and he said, well, we need to work a little bit here. I said, sure, why, what's wrong? And he explained to me what I was doing wrong with that book. Right. And I said, well, I didn't really realize it that way. I just wanted to get the stuff out, and I had nobody to talk to because I was too embarrassed to talk to somebody. And he said, well, would you rather talk to me, or would you rather talk to this lady here? You can see one of us whenever. I took her because she was pretty. I thought it was easier to talk to her because she was pretty, because now I'm trying to impress her. Well, she put me in my spot real quick. And oh boy, that was not fun. You know, it's nothing like being told by a pretty woman that you got to sit down, shut up, and tell it as it is. And don't hide everything, because she knows. You can read my body language, my physiology of the face, and all the tone of voice and everything. She goes, you're trying to make the moves on me. It's not going to work. And I thought, whoa, man, this is a trip and a half. I didn't like this feeling. So I asked to go back to the other guy. And she goes, you know, you're stuck with me now, eh? You're not walking away. You need to face some of this stuff that you're going through. So I did that. I started facing it, and things started coming out. And I felt like less of a man at first because I had tears in my eyes. You know, I said, well, people got to know I'm crying in front of you. That's not right. And she goes, you're more of a man crying than you are hiding it. And I said, geez, never even thought of it that way. We became good friends. I said straight forward, I like to be in her shoes and work with people the same way. So I got my education. She helped me register. I became registered psychotherapist, 15 years worth, 12 years in addiction counseling. I didn't like the addiction counseling very much because I opened my own business. It was my first business I ever opened. It was failing quick because I had my heart on my sleeve, and I cared too much for other people that were, you know, down and out, because I was a drug addict, alcoholic. I wanted to save the world. When I learned to stop putting my heart on my sleeve and start dealing with people's problems correctly, that's when my life changed. That's when it actually changed. It was like 6 years into it, clean and sober. And I was going to AA, NA, and all these different things, helping me out. And the problem is I wasn't taking it in. I was giving the advice. I wasn't taking it in until she put me in my shoes. And then I started getting out there speaking at different schools. And this one lady came up to me. She was a chairperson of the Board of Education up in Arroyo. She said, Robert, I'd love for you to come speak at this one school. I said, sure. And she goes, well, I got in her car and I don't like BMWs. Sorry if you have one. I don't like them personally because hers was like a bucket of bolts. It was all falling apart and not taking care of it. And it was a rough ride. And she didn't like the way I was dressed. She goes, you dress like a bum. So she goes, do you mind if I buy you a shirt? And I said, sure. I don't mind that at all. I had no money or nothing. I still had the shoes with the duct tape on it. She said, we need to buy you a new pair of shoes too. I became her personal friend and started coaching her son and her daughter because they had a problem with drugs and alcohol. And that was my first experience actually working with someone on that level, actually being registered. And it was kind of interesting. So I've worked in numerous jobs, addictions counseling, but I noticed one thing that I always got to make sure I don't put my heart in my sleeve that way. I could utilize my skills in a whole different way and approach them differently now. I'm over 15 years clean and sober today, right? I've managed to build from the garbage can. I remember the garbage can before I started eating out of a garbage can. The bites in a sandwich, you take the bites off, you just eat the rest. That was good for me, man. I was hungry. From the garbage can, I built the business that's behind me, Magnetic Entrepreneur, to 1.2 mil. Now, that's what the company's worth. Doesn't mean I'm worth that. That's what the company's worth. I've been offered 4 mil for the company. I said, no. Put another zero in the end, we'll talk about it. Right? Because this is my baby now. It's not that I would never give it up. I just enjoy working with the people. It's not about the money. When I see someone walk away and understand, do you know how ravishing and beautiful that is? I get many students on here today. They know what I mean because when they understand that, they know that I'm there for them. I'm backing them up. Now, when Jack was doing this, he couldn't understand at first why I was doing this. And Dela didn't understand it either. I actually put Dela in as a co-host. She didn't even know at first. She goes, who did that? Who did that? So I went to her. I did it because I wanted them both to work together. They were a perfect match to work together, both my students, and I wanted to back off to make sure they were doing their job. Because if I'm sitting there enabling him to do this, do that, he's not going to learn. Right? Yeah. But you know what, Dela? You come a long ways yourself. From someone that wanted to be an author to someone that's polishing off over 11 books with me. 13 books. 13 books. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I got like 70 some odd books out there. I can't remember them all. But I'll tell you something else. These two have really, really impressed me. I saw Jack there get a little upset because his expectations got in the way, right? His expectations got in the way. So I talked to him. I said, I showed him a little different angle of it. He understood. And he says, well, I wanted it that way. And it should have happened. It didn't happen. And I said, but expectations is something that will kill you. It's like when I used to think people were always talking about me, it was always about me. Right? Now you can go to a bleachers, the baseball game, in the middle of a baseball game, this guy up here, way up here, will stand up and call, hey, Jimmy. All of a sudden you stand up, you look around. You know your name's Robert, right? My name's Robert, so why would I get up and look around? All of a sudden, he would do it again in 2 more innings. Hey, Jimmy. And then next thing you know, I said, this guy's weird, man. What's going on with this guy? And it would bug me, right? So next, you know, he does it again, and I holler up, "My name's Robert." Well, it's not about me. You know what I mean? That's the way I was thinking back then. When someone was calling someone down the street, they're calling me the wrong name. Why? Why did I need that attention? Because I wasn't getting it when I was younger. I didn't understand it when I was younger. I always get in trouble. When I connected with the bad boy people, they give me a sense of reality that I never expected. It was the wrong kind, mind you. So when I started getting clean and sober and started seeing that people are truly do care for the people you are, as long as you're telling the truth, you're trying hard, you got to give the people the chance, right? So they started giving me that chance. I've met so many different people in my life. I've been on stages now with some of the top people, you know, and I've had the honors to do this for one reason, because I wanted to work on me, right? When I worked on me internally, it allowed me to be able to help others out. It allowed me to build programs that I can only dream of. So I had to learn to build the structure of my business. I had to learn how to do the foundation of my business. Now, I'm going to tell you, that was hard because I just wanted the fast cash. Come on, give me, where's the cash going to come? When's the cash going to come? But the thing is, I also learned if you don't build the foundation, if you don't build the structure of your business, you're going to crumble. And what happens when you crumble? You're obviously not going to get back up, or you're going to try in different things. Now, I tell you something. I tried 15 or 20 different names in my business. And the only reason why I picked Magnetic Entrepreneurs, when my dad was dying, right? I actually went up there seeing him. We didn't know he was dying. I went up and see him. He wanted to see the baby. I got a 2.5-year-old sitting here at this house right now, 16-year-old, a 14-year-old, and a beautiful wife. But I'm going to tell you something, right? My dad wanted to see the baby. So April 29th, we went up there. The baby was just that month old. I paid off his sticker because I retired my father. It was a good feeling, man. Imagine that, retiring your own father. He worked hard. He deserved it. I said, "Dad, what do you need to retire you?" And this was on Father's Day. He come up to Rama, the casino. I said, "What do you need? I mean, let's go for a nice dinner, first of all. And then, how do I retire you?" He said, "I can't keep doing this job, but I don't have the money to retire." And I said, "Well, I do. I have the money." I said, "I am willing to retire you. How much do you need?" He said, "You give me $20,000-$30,000 a year, and I'll retire. That way he goes to Florida, he can spend his time out there and still be able to pay for his motorhome at the same time." I said, "Dad, don't worry about the motorhome. I don't think you realize this, but I've been paying your mortgage off anyways." Right? And he goes, "What do you mean?" He goes, I've always wondered why the money would go back in my account when I put it out there, because they say it was already paid, and I thought they were just losing their mind. I said, "No, I actually went on your computer every time I went to fix it, and I actually got your information from your bank, and I paid it off." And he says, "Poof, didn't know." So today I own that RV because my dad is deceased. But the next day after he saw the baby, he died of a heart attack. All he kept saying that day was how much he loved me, how much he wanted to see the baby and loved the baby. It was the weirdest thing. For that whole weekend, I'm walking around. I'm walking around, knocking on the door, saying, "Hey, Dad, how do you hook up this on the RV?" Dad's not here anymore, right? So I did a live, and I don't know if you guys know Eric Thomas. He's the hip hop preacher, one of the top people in the world. He was actually watching me, and he called me up on the phone. He says, "Hey, you know what? You taught me a valuable lesson today." I said, "What is that lesson?" He goes, "That we are so relying on other people. So when we rely on other people, right, it's codependency." And I said, "I didn't realize I was codependent in that way." He says, "Well, you're looking for information on how to do something you don't know, and it's from your father." He says, "That is part of codependency." And I said, "Okay, cool. I got to know that, right? I mean, I didn't know I was actually doing that." And he actually worked with me for 6 months to help me build my business to where it is today. Les Brown did. And then I was honored. I'm still honored to be working with Les Brown's daughter. I got to coach her for the last 2 years. And some other famous people, some of them want to remain anonymous, and several people on here I'm coaching. I didn't come here by accident. I do believe highly in God. I do believe highly in empowering other people. I bring people from what they don't know to what they do know. A lot of people, all right, are stagnant in their business because they don't know how to do that next step. That's where I come in. I don't care if you're a millionaire. I had a guy running an airport. He owned an airport. He couldn't get any further up on the ladder, but he was stuck. He was stuck. His thinking was right there at that level, and he couldn't go any further. When I took that level to him and I walked him through the process, he grew. He grew. He became a multi-billionaire. And you know what? The guy he's grateful. Spending time with his children now, enjoying life. Several people on here. I have two people I'm going to actually bring on in a few seconds. Well, one person at a time, because I want them to express who they are, what they do, and how I'm helping them. Right? It just gives a little credibility to it at the same time. So Jennifer, can you come on for a second, please?
I sure can. Hello.
Can you tell us who you are, please?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Woodbeck. Hello. Good morning. Or I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hey, you're 29 minutes into it.
I know. It's afternoon. Yay.
So you have a book out, don't you?
I sure do. I just had it published about 2 months ago.
And name of it, that might help.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I'll show you even. It's pretty. My book is actually titled Butterflies and Shiny Things. It's a woman's guide on how to manage financial distractions. And
how's that working for you?
I can say much better now that I've met you. I published a book and I had no idea where to go with it. So it was a book and I didn't know what to do. So then I met Robert, thanks to Dela and some other people that his name kept popping up. And I had sent another girl, Colleen, a message. And I said, do I need to know this guy? And the big answer back was yes.
So now what are you doing today with the book and programs and your business?
Yeah. So the book is awesome. And like I said, it was published and just kind of sitting there in limbo on Amazon and what to do next. But the next steps are I'm actually developing into a course. Robert, we've only been about 3 weeks now, 2 weeks in. Yeah. So he's given me some homework to do, some things to work on, some plans. I'm developing, I had this idea of financial coaching, but then how do I make that work? So Robert's giving me homework to build packages and make that all set together and what that looks like. And so when we spoke last week, the first question he asked is, how are you doing? And I said, I don't know. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I feel like there's so many things, but like, how do I do any of this? And Robert, this week, we just spoke yesterday and said, how are you doing this week? I said, I have a clear vision. I know you've given me homework. I like tasks. I like to know where I'm supposed to go. So good. I know what I'm doing now.
You're on the right track.
Yeah.
Well, if somebody wanted to work with you, how would they get a hold of you?
Sure. I have a couple options. The best way is probably my email address is actually just my name, Jennifer Woodbeck, and then a 08@gmail.com. I also am the Friendly Finance Coach. So I can be found all over the internet as the Friendly Finance Coach. So feel free to look that up too. Or I could always give my phone number out, but probably if you email me, that's probably the easiest one to get a hold of me.
Perfect. You're doing wonderful right now. You really are.
Thank you.
You switched the book over to my publishing company, and I did the forward for you. What a good read it is. I encourage everybody to read it. And hopefully people come and talk to you now. We're going to get you out there.
Awesome. I'm excited. I have a vision now, and what I thought I could do, I just didn't know how to get there. I actually know I will get there now.
Oh, guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time to get over that hump that you're stuck in, right? Remember, I told people they're stuck. People are stuck at all different levels because I'm teaching you what you don't know. That was the simplest thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just a little tweak. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, I always say you don't know what you don't know till you don't know.
Then you know. And then you know.
Yeah.
I want to
Perfect.
thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy. Yeah, you got to do your mute.
There we go. Hello, everybody.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? I apologize. I just literally ran in from class, so I'm a hot, sweaty mess.
What kind of class you do?
So I was teaching my Kangoo Jumps fitness class today, this morning.
You
So
recently got an endorsement recently, didn't you?
I did. I got an endorsement from Tony Little. He's in the fitness and he also does like infomercials and stuff like that. So he saw some of my stuff and he sent me a little video endorsing
Lisa?
myself and my studio. So that was pretty exciting.
Pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
You're going to be holding some more classes soon, right?
I am, if we don't go to phase 2, but I also have an online program, and we partnered up with JimGo, myself and another instructor, and so we're teaching live classes as well as pre-recorded classes. So you get basically unlimited classes every month, and it's a monthly membership that people can sign up for. And if you don't know what Kangoo Jumps are, I have them here because they're like, I don't wear heels, I wear these.
I like to see
That's
Jock
what
on
these
them.
are. What's that?
I like to see Jock on them.
Really?
That's right. There you
Okay.
go. Hey, listen, I do have men in my class.
I'd
Actually,
give it
one
a
of them's
try.
over here.
Give it
There
a
you
try.
go.
He's probably wore the ones for the drywall before.
No, never did that.
Me neither. I just rather get up on the ladder.
No, one of these days, Robert, I'll get you into these boots. Trust me.
That would be interesting. That would be.
Yeah.
I'll work with you in that, but I mean, in time, you never know. I know what I was like on rollerblades, and the falling hurts.
No, nobody's ever fallen in my class ever.
I don't want.
Della's actually tried the boots. So she can verify how much fun they are. They're a ton of fun. If you're looking for something different,
Other
they're a
people
ton
get
of fun.
a hold of you.
So basically I am on Facebook, Instagram at Kangoo, Kangoo Club, CLUB Kicks, KICKS. I also have a website, www.kangooclubkicks.ca. And so those are the best ways to get in touch with me and ask about our classes and stuff like that. And it's people look at the boots and go, how in the world did you ever get into those things? Like, where in the world did you find them? So I'll tell you a little bit, a quick Cole's Nose version of my story. But in 2011, I was actually diagnosed with breast cancer. So I was training for a half marathon at the time because my goal was to eventually do a full marathon. So I was a long distance runner. And that's when I was diagnosed. And so after my surgeries, my multiple surgeries, my chemotherapy was done, I had to go on a drug called Herceptin for a year afterwards. So after all that was kind of done, I decided to start running again when I felt I was able physically to start running. So I started training for a 5K. And during my training, I quickly figured out that because of all the medications and because of all the chemotherapy and all the drugs that I had to take to survive, I actually hurt like every time I would run, my body would physically be in pain. My joints would hurt, my knees would hurt, my hips would hurt. And I did do the 5K, but I quickly figured out that I can't do that forever. That was not sustainable for me because I literally would be in tears crying because I was in so much pain from all of what I had been through. So I happened to see an ad for the boots. And so I went to my first class and I did an hour class, which I wasn't able to do before because I was in too much pain. I would have to leave. And I was not in pain. Nothing hurt. And I couldn't believe it. And I thought, you know what? This is a one-off. This is not something that, I think maybe I wasn't doing it right. Is kind of what I was thinking.
But there's also
So I said,
studies from NASA too, right?
there are studies from NASA, there's study from the University of BC on the benefits of rebounding. And that's what these are. They're rebound boots. So when I went for my second class and I didn't hurt again, I was hooked. That was it. I was in. And I have not looked back, and I have been bouncing for 5 years. And now I teach, as you've heard. And I just absolutely love it, and just want to spread that joy to other people because they are super, super fun. And with the amount of benefits that you get in these boots, they actually, the rebounding action is really the only exercise you can do where it actually affects your lymphatic system in a positive way. And your lymphatic system is something that's underneath your skin. It's through your whole body, actually. And by rebounding, you actually release the toxins out of your body. So you sweat a lot more. And it's really great for cancer patients because, especially for breast cancer patients, we can get a condition called lymphedema post-surgery when they take out your lymph nodes from your armpit. So what happens is you get build up of fluid in your arm, and then it expands because it has no way to get out. And the rebounding actually helps get that fluid out so that you don't get that lymphedema. So I've been very fortunate not to have any lymphedema in my arms because of the rebounding. So
now, another reason why you know this too, right, is what do you do for a living?
My other little job is I'm a registered nurse. I work in the operating room at our local hospital here. So I do
that
that too.
gives you a little bit more credibility. And by the way, thank you for the frontline work right at this moment.
Thank you. No
At
problem.
one of the worst moments right now, especially when we're hitting phase 2.
I know. Yes.
I know everybody was a little scared for me a little while ago because they were a little concerned what was going on with me. It's not cancer. It's, I mean, it's fixable. It's fixable. All it is I have to change my diet, and I'll be back. Might just have to bounce around once in a while. Jack and I will come bouncing one day.
Exactly. I have men in my class, trust me. So yeah, so that's
for your time. You know what? You got an upcoming book going to be released. We're looking forward to
soon.
that
Yes.
too.
And I just want to say one more thing. I've just started working with Robert. I guess it's been about a month now. And I was connected with him through Dela. Dela is like the Kevin Bacon of this world. She gets to everybody. And so that's how I got connected with Robert. And it's just, I'm learning so much from having that experience and learning what, what other people have said, what we don't know. I knew I wanted to go from A to B with my business, but I didn't know how to get there. Because being a nurse by trade, we're not taught the business aspect. We're not taught how to do all these different things that I needed to learn to get my business to go from A to B. So that's what has been helping me tremendously understand business. And, Robert's helping me figure out that knowledge that I'm missing as well. And so we've done, like I said, 4 weeks now, and it's been a great experience so far. So yay. Thank you, Robert.
Appreciate it.
And thank you for having me on for this little chit chat today. Thank you.
Well, I figured I'd bring a couple of students in. It was a surprise to everybody else. Nobody else knew. All right. Thank you for your time. Jack, I want to talk to you for a minute. Right?
All ears. And thanks, Tracy. Thank you very much to be on our summit. And we look forward to see you a whole lot more. We go to school to learn all processes and about everybody else.
Yeah.
But we all forget to learn about ourselves.
Mm.
And this is what this summit is about. That's what self-education is. It's about understanding ourselves and others. And when we do, now things start to make sense. And I think that's why on a 30-day window, it can make such a difference in your life. It's people don't realize how quick you can pivot or turn your life around just in a matter of just a few days. It's how you see clearly where you're going in your life, the direction you're going. So again, Tracy, I appreciate for you to be on our summit. And back to you, Robert.
Check this out. Remember the video you seen not too long ago before we started working? and you did a video at another event, another person's event. Remember the video I showed you, and you're like, oh my God, that was awesome.
Yeah, boy, yeah. Is that ever a big difference? I think in the well, because I think as you gain experience, you gain confidence, and when you gain confidence, you gain also everything is about learning. We're all in a learning curve, just different curves for all of us. And there's a saying in life that says that when the student is ready, the teacher always will appear. And that is so true in anything that we do in our lives.
And
Because
you
if
know
you're
when
not
you're growing,
teachable, how can you teach somebody?
you want to know when you're growing?
Mm.
When the teacher backs off and let you do your job.
Yeah.
That's what I did with you and Della both with this here event. And you guys are doing an absolutely amazing job.
Well, thank you.
You know what I mean? That's when you know that you're doing and you're learning. That's when it compliments me because I'm watching you guys do it. I mean, I don't need people to praise me about it. I just need to say you guys are doing amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I love seeing. When I sit there and see my students growing and possibly going to outgrow me, that's the best part of it. You know,
I
because
think,
I want you all to pass me. I want you all to have a successful career. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I'm happy bringing other people to the level and passing me.
I think the best thing about this is when you have the information and the knowledge and the experience is I think the most rewarding thing there is to pass it forward.
That's right.
Pass it forward to somebody else. If someone took his time to help you, then I think it's only normal, or I would say, I think it's urgent that you should pass it along to somebody else that needs it. Somebody did it to you. Why not do it to others? And this would have such a better world if everybody was thinking like that. And this is what this summit is about. It's about to spread the world, to spread the word of self-education, how important it is, especially with the COVID-19 going on right now. There's people are not used to live together. People are not used to be confined. People are not used. It's a whole new world for everybody, and nobody seems to know which way to go. So this gives you at least an indication or a direction where you could go. Just find out what you want, and then follow the dream, but follow by personal development. There's people that's done it.
It's so true. So true.
Yeah.
So does anybody have any questions before I know Della does.
Thank you, Robert. That was awesome. Thank you. Your story is so powerful. We kept on getting all these comments from everybody who's watching, just amazing outpour of love towards you. Everybody says they love your story. And people are just sending testimonials that you are an incredible publisher and a great coach. And everybody agrees. There are no questions at this point, but I want to make sure that people can get in touch with you. I would ask Lisa to please post your contact information. I mean, not that it's hard to get in touch with you, Robert J. Moore, just the magnetic entrepreneur.
That's quite easy to get a hold of me.
And there's a comment also from Olga, and it says incredible story of resilience. I just lost the comments, one section. Okay, incredible person, real example of resilience and strength. Agreed. Yes, very much so. And Lizzie thinks that I am your ambassador, Robert.
You pretty much are. You pretty much are. I mean, you've connected me with a few people, and I'm working strong with them. And you know, it just goes to show that me working with you and the respect that you're given, you're allowing that to go out to other people, right, and telling people. So I thank you for that. I mean, you're doing a wonderful job here with Jack. You know, you guys are an amazing couple working on this project. I can't wait to see what holds your future to make it even bigger and better next time. You figure there's like 460 people strong here today.
Amazing.
All the platforms.
Well, just now, and I mean, this is going to reach thousands of people. as people will share this talk, because so much was already given today. There's so much inspiration, there's so much information, so much motivation for change. And I don't know about you, but there's nothing I'd rather do than spend my time with positive people and positivity, and learn a few things, right? That's one of my top 5 passions in life, is to learn something new every day. And I'm sure that everybody who's here right now feels exactly the same way. So I want to thank you, Robert, for everything you do for everyone, all these thousands and thousands of lives that you have touched, not only with your story, but with the way you generously give of your time. And I know that as a coach, I have never met anyone who's more generous with their time than you. I mean, you are so patient. And my mom, one time, she asked me, she's like, where does he get his patience from? So,
One of my thesis was in my counseling was anger management. And I actually teach that now. So I mean, so I kind of do it on myself. So when I get angry, it's like 2-3 minutes. I cuss swear and I'm back to normal. Got the trucker mouth, and that's it. Well, listen, I want to say the person that's going to win a prize from me today, what I'm going to give them is going to change their life. It's going to be 1 month of coaching, 1 month of coaching, which is 4 different individual hours, plus a chapter in one of my books. That is huge. You become an international bestseller. So it's almost a $5,000 deal. And you know what? I'm not the kind of person that goes small, so I have to go big. It's just me. You know what I mean? I'm the kind of person, and sometimes I even give more than that, but this is what I'm willing to give you. To the person that wins, I can't wait to meet up with you. Jack just won the other day a beautiful gift from me. Marianne didn't hear this yet, so I guess you get to hear it now. Jack won. What I did was I had 10 people in the poll. I went to my wife. I said, pick 5. I went to my daughter. I said, do me a favor, pick 3. I went to my other daughter. I said, pick 2. And then I went to my young son, and honest to God, he picked Jack, so he won writing the book with me. It's a $15,000 deal. So him and I are going to be writing a book together on probably personal development, because he's been dying to do one with that. And we're going to push it out there, and I'm going to up brand him a bit more on that level. So, but I want to thank everybody here for being here, especially Jack and Dela for putting their time in to helping other people, putting this together, and really, really making this work. It's the first event you ever hosted, and I'm very, very excited to see what lies ahead of this. And I'm like honored to be here, man. This is pretty cool.
Well, thank you, Robert. I gotta say that to anyone that is watching today, there's so many people of us that have a book inside them, but it's just don't know how to get it out. And that I find that so many times that I talk to people say, oh, I'd love to write a book. I always wanted to write a book when I was younger, but never find the time, or I thought it was too complicated. It's too long a process. I don't know anybody. Well, now you do. Robert J. Moore is the go-to guy. If you ever want to learn how to write a book, he's the guy to go to, because as we always overthink ourselves about how difficult it is to do things, but it is so much simpler when you listen to a professional to coach you how to write a book, and it's a lot easier than you ever thought it was possible. And after the fact that is your book is written, it's what comes after. Robert is right there for us. So I guarantee that if you guys are looking for somebody, Robert is the guy. Well,
Yeah,
thanks, Robert, for all your coaching you did.
I include all the formatting, the cover page, the editing,
Yeah.
all one price. And you know what? I do the upfront stuff, not the behind stuff. It's all the stuff that you get 100% royalties of your book back, and people love that. I mean, it's the best way to go. It builds a beautiful organic relationship with the people, and I help them make international bestseller at the same time.
Robert, there's a comment you're gonna like here. It's on YouTube. It's believe in yourself, and he says, Robert, Holy mackerel, Robert. Where did the rest of you go?
Yeah, I've been losing a little bit of weight lately. I've been on this. Well, I was either lived the way I was living. I mean, sometimes we forget that we need to work on ourselves. So I got reminded by my own health that it was mandatory to work on me. So, needless to say, I have lost 50, 53 or 54 pounds. I'm looking at going another 38 pounds to make it an even number. And because I got for the last 3 months, I've been not laying down. I've been sitting on the couch, sleeping, sitting upright because I couldn't lay down because I had such bad heartburn. They thought it was cancer for a while because it was in my throat. It had me on a scare, and I didn't tell nobody. I talked to one person. I think it was Tracy I talked to because she is a nurse, so I want to talk to her about that. Um, and honestly, it was like a month and a half of like, what the hell am I going to do? I said to the wife, I said, what happens if I die? She said, what happens if you die? And I said, I guess you're going to go on welfare, I guess. And she says, no, I'm going to kill myself to bring you back and then smack you around a bit. Straighten up, she says. And I said, well, okay. I said, I'll do something with my health and try and work on that. I'm feeling better these days. I just got to realize that eating out all the time when the pandemic or plandemic, I call it, hit, the problem is I was always eating out. It was fast foods and stuff like that. It was pretty greasy stuff. And I have to do better in that. So I started eating a lot of different salads. And believe it or not, I actually like a salad now. I never used to like salads. I felt like a rabbit though at first, but it's okay. Lots of soups, soups are nice, especially when you get cold. Marianne had a nice soup there at one time. I went to her house. She had a nice soup there, and we had some stuff, macaroni stuff. It was really nice. So I've learned to take care of myself, which, you would think I would learn that a long time ago, being a therapist. But you get so busy. You work 18 hours a day. You're trying to get things. As soon as the pandemic hit, I mean, COVID's here. All of a sudden, you got almost 40 students. So you're trying to juggle it all at once. Plus, you got another course. Later on today, you're going to hear from Laurier McNeil. A lot of you guys were already in my course. It was Celebrity You, where we bring people to a whole new level. And that's something that you guys can learn more about through us. And even Dela was in there, Jack was in there, Hannah was in there. It's very powerful to know something that you don't know. Like Jennifer was saying, you don't know what you don't know, but when you do know, it's like, really, that's it? I was missing that little piece. But it's amazing how we overlook things. It's like my health. I overlooked that. I was great at helping other people, shitty at helping myself. And it's like a mechanic. You'll know a mechanic because his car is awful shitty. All of a sudden, everybody else's car around him is in great shape. A carpenter's the same way. A carpenter's the same way. Everybody's house is like mint. You go to his house. Well, I haven't got to that project yet. Why? You know what I mean? By the time they get home, they don't want to work.
So Robert, it's Robert Brooker actually, with I guess the name of his company is Believe in Yourself. Robert Brooker says, Robert was there for me when I really needed it.
Yeah, he was definitely stressed out at one time. Same with Nardia. She just come on. Her and I met up to Verbreeze. She was at the event, the Guinness World Record event. Same with Jack there. There's several people on here that actually got their Guinness World Record for participation. It's amazing the people you help. I'm going to explain something quick before I get off here. When you're doing a live and you're scared to do a live, just do a minute if you have to. Just talk about something. It doesn't really matter what. Until you get used to it, then you can start talking about the topics that mean something to you. You got to remember, you're only staring at a little hole in the computer. You don't really see yourself, right? But the thing is, when we have a habit of looking at the screen where we are. Try and look at the camera, like right here, the camera, right? And it makes a difference because people think that you're actually talking to them when you're actually doing that. When you stretch it out, I would say do about 3 minutes the most, because people's brains actually don't like to digest too much, especially at first when they're getting to know you. When people are getting to know you, there's a difference in life. You want to do it organically. You don't want to just jump on and say, hey, listen, I got this product here. I want to sell it to you. They're going to kick you to the curb. So if you're going to add me as a friend or like my stuff, I would appreciate at least you introduce yourself, get to know me, and let's get to know organically what you're about. Because one thing I won't tolerate is someone trying to ram their stuff down my throat and make me buy it, because I'm not going to, you know, and that's something I won't do. I don't appreciate that very much. And I appreciate the respect. I like putting respect out to other people, but I remember I got to learn to look after myself too, right?
So Robert, we have a comment from Lisa. She calls herself the new kid on the block. But I mean, she's helped tremendously putting this amazing summit together. She helped us out with all the technical stuff, all the social media stuff. She put together that beautifully edited video together for us. And she says that you are already connecting her to amazing people. Thank you, Lisa. You are pretty amazing yourself.
Appreciate it. Yeah, she's doing a good job behind the scenes. She deserves that credit for sure.
Absolutely. And so a lot of people are very grateful to Robert J. Moore. Thank you so much for taking care of yourself so that the rest of us could enjoy the benefits you have. It's a blessing to have you in this world. And we want to thank you for being on this platform to bring your knowledge, to bring your story, inspiring, amazing, wonderful Robert J. Moore. Thank you so much again.
And I want to see it all kind of climbing to the top, whatever the top is in your field, right? The thing is, everybody has a different top. Don't sit there and fall for, oh, wow, we have to be up here in millions and millions of dollars. Millions of dollars is not going to make you happy. The internal piece is. Remember that. If you're happy doing what you're doing, look, I own a business. I don't work. I have fun, and I make money doing it. Just enjoy yourself. Go with the flow.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you, Robert.
Appreciate it.
That was a great, I think is people get their money is worth, even though they got it free tickets. But I tell you, it's Dela is what do you think? We had a great morning, didn't we?
Oh my gosh, has it ever been so great? I'm telling you, I'm having so much fun. And have you noticed I have not sat down for 1 second? I'm enjoying myself. I want to encourage everybody to please change your position. If you've been sitting down since 10 o'clock, we've started 3 hours ago. Change your position, move around a little bit, maybe get up and do a little bit of stretching. And we have amazing speakers yet to come. Jack, this has been a fabulous morning. Is it okay if we take a quick break before we introduce our next guest?
Absolutely. How long do you want the break to be?
So no, just a few minutes of maybe encouraging everybody to stretch, to take a few deep breaths. If that's okay with you, please squeeze your shoulders up high, bring them up to your ears, and then breathe out. Let go one more time, up and good. Now roll them up and hold them back. Squeeze your shoulders back and let go. Okay, take a couple of deep breaths here, all the way to your lower ab. Feel your stomach blow up like a balloon. And out. Because so many of us just breathe in our chest, and we really need to breathe way down deeper. One more breath. That's great. Awesome. Thank you so much for playing. Okay, Jack, what do you say? We bring out our next speaker, who is fantastic, fabulous. I can't wait to hear from her.
Absolutely. Well, our next speaker is Rera. Rera is a keynote speaker, a 3-time award-winning author, and an international best-selling author. She's an established real estate investor, property developer, talk show host, producer of a real estate media news, and the president of the Real Estate Investor Association. Rera is passionate about real estate investing and promotes it in any way she can. She has an online newspaper as well as her own weekly radio and TV show called The Maria Recruit and All Things Real Estate. Maria has been nominated 4 times as the Businesswoman of the Year, and she's been the only female to be the Hydro Commissioner of the NOTL, which is the Niagara of the Lake Hydro Commission. Well, it gives me a great pleasure to introduce you to Maria Recruit.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you to Robert, Jacques, and Dela, and to everyone else who's all part of this wonderful summit. You know, I'm in my 60s. I'm not going to go into, I'm not going to tell you exactly how old I am, but I've been in business since 1982. And I've had my ups and downs with business and my ups and downs within my own marriage. And I don't bring that up very often, but if you go on my website, realwealthrealestate.com, you can read my story of how I started. I left in New York City because my husband and I, who was a physician, he's passed away in the meantime. We had a business there doing medical exams for insurance companies. Now, that's not my background. I went to Europe, studied music in Europe, and I wanted to teach. I mean, I'm a teacher by nature. You're going to find out as you get to know me. I'm just a teacher, very much like Robert is, very much. He's my teacher, and I look to everyone else to teach me, and I teach them because I give back that way, right? So we had a business in New York City, my husband and I left New York City. I wanted to come back to Canada. I'm a Canadian. I had been in Europe for 10 years, had been in New York City from 1982 to 1986, which was 4 years. We did very, very well with the business, but I didn't like the lifestyle, you know, that fast pace, millions of people. So I came back to the Niagara-on-the-Lake area and moved here. And I came here with nothing. I left my husband behind because things just weren't going well with the marriage. So I came to Niagara Lake and I had nothing. I didn't have a house. I didn't have a car. I didn't have a job. I didn't have anything. But I knew I had to start from scratch. And, you know, I was very fortunate that I had my parents that supported me, not financially, but with kind words. And I remembered one time, I was 36 years old when I returned here in 1986. You can figure out how old I am now. And I said to my father when he picked me up from I rented a little apartment building, a little apartment, sorry to say. And I said to my father when he picked me up, he was driving me around to find jobs or whatever else I was finding. And I said, Poppy, because I loved my dad, I called him Poppy. I said, Poppy, I don't think I can do this. I said, I don't know if I have the strength to start all over again because I had nothing. I knew no one. Think about it. I came from New York City, Europe, came to Niagara-on-the-Lake. I knew no one. And he says, Maria, this is just a little blip in the road for you. He says, you'll do fine. He said, you know, this is just the beginning of your life. You'll do fine. And we're here to support you if you need anything. So, of course, his kind words. And they never supported me financially. I wouldn't have wanted that. I've always been a very independent young woman, always had my own money, worked hard for it. So I started my life in the Niagara-on-the-Lake area, and I had a vision. I was going to purchase my own home, get a new car, and start my business. So how did I do that? Well, I started working 7 jobs, all part-time jobs. So I would run from place to place to place to place. And I got a little car. I paid $500 for, you're going to laugh at this. It was a Gremlin. It's a cute little Gremlin car. My father had to teach me even how to drive because it was a stick shift. My father and I were in the car and he was teaching me. But it's interesting because the car was for sale for $600. And I went to the woman, I said, look, can we negotiate? Can I give you 500? She says, yeah. So, you know, I've always been a negotiator. Okay. So she gave it to me for $500, got the car and said to Pop, my father, okay, Pop, I don't know how to drive this car. You want to teach me? So here he is. It's so funny. So here I am, and I'm learning to work with the stick shift. And of course, you know, it makes that ugly sound when you're putting it in the wrong gear and you're trying to make it push harder. And I got really impatient. And he says, Maria, you've got to slow down. I said, well, no, I don't have the patience. But anyways, I did get my license. I mean, I was 36 years old, and I got my driver's license, and I started driving, and I had my little gremlin, and I found jobs part-time. I was a baker, and I wasn't very good at that. It only lasted one day. Then I was working as a cashier at one of the Becker store. I think that was what they had at that time. And then I actually worked at Shaw Festival. You're gonna laugh at this. I was a secretary at the Shaw Festival. I was just at the front there meeting all the actors and all of that. And then finally I went, because my background is music, I found a job as music therapist. So I started working there part-time, and then I found other jobs, teaching music, everything. I was directing the choir, church choir, and I had, 7 jobs in 7 days. And I was going from job to job to job to job. And so I started looking for real estate because, again, I'm very independent. My dad says, you should get yourself a house. I said, yeah, I don't know how to do this. I said, but hey, let's go for it. So I would go all over and put in offers. And of course, that was I started in 1986 and then moved up to 1988. Fast forward, and all that time I was living in the little apartment. Then I moved into a single house by myself, and I was paying like $400 at that time. That was a lot of money because you're only making like $525 an hour. That was the minimum wage there. And when I had come from New York City, where we were making very good money with the business, but I said, that's okay. I mean, as long as more money is coming in than going out, and that still is to this day. The truth I stand behind, my financial state is more coming in than going out, and having multiple sources of income. I can see Olga believes in it too. Sure. So my father taught me about multiple sources of income because he always did that himself, right? He had a number of businesses, owned real estate, he was a beekeeper, like he did everything, my dad. I mean, he led by example. So anyway, so in 2.5 years, I was able to move into purchase my own property, got my new car, and then I, started working on my business, but I still had all those jobs, because when you start your business, I mean, you have nothing, right? You have to go around and do the sales. I mean, so you have a business name, you're a business, but if you don't have customers, what kind of business are you in, right? So I had to learn, to go out and put myself out there and, ask for the sale and sit down with people. And what's interesting about this is that I never let grass grow under my feet, Jacques. So what I did is, when people would say to me, I would go to business, they say, oh, well, we don't have that in the budget for now. We'll do it next year. And I thought, sorry, but I have to make money right now, right? So I started multiple businesses. That's what I did. And it kept me very busy because I like to reach my goals. And I'm always writing down my goals, even now during the year I do, but normally I do it in December, Jacques. And Olga, I write, and I'm sure you do the same thing. I write down all my goals for the year to come, and then I just go for it. And then if I stop during the year and look at what I've written, and these are pages and pages, I see, oh my God, I've almost reached almost everything I wanted to do, right? So that's kind of the way I've lived my life. And how I got my first house, this is kind of interesting, because my husband and I went to a seminar, and it was how to purchase your house with no money down. And everybody wants to know how to do that. So here I am, and I'm laughing because I can just see in my head how things were going. Okay. So anyway, so here I am trying to purchase a house, and I went to my credit union and I said, okay, I'd like to get the house if I could. And of course I didn't have very much credit at that time, right? I was just starting out. So they called someone who I had asked them to call that, would give me a good credit referral, and they didn't. So the manager of the Polish credit union, came back to me and says, well, they didn't give you a very good referral, not because of who I was. That had nothing to do with it, the financial part of it, right? So, but he says, you know what, Maria, I'm going to go ahead with the mortgage with you. I said, oh my God, there it was. I got it anyways, right? Despite somebody else trying to stop me because they didn't think I could handle the house, and purchasing. And then I remember my father saying to me, "Oh, Maria, how are you going to do this?" It was like the payment was $1,000 a month, just the mortgage, never mind taxes, everything else. I said, "Don't worry, Poppy. I've got it. I know how to do it. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't go into it if I couldn't manage those payments, and this was all by myself doing all of this. So it's just interesting, guys, 20 years later, I figured out I had purchased that house almost with no money down. I'll explain to you how I did it. I got the first mortgage at 11% with the Polish credit union. The second mortgage at 13% with the credit union. Then I got a private loan, and then I put in $5,000 of my own that I had saved. So basically, I had bought the house with almost no money down. And that house I still own since 1988. It is my bank book, And so I started my own consulting practice, Maria Recruit and Associates, and I was teaching the soft skills like how to become an entrepreneur. I mean, I would go into the school systems, I would go into the universities and colleges and teach courses on how to become an entrepreneur, because I had been doing it. I was from a family of entrepreneurs. And then I started traveling for SkillPath. SkillPath is out of Kansas City, and they hire people to teach their courses. So I was teaching the courses. I would go once a month and travel for a week at a time and go to all the cities through North America and Canada. And I would be presenting their program for 8 hours a day. Then I would be selling their books and things after that. And I would just hop from hotel to hotel, from airport to airport. I loved it. I thought it was lots of fun. But it became apparent to me that wasn't what I wanted to do. I wanted to stay closer to home. I always wanted to do a bed and breakfast. Believe it or not, I mean, that's what people do around here in the Niagara region, right? Because you've got millions of tourists coming here. So I kind of thought, how am I going to do this? I can't do it with my little cottage. I mean, it was just too small. It was a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom cottage. And so I said, okay, I'm going to buy another house. And it was a 6-bedroom, 5-bathroom house. And it was like $265,000. And it was like out of my reach, right? I mean, how am I going to do this? So somebody said to me, Maria, why don't you refinance your property? I said, what does that mean, right? I mean, here I was paying down the mortgage. I had paid off the second mortgage because doing the stint with going and presenting seminars, I made tons of money. So I just put it towards my mortgages, right? I paid off $10,000 in a shop. So I was down to the first mortgage. And so I phoned up my credit union because I had no idea how you could do this. I phoned up the credit union. I said, so how much equity do I have in my house? I said, oh my goodness. She says, you've got lots of equity. I said, okay, so can I refinance? And she said, yes. And so I went and I walked to the house I wanted to purchase. There was another property in the town of Niagara Lake. I walked there in the middle of the winter. And I said to God, and like Robert and a lot of us here, I really believe in God. He is my partner. He's my life partner. And so I walked in the middle of the winter and walked to the house, and I could see that was a beautiful house. It was, of course, out of my reach, but I knew I could do it if I did it the right way. So I sat down with them and spoke to them and said, I'd love to buy your house. How much is it? And I went there without an agent. I just went by myself. And they said, well, no, we need an agent. They were worried, right? They didn't know. They were just, that was the house they had built. And they were worried of making a private deal with me. So we got an agent and we sat down. Think about this, it took me 6 months to negotiate purchasing that house, because we went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. In the meantime, I had refinanced my property, pulled out a lot of equity, put it in the bank, and was waiting for the deal to come through. So the deal came through in June of 2000. And I went in and purchased the house with the furniture and everything else. And, put down the money. I got another mortgage, and then put $30,000 of my own down as a down payment. So I was again determined to make that work. But you're gonna laugh at this. I purchased the property that had a name, a telephone number, and also a list of clients that had come. And these people said, "Oh yeah, you're gonna have lots of business." No, that's not how it works. So I called everybody up on the list and said, "Okay, I'm the new owner. I'd love to have you come and stay with me. Did you want to make a reservation?" So you're going to laugh at this, Olga and Jacques. So one person made a reservation for August. And here I am in June, and a mortgage payment is coming out in July. And I thought, where the heck am I going to get this money? So I had to find mentors in the business, and I had to learn running. So I was running, trying to make money between the two properties, because one was a cottage rental, one was a bed and breakfast, and I knew nothing about the business, but I knew I had a lot of strength. So you're going to laugh at this again. I was making 8 beds in a day. I would go from one property to the other, and people were coming and they were paying me. And so that was fine. So in 4 months or 3 months, I made enough money that was covering off on the mortgages. But the one thing I realized was people could cancel their reservation, no problem. I had no money in my pocket if they did that. So then I thought, okay, where do we go from here? And I had a mentor in real estate, and he said, "Well, why don't you start buying student rentals?" So I did. I went out and bought a student rental, 1 and 2 and whatever, and I started making money that way. So I learned to diversify as I went along. I learned to be able to think on my feet, be able to find the right people that would teach me. That, like you said, Jacques, when the student is ready, the teacher's going to come. And that's exactly what's been happening in my life. So I've been doing this for 20 years now with real estate. And I was so grateful that I met Robert. Robert came to St. Catharines. I had gone to an event there, and he was speaking. And I remember sending him a message on Facebook saying, Rob, he said he suggested to all of us to send him our name and email, that he would send us a book, a PDF of the book that he had written. So I got in touch with him over there, and that's where I first touched base with him. And he sent the PDF for me, and then I kept in touch. And someone, actually someone who he knew nominated me to, because I had written a book in 2015. That was another dream I had. It was called Double Your Income Using Social Media. Right here, okay? That was another dream. Took me 4 years to write it, but I got it done. So in between everything else, I got that done. And so they nominated me. And I met Robert again in June of last year, and I won one of the awards. And I want to tell you what happened was, at the end of the 2 days, because I was so excited, I had so much fun. I loved Robert. I loved his personality. I loved the fact he had a family, and he had his child that he was, bringing around to all of us to enjoy. And I was just pumped. So I always stay until the very end, because that's the best networking is at the end of the event, and I love to network. I'm a great networker. I belong to many chambers of commerce. I've been on boards of directors for landlords and, landlords and tenants. And I'm very much involved with whatever business I'm in. So here he and Pat were at the end of the event. Everyone left. He was there by himself. And he was sitting down, and he had taken off his shoes. And I could see he was really, really tired. That poor man had worked so hard, and he had lost his voice. So I said to them, I said, "Can I help you? Can I help you start packing up?" I said, "Because I can see there's no one here but the 3 of us, and I'm happy to stay. I don't have to rush anywhere." So that's how I got to know Robert and Pat. And I kept in touch with them, and now he's my mentor. He's taught me a lot. I actually have started a master class for real estate investors. And, that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Robert. That's the first thing. I'm going to be writing a book with Robert. That's another thing. And I'll probably be doing a summit like you guys are doing, because I'm really excited and pumped to see, how you guys have done it. And I've met such wonderful people like yourselves, So I've really enjoyed having Robert as my mentor. I've enjoyed what's happened to me in my life, that not everything goes the way it's supposed to, and it's not supposed to. But like I used to say to my mother said, "Well, you're going to get lost if you go down that road." I said, "No, Mom, I'm going to learn another way of getting there." So when I get lost on the road, I love just getting in my car and driving, and then I don't care if I don't have a GPS. I don't even think, my generation, we had maps. Dela, you can understand that. We had maps. And I didn't even look at the maps. I go by my gut, right? I still go by my gut about everything I do in business. So I just say, I'm not getting lost. I'm just finding another way of getting there. As long as I have a tank of gas, even if I go around in circles, I'll figure it out sooner or later. So I think that's the way I run my business, is I have a goal for that year. And I go towards that goal, and there's many goals that offshoot from there, right? And the wonderful people you meet along the way. And that's pretty much, that's how life is. You never know where life takes you. And I found out that I need mentors. I need coaches. I can't do this on my own. And myself, I have become a mentor and a coach. I always was an educator, always wanted to help. I saw that in my family. My parents always tried to help other people that were less fortunate. I always had a good, kind word for them. So they were great examples for me. And myself, just like you, Jacques, like you were saying, and Olga and Dela and everyone else here, and Robert, that's our job, is when we learn something, it's our job to give it back to someone else. So we see them becoming successful. And that's what I'm doing. That's why I started my masterclass, is because I want to help. I could see since the COVID-19 happened, for real estate investors, it's been really tough. For the landlords that can't evict people who are in their homes, real estate investors that might go into foreclosure because they don't have a job, these tenants aren't paying, or they're supposed to be getting this money. So I started my show, All Things Real Estate with Maria Recruit, to help people. And so I interview like paralegals, real estate investors, strategists who talk about investing in real estate in many, many different ways. And that happened. I really pushed forward with it since the beginning of COVID. So every day I was doing a show because I didn't want to get depressed with all that was going on, right? And then I started to give advice. People started to watch me, what I was saying, and I gave them advice about refinancing their properties and deferring their mortgage payments. And a lot of people, I have groups, I have associations like the Canadian Real Estate Investors Association, the Ontario Landlords Association on Facebook, along with many other associations, where I'm giving advice of how to help themselves as real estate investors, because that's my job. I mean, I've been in this business for 20 years. I've been in business since 1982. That's what, 38 years or whatever. So I need to give back. I mean, and I try and give back, and I can see them getting better. I can see all the people who are coming in my groups, or people are coming to my mastermind. They're really getting pumped up. They're seeing there's more than one way to get to the real estate goals, because that's basically what I'm teaching. And I love to get people involved in their own education. So, Dela and Robert, Olga, and Jacques, and everyone else, the gift I give to anyone who's listening and is interested to know more about real estate, I'm giving away a 1 hour consulting to sit down and look at yourself as a real estate investor, or someone who's thinking of going into real estate. By all means, please get in touch with me. You can find me. You can look at my website. It's called realestate.com. You can go on, you can send an email. Sorry, guys, I'm just looking at it because there's so many things to say. You can send me an email, realwealth@live.ca. There you go. It's all over there. You can find me on Facebook. I'm on all social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, Facebook. It's Maria Recruit. Just touch base with me. Say that you saw me on this wonderful event with Jacques and Dela and everyone else. And I'm happy to sit down with you for an hour and let's chat about how I can help you and maybe give you some ideas you could do on your own, or if I can help you in any way. And also go on my YouTube channel. I have over 140 videos that I've made, quite frankly, since the middle of March until now. I'm still producing them. If you can go on YouTube, Real Estate Media News Network. That's Real Estate Media News Network on YouTube. So everyone, I send you hugs and kisses. It's all going to get better after the pandemic. And yes, I have been able to thrive and survive during the coronavirus, and I've come up with different business models, and I want to see all of you become more successful, and I'm here to help you. So I send hugs, kisses to everyone, and we'll see you on the other side. Touch base with me. Thanks very much for having me on your program. Thank you. Bye, Jacques. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Amazing, Maria. Amazing talk as always. You are so filled with knowledge, and the way you tell the story is so engaging, and I love your laugh. I just love hearing your stories. Something you had said to me that always stuck with me was that you took this time over the pandemic since March, and you have learned so much, and you have just added and added and added to your knowledge and information. And it's wonderful. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you've been doing with your time in the past 6 months? I know you've added a ton of shows.
Oh, yes.
But
Yes.
what else have you been doing?
Okay, well, now I'm getting my show syndicated on a number of radio stations, and now I'm going to go to the TV part of it, right? Well, I built my YouTube channel. I built my podcast, which I never had before. I'm trying to think of what else I've done. Reached out to more people. Trying to think exactly. I mean, there's too many. Well, what I did with real estate, actually, I refinanced my properties. So, I mean, even in the middle of the pandemic, when everybody says that can't happen, I was able to refinance. And so one property is being refinanced, and I'm doing with other two because I want to purchase more properties. So this is what I've been doing is I've taken my, this time that could have been so negative, and I've turned into a positive thing for me business-wise, and helping other people with deferring their mortgage payments, because banks were able to do that for all of us, and take the time then to catch up on if you don't have that much money coming in, the banks and actually, quite frankly, Cogeco or even the credit card companies are deferring your payments. They're lowering your interest rate. So if any of you don't know about this, get in touch with me, because they are trying to help everyone. Like everyone, I'm so proud of being a Canadian, because everyone in Canada is trying to help each other during this time. It's not like the United States. They don't care if you lose your house or not. But over here, we're all trying to save each other. We're trying to help each other, that people find a place to live and people don't lose their homes, who are be able to provide a place to live. So I've been very, very much involved with that, Dela. That's what I've been doing. Everything that has to do with real estate and a business.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you do a great job with your different shows. And I mean, you're just a great testimony to the fact that we are always learning. We are always, always, always trying to get better and improve ourselves. And you're just such a great example of that, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I won't make you sing.
There's a saying in life that says that it's not about achieving the goal that's important to understand. It's who you have to become to achieve the goal. That is the most precious thing ever, because no matter what we do in life, that's in business and relationship, it's what happens, the transformation that you have to get there. Because you can't if you want something different, you got to be different. If you want something to change, you have to change. So if people understand that, they can change anything in their life. And you sure have, Maria.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you. And it is such a great, I'm actually on your show, like me, myself, learning about real estate, because again, with the COVID, we want to know where to navigate with this, because you can't afford to make big mistakes in real estate. It could cost you everything sometimes. So you want the education. It's a small price to pay to pay someone to get advice than that is to lose it all because you didn't get advice from nobody.
Yes, I agree. And we're never too smart to not learn from someone else, right? I mean, that's when you get smart, is when you become humble and say, listen, I don't know what to do, or I feel like it's the end of the world. And when I look at the students that have come in, you can see them light up. I mean, they didn't even think of this idea, right? People need to speak to other people as sounding boards, and if someone's going through, as a single woman, because I've done this all by myself. I mean, you know, as a single, I divorced my husband. It was all my own money. I've done it from the bottom up with zero. I did it. So I always say, I mean, if I can do it as a single woman, anyone can do it. If you're husband and wife, that's even better, you know? So no one, like my father said to me, you know, Jacques, is Maria, you have no excuse to not be successful. You were born in this country, you speak the language, you can go to school, you have no right to not become successful. And my parents were both immigrants after the war, right? Where they had really suffered. I mean, what I went through is nothing compared to what they went through. So they led by example again.
I was taught by one time a billionaire guy was talking to me and he says, you know, Jacques, you want to start a business. It's if you got nothing, what have you got to lose? You have nothing.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
there's absolutely nothing. There's everything to gain.
Yes.
If they say starting a business, it's kind of like jumping off a building,
Yes.
and you got to build your parachute on your way down. And because this is why you learn to from other people that are in the same kind of industry. You learn from I guess you get advice from bankers, you get advice from accountants, because there's so many hats you need to wear when you start a company that it's kind of overwhelming. So you have to become a student and learn everything on your way down.
Yes. Yeah. I agree. I agree. Thank you.
Dela, did you have any other comment or any other
No.
question for you?
Well, I all I have to say is that I love multiple sources of income. So I'm sure everybody does too. And if you're looking to learn about how to create multiple sources of income, Maria Recruit is your gal. Reach her on her website. So I'm going to read it here. It's in the comment section. Lisa has put all the information, how to get in touch with you. realwealthrealestate.com. Maria Recruit, reach her and learn from her knowledge. Thank you so much, Lisa, for posting that again one more time. That's awesome. Thank you so much. I love how we work together. This is amazing. Thank you, Maria, for that wealth of knowledge. Thank you so much for being here, giving us your time. We certainly appreciate it. And so do our viewers. Thank you. So Jack, we are totally rocking this. I gotta tell you, like we are on time and
yeah. That's what I was noticing is everything is just going so smooth.
It's amazing. And we haven't lost people. That's the best part, which means that we are keeping them engaged. The speakers are phenomenal. The topics are amazing. And we're learning so much as we go. We're only halfway through, folks. So stick around. And our next speakers are just fantastic. They're going to light up your day as they have mine in the past. I've had the pleasure of interviewing them both on the Magnetic Entrepreneur podcast and also on Dela's Voice. So it is my pleasure to introduce you. Ali and Risa Baksh, brother and sister. He's 15 and she's 18. And I love talking about them. So Ali and Risa Baksh are the founders of APSO. Awesome people shaping our world. And when they say it, it's just so much better. So we'll have them say it. But APSO is an opportunity-based network for youth and young people to experience entrepreneurship through their passion and interest. Risa Baksh, did I say 18? Just turned 18, is a two-time award-winning author, an international best-selling author and speaker. Ali Baksh is an award-winning and international best-selling author and a speaker. In June of 2019, Raisa and Ali hosted their very first youth conference where youth from all over Ontario attended to get inspired. Ali is ambitious and strives to be the best entrepreneur. Raisa actively helps youth build their wealth, health, and fame. Her outlook is about making the world a better place. It's absolutely my pleasure to bring to you the founders of APSO, Ali and Risa Baksh.
Wow! Hello, hello. Thank you so much, Dela, and thank you, Jock, and thank you to those who are watching the Global Pandemic Summit. If you are enjoying this, make sure you put it in the chat box. You like, you comment, you share this wonderful event, and join the conversation with us.
Yes. Hello, my name is Awesome Ali.
And I'm Raisa.
And we are the founders of APSO. Awesome people.
Shaping our world.
And we wanted to know, have you ever experienced any hardship in your life, whether in high school, starting a business, or even in a relationship?
Do you ever look at this generation and wonder what the heck is going on and what does the future look like? Have you ever thought about leaving a legacy for your family name or doing something that makes people remember you after you've passed?
If you answered yes to any of those questions, then we're here for you. Race and I are currently building our legacy. As Dela said, we are award-winning authors, #1 international bestsellers, Guinness World Record holders, participants, professional speakers, and we even founded our own company, APSO, Awesome People Shaping Our World. But it wasn't always like that. You see, it all started with one decision that would separate an 8-year-old girl from the sea of sameness and be seen as a role model. No, scratch that. A leader in her school. Risa, who is that 8-year-old girl?
Well, Ali, that little girl was me. Have you ever looked back in time to a moment where you needed to make a split decision? How this one decision would really impact your life? Well, I have. This was a choice, a decision I had no idea would contribute to my identity and success that has been created today. When I was 8 years old, I saw an opportunity to try something new. And to what Ali said, get out of the sea of sameness, that's exactly what I did. I remember my first speech. It was farming in Canada. I had this whole outfit going. I ended my speech with a cute little accent, which I am sure brought me to the bigger stage, because that was the year I won my first public speaking competition. I did it. I thought, yes. When I made it to the next level, I placed second. But wow, the thrill, the audience, I just knew in that moment I was coming back for that first place trophy, that prize, and that title. Have you ever felt like that? The next 5 years, I went back to every competition. I loved it, sharing my story, inspiring others, but most importantly, competition. I felt like I was on top of the world. At age 9, I was jumping off stages. I felt like the best entertainer. I was sharing my story. The audience told me that they loved me, and the judges told me that they loved me too. And yet, in those 5 years, I never saw the big stage again that I did the first time. I had tried everything. I had costumes and props. I did poetry. I learned to tweak up my message. I learned how to use storytelling using all these different tones. It was this amazing experience, but the competition was dying out because now I couldn't see why the judges were picking all these kids except me. They didn't even give me the chance to let me see that same stage again. You know, you have to think, have you ever felt like that in life where you work so hard to achieve something and the people around you just don't give you the chance? At the end of grade 8, the last year I was allowed to participate, I had to really look back. I had to really think about, was that decision, that split decision for that opportunity, was it really worth it? Is every opportunity you take in life worth it? Is every decision you make impactful on your own life? Is it worth it? The answer is yes. Because at the age of 15, there was a bigger stage, one that was 3 times the size of the competition, an audience of 500 people, sharing the stage with Bob Proctor, the world-renowned speaker, motivational coach, Jack Canfield, author and publisher of the Chicken Soup for Soul. Raymond Aaron, New York Times top 10 best-selling author. James McNeil, the real spiritual love guru. Robert J. Moore, 5 times international best-selling author and publisher. How do you think I felt at the age of 15, getting more applause, sharing the stage with such successful speakers? You know why I say that? I say that because I got 3 standing ovations, a title greater than anything I could imagine. But would you believe it was from all the years of practice? That's how I got there? No, I wish I could say that, but it was from merely a story. Not one that was spoken from my mouth, but the story I wrote. I wrote a book, and so did Ali. We were both entrepreneurial spirits waiting for the next opportunity from our competitions, and writing the book was the next thing we needed to becoming professional speakers. As an author, we didn't realize we became authorities. Imagine the power and prestige we felt as kids. Oh my goodness, now imagine how you're gonna feel. When we wrote our books, not only did it help with our speaking, but it brought a new meaning to the creation of our business. We started selling our books, doing Facebook Lives, and bringing both of our messages alive, until we finally decided that as brother and sister, we were gonna change the world with our business. And so we called it APSO. Awesome people shaping our world. The opportunity-based network helping youth and young adults experience their entrepreneurial journey through their passions and interests. Since we decided to do this business, we started studying influential people like Tony Robbins and Les Brown. Who would have known that one day we would meet Les Brown and interview his daughter, Serena Brown, along with Tony Robbins' son, Jarek Robbins. Our opportunities have led us to becoming international bestsellers, being featured on TV, and hosting our own youth conference. So I ask again, are you ready to make that split decision? Are you ready to take an opportunity that will impact your life? Are you ready to create something that not only changes yourself, but changes the world? Are you ready for your story not only to be spoken, but to be written in a book?
That's right, Risa, in a book. This is the Global Pandemic Summit. 2020 will go down in history and be remembered as the year the world shut down. And the question becomes, how do you want to be remembered? Where do you want your story to be written? Amongst the norm of society? Or do you want your name, your story to be written with the ones who thrived, the ones who innovated, and the ones who continually pushed forward towards their legacy? The opportunity has arisen for you to get massive business growth, for you to meet influential people, for you to create partnerships, and for you to start to build your legacy. If you are committed to making a positive difference in the world, please type yes right now. I'm serious. If you're committed to making this world a better place, type yes now. Wow, I'm seeing all the yeses. Yes, yes, yes. We got yeses over here, yeses over there. I feel like Oprah with all these yeses. Yes, 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 yes. For those of you who typed yes, Race and I want to talk to you, and I hope you want to talk with us. We are not offering this right now, but here's the good stuff. Here's what we would like you to know. Magnetic Entrepreneur and APSO have partnered together to create a 10-book series to inspire the generation of tomorrow. Now, this is a quick and inexpensive way that creates an ROI much greater than the investment. Now, you might be asking yourself, what's the investment? Is this a scam? How much is this going to cost me? What's the time I got to put in? Instead of writing a whole book, and to answer that question, the investment is $2,000. No, 2,000 words of your knowledge, your expertise, your experiences, and only $97 US. For that 97 US, you'll get one chapter in a co-authored book, and you will become a published author that will not only raise your business, but yourself to a new level. And as Risa said, you'll be seen as an authority in your industry, but also as a person who loves to help out in their community.
Wow, wow, wow. By the way, there is a link in the chat box if you are interested. This is how Ali and I are going to be able to communicate with you. So click on that link right now.
Well, yes, click that link in the chat box.
Woo!
Your chapter will be in a co-authored book with 14 other authors. And if you see the math, 14 other business owners and entrepreneurs. And if you see the math like I do, that's you, plus 14 other partners with right communication equals endless possibilities. You will also create more trust in the marketplace, as you will have more credibility with the title of #1 international bestseller. Your co-authored book will be blasted across the internet. And I'm not talking about a few sites here, a few sites there, 1 or 2 or 5 or 10. I'm talking about 39,000 distribution sites, including the big boy himself, Amazon. You will also receive a PDF of your co-authored book to go to your local printer and get your own books printed, and you will get to keep 100% of every single book that you sell. All the money goes right back to you and your pocket. To put that into perspective, most publishing houses and most authors that go to them, they only get 25%. That means you're getting 3/4 more than them, 75% more. Crazy, right? For that means for every dollar they make, they only get 25 cents. But for every dollar you get to keep that whole crisp dollar. And Risa, we got something. Click the link in the chat. And if you're watching this on YouTube or somewhere else, you can go to your Google search bar and type in tinyurl. That's tinyurl.com/apsobooks, and you can join us and communicate with us. So make sure if you type yes, you click that link. And my favorite one of all is you will receive a foreword, not by some nobody, but by a celebrity. Some past celebrities have been Serena Brown Travis, who happens to be the daughter of the world-renowned motivational speaker, Les Brown. There was also Unstoppable Tracy, a 4-way amputee who was viewed virally with over 100 million views on the internet, and was nominated the #1 leadership transformational leader by John C. Maxwell. Have you ever heard of Think and Grow Rich? Does that ring a bell? How about the name Napoleon Hill? Well, even the current CEO of the Napoleon Hill Foundation, Don Green, he actually wrote the foreword for Ace and I's co-authored book, Magnetic Entrepreneur, Our Vision, Volume 2. And you get this all for the price of 97 US by clicking the link.
At the moment, we are looking for 14 authors. Don't worry, there are plenty of opportunities, but we've got deadlines to fill. To show our appreciation for connecting with you, and by clicking the link in the chat, I will give you an electronic copy of my award-winning book, Make My World a Better Place, How to Live in Peace and Harmony with Others.
Whoa, you're giving your book? I want to give my book too. And I'm going to give it to you in an electric form too. Mine is called Teenagers Are Awesome. You just have to get to know them.
Wow, thank you, Ali. And thank you to those future authors who want to change the world. This was presented by APSO.
Awesome people.
Shaping our world. Click the link now, and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Fireballs. Amazing. I mean, you just blow my mind away. Every single time I see you speak, you blow my mind away. You guys are awesome. You guys are fantastic, powerful speakers. I want to thank you so much for being here. Tell us a little bit about your other adventures, Risa.
Sure. Oh, sorry. I'm just making sure we're off mute here. Well, some of our other adventures is that I'm in university right now. I plan to become a peace ambassador. So I'm studying international development and globalization. We also have our Master Our Vision program, helping you become the person you need to be to complete your grand vision of what you want in the future. Other than that, I think we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, and on the side, we do train to do Muay Thai, which is a martial arts, and we're going to become fighters soon in our local tournament. So that's what we do on the side of APSO.
That's the adventures of APSO.
Amazing, amazing. So Jack, I mean, honestly, did you speak like this when you were 15? Jack, you're on mute.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Super. Well, I don't know, like at 18 years old and 15 years old, there's no way I was even thinking about that. I was thinking about other stuff at 18. But it was not, there was no book including and no authors in there. Let me tell you, I just want to dub them. I wish, like, can you imagine all the power you have onto all the youth out there in Canada and the world to achieve what you guys achieve at such young age? What are you going to look like at my age? I just at 25 and 30 years old, you guys are doing incredible achievement that even adults would dare to dream to have just a little bit of that. So congratulations, you guys are absolutely on the right track. And with great coaching and great support, the world is in your hand.
It's amazing. I want to read you some of the comments that were left for you, Risa and Ali. Someone said they love the energy. Someone said they are getting better and better every time I hear them. Congratulations. It is true. You guys are awesome. And you had a lot of yeses to your announcement. Yes, yes, yes. Someone says it's better than watching an infomercial. You guys are really powerful. I want to say this, you are going to change lives of so many youth and so many young entrepreneurs because of what you do, because of your message. And I want to thank you because we need our young generation to be powerful and strong. And you are certainly great examples of that. And you are putting yourselves out there and you're teaching others. You are serving humanity. And I want to acknowledge you. I want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here today and sharing all of this.
Thank you so much.
It is so great to know that as people my age and all that, we always laugh about the younger generation, like they're lazy and all that. But then you watch you guys, and what can you say? I said, wow! I said these guys got their, well, I don't know if I can say it. Their stuff together. and tell you, the world is in your fingertips, and it's yours. Own it because you deserve it. I've seen you at the beginning, even I remember you going to events, and I've seen you guys, and the growth, the difference that from then to now is incredible. So you guys, all the power to you. You guys are fantastic, and I'm so glad to have you on my platform because I want to show the world that we're old or young, that there's nothing. You can reinvent yourself. You can change direction any given time you choose to. It is a choice. We just hope that you make that choice. Well, thank you guys. I really, I'm so glad to have you on the Global Pandemic Summit. Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so people reach out to these two guys, APSO, APSOW on Facebook. You can reach them. They're very easy to find. Reach them to, oh, thank you, Lisa. Whether you want to be in their book or do you want to be a part of their program, they are amazing. Oh, I wanted to ask you, did you tell people what you were giving out as a prize?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Okay. Woo! How you doing, Jack? How you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm pumped. How can you not be after those two, after their presentation? I think you just want to go and run them. And say, whoop, whoop. You know, they're so, how would you call that? They're so impressive for young people. I think I just get hope now for the young generation that there's hope out there.
That's it. That's it. That's exactly it. Yeah, yeah. The future is bright, my friend.
Absolutely.
So I think it's time to bring out our next fantastic speaker. And I believe that you are going to introduce her. And so with that, everybody tune in. We have a treat for you.
You bet. Well, I totally have the pleasure to introduce you, Lori McNeil. She's an international educator, a speaker, and a business coach. Now, Lori focused on the missing foundation tools organization need for long-term success. Experience in public and private sector, Lori helps new businesses grow and establish company re-strategize. She's successfully grown grassroots program from 0 to millions, which lead to national recognition. Lori is also a curriculum designer, a retired business professor, and she's helped grow countless organizations organically, including her own international company that include Legacy Leaders Unlimited, Media Secret, and Driven Mastery, all brand that assist. Entrepreneur to build a true, long-lasting purpose, Lori has been featured on ABC, NBC, CBC, Fox, and 500 various media outlets per year. She has authored more than a dozen best-selling books, including co-authoring best-selling book with Kevin Harrington, the original shark of the hit TV show Shark Tank and pioneer of As Seen on TV. And most recently, Media Secret Reveal. Laura worked with organizations globally to support literacy, cancer research, young entrepreneurship, and military support program. She was an invited guest at the National Celebration of Reading in Washington, D.C., where she helped raise over $3 million for literacy and was recently awarded a Lifetime Presidential Service Award for her long-term success in working with community nationally. While most recently, Lori was selected as one of the official featured speakers of the Think and Grow Rich World Legacy Tour, and was recently honored with the prestigious Outstanding Business Coach Professional Award. Well, I am thrilled to have this opportunity to introduce everyone to Lori McNeil.
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me? I think I'm unmuted now. Okay.
Hi, Lori.
Yes. Hi. Thank you so much for having me a part of this special summit, Jacques. I appreciate being here.
Absolutely. It's our pleasure to have you on our summit.
Oh, thank you. I am honored to be here. Thank you for the warm invitation. And I am excited to dive into the secrets behind media for the next hour. Are we all ready to go?
You bet.
Yay! So if you have not already been taking notes, I want to encourage you to do that. And hopefully you already have, because there have been amazing nuggets already been dropped throughout this entire event. And what I'm about to share with you over the next hour is no different. So buckle up your seatbelts, dive in, make sure you have your notes ready to go, because I am going to be taking you through my 5-star media strategy process over the next hour, and then also sharing with you a very amazing free gift that I am going to be offering during this special summit today. So just to let you guys know, if you do not have a copy of my book, everything that I am teaching today is going to come from the 5-star strategy process that I have written about in my book, Media Secrets Revealed. So if you already have a copy, go ahead and follow along and take additional notes as you go. If you don't, then the winner included in the package that I'm going to be offering will also get a free autographed signed copy of this book. That's something that I'm also including. But let's go ahead and dive right into, of course, the important aspects of how we even prepare our mindsets for approaching media. Now, we hear all the time about mindset, and how it's important and how vital it is to even operate and make decisions on a regular basis. And when we're talking about media, that is no different. You have to prepare your mindset for how you are even thinking about the world of media and all of your actions and decisions that need to flow from being in the right mindset. Okay, so it is not about throwing spaghetti at the wall. It is not about randomly and frantically looking for all of these different opportunities that you think are going to accomplish what you want them to accomplish, because in most cases it doesn't work. Okay, so everything I teach is about alignment. Everything I teach is about a very specific strategy. Okay, so let's dive into a little bit for the first few minutes in preparing our mindset so that what I have to share after that makes a lot more sense. So we already know then that we don't just want to randomly reach out to people and get any media exposure we can. Now, there is a philosophy out there that says, go ahead and take everything you can get. The truth behind that is, with the right strategies, you can absolutely flip any opportunity to be in alignment or to be advantageous for you and your branding and of your business growth. The better strategy behind that is to do what's in my first step, and that is prepare you to be researched, and then you also prepare yourself with the right strategies to research the right outlets. So the first step in my 5-star strategy process has a lot to do with mindset and research. Okay, so in doing that, you need to make sure simply that you maintain continuity across the board on all of your platforms. So this can be your website, this can be your Twitter, your Instagram, your Facebook, whatever that looks like. Now, this may sound simple and maybe something you've heard before, but I'm here to tell you that not enough people, not enough entrepreneurs are really understanding how to maintain that continuity. Now, one of the biggest questions I get with this is, well, Lori, how do we separate your personal page from your professional pages? And I'm here to tell you that when you are being researched, it all matters. You want to be approachable, you want to be credible, you want to add value and be personable, but don't necessarily post, pictures of your cat every day, kind of a thing. So there is a difference between preparing even your personal pages and maintaining that continuity that you need to be a rock star in your industry and be rock solid in your mission and in your messages, no matter where people find you. Okay, so there's a huge mindset issue revolving around what I post personally and what I post professionally. And I'm here to tell you that it all matters. And even though you might post a little bit more personal content on some platforms, it still needs to be very professional in how you do that and in the text that you provide in supporting whatever it is that image is that you've supported that day. So I want you to keep that in mind because it's a huge issue, and I'm having conversations with people every day about some of the differences in what they post across their different content. And it's one of the things that can make you lose credibility and make you seem unprofessional within seconds if someone is watching you, or just that you try to be completely different on each of the individual platforms. Okay, so that maintaining that continuity is so, so important when it comes to building your brand and attracting the attention of the media outlets that you're trying to attract. Okay, so trying to prepare yourself to be researched is a huge part of that, because A, you never know who's watching you and who's researching you, even if you haven't made an official pitch. And two, once you've made that official pitch and you then are preparing yourself and expecting them to reach out to you and kind of check you out a little bit, then you're ready to go. So never think, oh, I haven't made an official pitch, so people probably aren't watching me. That is absolutely not true. People are watching you all the time, whether you realize it or not. So you absolutely have to be rock solid and ready to go in absolutely everything that you do. So you have to be ready to be researched. Then flip that around into how you research the media outlets. So I've already told you that there is strategy and alignment in absolutely everything. Okay, so that means that you all know what your goals are. You should. You all know, at least to some degree, what your overarching, business vision is and where you're trying to go. Your overall core messaging in what it is that you talk about. Okay, so your media outlets need to be in alignment with that. So I say I turn down opportunities all the time, not because of who's involved, but sometimes because it's just not the right alignment with what I'm doing. Okay, and that matters. It's not about hurting people's feelings. It's about communicating it in a way that still maintains the relationship and still maintains the respect level. But don't feel like you have to say yes to everything. I want you to flip that mindset switch into realizing that when you say no to the wrong things, you're actually saying yes to your vision. You're saying yes to your goals. You're saying yes to that overall strategy that's actually going to get you to where you want to go much, much faster than you think. Because it's not always about the numbers. It's about being in alignment with the right opportunities and the right people. Okay, so you have to constantly keep that at top of mind always, because you will have people reaching out to you. And unless you do the right research on them and you are in alignment with them, they might not be in the right mindset, right? They might just be looking for guests or looking for connections and looking for things. It doesn't mean that, oh, it must be in alignment because they've reached out to me. No, they're probably throwing spaghetti at the wall and not realizing that they don't have much of a strategy. So don't get caught into thinking that it's automatically a good fit just because someone has reached out to you. Okay, you always have the option of respectfully declining an opportunity if it doesn't sit right with you, or if it's just very obvious that it's not in that right alignment. Okay, so it's not about throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's literally about being crystal clear, laser focused on what it is that you are aligning yourself with. That's with the show's brand. That's with the host. That's with their audience. That's with the overall mission of the media outlet show and purpose. And you really want to weigh absolutely every aspect of that with what your goals are. Now, the question that I get revolving around this is, well, Lori, they have a huge audience. I really want to connect with the people in their audience. I'm not quite sure about the show or how it would fit. Is that a good idea? And the answer is yes, it could be. It could be. But in your research, then that's part of how you figure some of that out. If you're after a certain audience that is attracted to this particular outlet, then that could be the reason that you go ahead and accept, the pitch or the offer if someone's reaching out to you, or the reason that you want to pitch to be on that show. It's not always about the host, okay? Or it's not always about certain aspects. It's about weighing the pros and cons of the total opportunity, the total package. And that's what some of you get really confused about and really stuck on. Okay, so when you are crystal clear in what you're doing, it makes those decisions much, much easier, much, much faster to make, and much less confusing. Okay, so as you are moving through step one, I don't even want you to pitch. I don't even want you to reach out to anyone in either a soft pitch or a hard pitch unless you are ready with all aspects of your research. Okay, you are preparing yourself to be researched, and you are also preparing yourself to do your own research to align with the right audiences, the right outlets, the right people that are in full alignment with you, who you are, and your goals. Okay, that is absolutely vital before you even attempt to pitch. Okay, and there's different struggling points that people have with the 5-step strategy process because they're trying to fast track their success too much. They think that if they're going to kind of get the outlet, get the opportunity, and then backfill some of this stuff. And they get really, really stuck because they're not ready. They're not ready with all of the different aspects that you need to be ready for. With your CTA, your call to action, your offer, your actual process to take people on. Because you should never be featured in media without a clear CTA and a clear process that you are ready to take people through. Okay, your messaging and your story is important, but you have to be fully ready to accept that opportunity to take full advantage of what that opportunity has to offer. So if you don't have some of those key pieces in place, you're not ready to go on media, because you're going to lose credibility and you're going to damage your brand faster than you're able to build it if you don't have those clear pieces and clear systems in place. Okay, so this is all part of strategy 1. Don't fast track your success. Get yourself out of that mindset ready, that aren't doing the things that they want to do, that are scrambling behind the scenes to backfill and to do all these things behind the scenes because they're not ready. Okay, so I'm featured in media over 500 times a year. I speak on 15 to 17 summits a month because I've done the hard work. Okay, because I've done the hard work. I have people say, Lori, how do you do that? How do you do this? It's because several years ago, I did the hard work. I put in the time, I figured out the system, I cracked the code, so to speak, and you can do it too if you actually follow some of these very important, simple pieces of advice. Now, this is where a lot of people get a little bit stuck because they think, oh, that's so easy. That's so easy. That'll only take me, a few minutes to clean up my social media page, or a few minutes to do this, or a few minutes to do that. Well, first of all, a few minutes adds up to be hours and weeks and months. We all know that. But the other piece of that is that all of those pieces absolutely matter. When someone contacts you, when you're ready to be contacted, you are ready to go and you're not scrambling behind the scenes. It's like when you apply for a job and then you have to scramble to update your resume, right? In a way, it's behind the scenes, it's rock solid, it's ready to go. Nobody has to wait on you and you're not waiting. So this mindset and research piece in step 1 is absolutely vital to building that foundation for the other steps. Okay, so let's switch gears now and assume that you are all set up to go. You've done your research. You have maybe a list of a few pieces, media outlets that you really, really are trying to pitch, that you really would like to be aligned with in their messaging, with their audience, and you've identified, why you want to be aligned with those audiences, and you're ready to pitch. This pitch process is very different that I teach than what a lot of people who are PR specialists that work for bigger firms. First of all, one of the things that makes me different is that I teach and coach all of the different strategies behind it. I am not just someone that just checks you off the list and gets you placed and you're done, right? So I want to make sure that you are ready to go in all aspects of your interviewing skills, your speaking skills, your CTA, everything. Okay, when you hire a PR firm, they basically get paid to get you placed. And there's a big, big difference between working with a coach and working with someone who works in PR and focuses only on the placements. So that's one of the things that makes me very different, is that I am very passionate about making sure that your entire process is rock solid and that you are getting everything out of every single opportunity, so that you can work on repurposing and all the different aspects that we're going to be talking about as we move through the 5 stages today. So when you are ready to pitch, there's 2 main ways that I teach in the pitch process. One of them is what I call more of a visual impact. So some of you may have heard of one pitch sheets. Maybe you've heard of media kits. There's different things. So I don't want you to get wrapped up thinking that you have to have this whole press kit or this whole media kit in order to be credible to pitch. That's not true. Those are pieces that you absolutely can build, especially if you are working on a low budget, or you don't know where to start and you want to keep it simple and you don't want to be overwhelmed. There's a lot of different pieces that as you go along, you absolutely want to make sure that you build in place, but you don't have to have all of that to be successful. What I do teach is that you do need a 1 sheet. So they need to know who you are, who you serve, the results you get, and basically the value you're offering to them. Okay, because this is not about you. You will get the benefits, you will get the ROI in many, many ways. But when you pitch to media, it's really not about you. It's about you communicating the value to them. And you're always thinking about what's in it for them. So it should be very, very crystal clear who you are, who you serve, the results you get, or why they should care. Okay. So this is the mistake that a lot of people make. They're so eager to get on a certain show or to get on a certain platform that they don't realize how selfish they are in communicating in their pitch. And it really is coming from a position of being very self-focused and all about them, and more or less looks like an extensive resume. These are all of the amazing things I've done in my life. These are all of the great people I've worked with. These are all the awards I've gotten. These are all the things. You don't want to do that. I have many friends all over the globe that work in media and in PR and in journalism and in TV and you name it. And the numbers are shocking. They pretty much unanimously tell me that the numbers bounce right around 90%. Okay, this is where I want you to tune in. 90% of all the pitches get thrown out because they don't offer the value from the very beginning. That is a huge, huge media mistake that people are making in their pitches. So knowing that, you have to make sure that your value is communicated at the very top, at the very, very top, and that it's not about you and you're not talking about yourself and all of the great accolades and awards and amazing things that you do. You know your value, okay? But you're communicating that through solving their problem because it's about them. It's about the rock star that you can be for their audience and their goals and their mission. It's not about you. This may sound simple, but 90% of the pitches are getting thrown out immediately because people are not pitching correctly. Okay, so I want you guys to really let that sink in. So if you're trying to get on with some of the, well, any platform, big, medium, small, doesn't matter, and you haven't had a lot of success, or it's been kind of awkward and kind of rocky for whatever reason, it very easily could be that you're either A, not ready because you don't have your stuff in line for when they research you, or it could be that your pitch is coming across way too selfish and you may not even realize it, thinking that you're just trying to sell yourself. You're trying to prove your value to them so that they pick you. Pick me, pick me, pick me. Okay, you don't want to do that. You are a rock star in what you do. You own that, you stand strong in your value, and you communicate the value by communicating who you are and the results and the value that you give, but not necessarily really talking about yourself. Kind of using a little bit of neuro-linguistic programming and NLP with how you communicate that in your pitch, because it will be very, very obvious whether or not you just want to utilize their logo or their alignment. Okay, they know the value that they bring to the table. They know that media is a strong, strong force in the world. They already know what they can do for you, okay, by allowing you to use their platform to spread your messages. You need to be very, very clear in who you are, who you serve, the results that you get in a way that communicates value to them at the very top immediately. So in the one sheet, visually, graphically designed, there are 4 main quadrants that you need to have included in this literal 1-page PDF sheet. If you're not good at graphic design, if you don't know what this looks like, hire a graphic designer. I can't stress this enough because your credibility and your brand are absolutely on the line if this does not look professional. So this isn't the time for you to, practice your design skills, so to speak. Hire a graphic designer. You will have a professional one sheet done. They vary a lot, 20, 30, maybe even $50. It's absolutely worth it. It's absolutely worth it. And to maybe even have a couple of different ones ready to go. And I'll talk about the reason why for that in a minute. But you don't get wrapped up thinking you have to have this big, impressive media kit to catch anybody's attention. That's not true. Those are pieces that you can actually add in. So the 4 quadrants. So I already talked about adding the value. And so in media, we're bombarded with different messages every single day, right? Radio, podcast, TV, you name it. We all know that. We hear that. So what you need to do is make sure that you communicate your value super, super quick and in seconds. when you're reading a piece of print media and a one sheet is in print in graphic design, your eyes will naturally go upper left in a Z pattern to bottom right automatically. It's the way that most of us are taught to read when we start on the left. It's the way that we automatically look at any other ad, read a magazine, all those things. So knowing that that is a natural automatic eye pattern movement for most people, then you need to think about the most important information that is going to go in those touch points as you follow the Z pattern across your one sheet. So that means who you are needs to be in the upper left with a photo, with some information. As you follow the Z pattern along, who you are, who you serve, the results you get. Your contact information, they're going to want to know immediately, needs to be in bottom left or centered bottom. Okay, so who you are, the picture of you, and bam, 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 here's your contact. Okay, because they're gonna scan it really quick. 3 seconds is about the average. So if you think, oh my gosh, that's fast, we actually look at things ourselves that fast. We just aren't thinking about how many seconds it's taking us to read that or to review that or make that decision ourselves. Media is no different. It's going to be in several seconds. So you need to have very clear bullet points of certain value points, certain key messaging. It needs to be very, very quick. Then if you provide the different contact information and some links, then you make it very, very easy for them to click on those and do a little bit of further research on you. But this is where what I teach is a little bit different. Some people teach, oh yeah, post a whole bunch of links so that they don't have to research them. I don't teach it that way. I don't teach it that way. You want to send them to one location, just like your CTA should be one offer. So one of the mistakes, so this is the other part of the interview, some people are saying, well, I can speak about this and I can speak about this and I have this offer and this offer and this offer. You have one offer and one clear message, and everything maintains that continuity. And in your one-page graphically designed media sheet, you actually send them to one location, one. And then if they're like, I need to find out a little bit more, you guys, they're going to do a basic Google search and find you however they feel like they need to find you, regardless of what you send them, if they feel like they need to or if they're interested. And I know this because many, many times it has happened to me where I might send them to a sample interview or to whatever the location is I'm sending them to. And they, in the interview, will reference all kinds of stuff that they found out about me that had nothing to do with what I provided them. It happens to me all the time. So you want to make sure you make it easy for them and send them to your work, send them to your website, send them to where they can find out about you. But don't think that they're not going to do their own research, right? Because that's part of the research that we talked about. So if, for instance, you go to my main website, lauriemcneil.com, you can find out a ton of stuff about me. You can connect with me to all my different social media platforms. You can learn a little bit more about my backstory. You can read my blog. There's a bunch of stuff. So that's kind of my one-stop shop if you don't want to hunt and peck and find me all over the place. Okay, so there's a lot of different ways that you can direct people, but you want to make it very, very simple and very, very clear, and keep that value point and that Z pattern in mind with very clear direction as to where you want them to go and how you want them to contact you. Okay, that's one way that I pitch that. Right now, during this very, very different year, everyone is doing things very, very differently. I don't care who you are or where you live in the world, there's a lot of different things happening right now. So I say that because more people are actually okay with being contacted through social media outlets and not just email. If you're like one of the higher leveled media outlets, it's okay to contact people. Now, does that mean you want to drive them crazy and contact them on all their social media sites trying to get their attention? No. But what I have found is that people are operating a little bit differently right now. And what once would have been perceived as unprofessional, people are actually a little bit more open to communicating differently right now. So you want to be respectful, you still want to be professional in all your communication, but at the same time, you want to be aware that it's an opportunity. It's absolutely an opportunity to connect with people and to build relationships much, much more easily than it was last year, to be honest. I don't care if you're trying to increase your speaking opportunities or what it is that you're trying to align in media and opportunity and building your business. There is immense opportunity right now because everyone is, what I'm finding, a lot more open to doing things differently, to communicating differently, to collaborating differently. But you always want to maintain that level of professionalism no matter what, no matter how you're connecting with people or how they're connecting with you. So prior to this crazy year, I would have said to you, keep it super professional through an actual email pitch. Now, some people still like to be pitched that way, but this year has brought many, many changes, and communicating with people in different ways is definitely among that. So just keep that in mind as you're communicating with people. It doesn't matter if it's Facebook Messenger, you still want to be personal and relatable, but always professional and maintain respect and integrity, always. And if there's a little bit of trepidation about how to do that professionally, just ask, hey, what's the best way to communicate with you? How do you prefer to, we continue our contact? That kind of thing. And that way there's no guesswork and you are not secretly driving them crazy and you don't even know it. So no matter how that initial contact happens right now, especially in this year, I definitely would advise you to just ask that question and make sure. And if they tell you, oh, email's a lot better, great, no guesswork, email's a lot better, or whatever that might look like. So you don't want to drive them crazy, whether it's on email, whether that's social media, whether that's the phone, whatever the outlet is. You absolutely want to make sure that you give them space to respond and that you're not following up the very next day or even in a couple days, to be honest. Everyone is booked, everyone is busy, and the higher level the media outlets are that you align yourself with, the further out they're going to be booked. You have to keep that in mind. So I am booked way, way out in everything that I do. And a lot of the higher level media outlets that I align myself with are also. So don't be surprised if when that decision has been made, great, there's alignment, we want to have you on the show, that you actually need to book that 6 or 8 weeks out. It's very, very common. Don't be frustrated by that. Don't be discouraged by that. It's okay. But then you allow the respect for that process to happen, and maybe you follow up when time gets a little bit closer to whatever date that is that you've chosen. So you need to be aware of that, because this is something, I had somebody who hadn't worked deep with me yet. They said, well, Lori, I've called the studio like 4 times and no one's gotten back to me. No, you do not call a studio leaving messages expecting people to return your calls. First of all, by that point, they've probably red flagged you big time. You might not ever hear from them, or they might be super nervous to have you on, thinking that you are a complete crazy person who's going to drive them crazy. You don't want to do that. So you never call someone unless they have invited you to contact them in that way. But you don't try to dig around for people's phone numbers. You always ask how they would like to proceed with the communication if it's something that seems like it's not right. Don't think, oh, I'm going to do more work than anyone else and contact them and they're not going to expect it. And that's going to impress them so much that they are going to be happy to have me. No, not true. So there's a lot of these different little things that I'm seeing that I work with people. And every time I hear something new, which that's not new, I actually work with that issue quite a bit, but I constantly reteaching it. Oh, I just heard something else. Let me help someone so that you don't make the same mistake. So I'm always adding all kinds of tips and tools and tricks and mistakes, and so that you can definitely keep yourself going on the same track. So then the email part of the pitch is not reiterating everything that's on your one sheet, but simplifying the value and the invitation to connect so that they are intrigued enough to open your attachment with your one sheet. Okay, so this is also where the subject line of your email absolutely matters. You want to make sure that you're communicating interest, intrigue, and value right away to where they even open your email. Okay, this is where some of that subject line with being attention grabbing is super important, but not cheesy. Okay, this isn't the same as you're trying to get someone's attention by a cheesy line through an email sequence. Okay, a lot of people are doing that through email sequence. This is not your opportunity to be clever and cheesy. This is attention grabbing, but super intriguing and professional in that subject line. Okay, so there's different ways to pitch. There's different ways to communicate with people. You want to navigate the process carefully and learn from every opportunity. If you were declined, go back to the drawing board and take a look at, did I offer value from the very beginning? Did I make that obvious? Was that clear enough? Okay, if it's your graphic design, did I do it myself? Maybe I should hire someone next time. You know, whatever, there's different pieces in there that you absolutely need to evaluate, because it very could be that you're new and you're learning and that maybe there's just a few tweaks that need to take place. Or it could be that because they didn't see the alignment, you either didn't communicate that correctly, or it's not truly in alignment and you don't want to go after that outlet because you might have shiny object syndrome and you might just be after their logo or their brand. Okay, so don't get caught up in the logos, which I call the cherries on top. Okay, those will come, those absolutely will come. The credibility through being aligned with the right people, the right brands, you know, you utilize and leverage other people's platforms in a variety of different ways. It might not be the platform that you actually need, and you need to work on your mindset regarding your own strategies and your own alignment with the media outlets that you're after. So there's a variety of different reasons as to why that is. Don't get discouraged. If you don't get accepted your first one, you just keep going. You reevaluate all of the reasons why and why not that it could have happened. You go back to the drawing board, literally recraft some of your stuff, your positioning, your websites, whatever that is, everything to this point, and you keep going and you keep pitching. And you don't necessarily jump to the top wanting to be on CBS, Fox, NBC, ABC. You build your building blocks because they want to know that you have experience and they want to know that you know what you're doing before they even take a chance on having you on their television show, for instance. It's very, very rare that someone would have you on a national TV show if you've never even had an interview. Okay, they want to know that you're going to be a rock solid guest. It's just how it is. So don't think of it as, oh, these are small opportunities. Nope, they're important building blocks. Absolutely vital, important building blocks that you need to learn, that you need to practice your messaging and your interviewing techniques and all of that stuff, your branding, your value points, all of that, but that you also need to build as credibility building blocks to get to the big dogs. It's just how the process works. And so many people are trying to fast track that, and they literally don't have the right building blocks in place. Okay, so in the interest of time, we're now going to move through. So that's a little bit on the first two stars of my 5-star strategy process. And if you do have my book, and I know a couple of you, I see your names on my screen, I know a couple of you do have my book, then we want to move to the 3rd star in the 5-star strategy process. So if you're following along, everything I do, I'll just take this opportunity to show you guys a little bit. Everything in my book is designed literally to take you through exactly what to do, what not to do. And there are what I call reflective sheets in the very back for every single one of my 5-star strategy process. So you can fill in the exact gaps that you need to start building out your own media strategy plan. So it's really designed to be a working document, not just a book that talks about media. You literally can start to develop your own strategies and your own media plans directly from my process in my book, just so you know. And I know that some of you who have my book know that. But if we move to the preparation, okay, so we have the pre-planning, which is the first, we have the pitch, which is the second, and we have the third, which is the preparation part. Now this goes beyond just preparing for the interview. Okay, if we think about the preparation of our value points and clearly what it is that we want to communicate, it makes a huge difference in how you are preparing. And one of the biggest mistakes that I hear from people is, oh, I've been teaching this for years, or I've been speaking on stage about this for years, or I have a couple of courses and all this stuff. Not the same thing when you are being interviewed in 3 minutes or in 5 minutes or in 20 minutes. A lot of times when you speak from stage, you have a lot more time. You go maybe a lot more in depth about a story or an example or something like that. You want to take snippets of that basically and craft it into something that builds your credibility, because we all know that people buy from people they like, know, and trust. So you have to build that likability, that trustability, that overall credibility that's going to get them in 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 20 minutes. You might have an hour in the longer podcast, whatever that time frame is. And I promise you, the time goes by a lot faster than you think it will when you are actually doing it. So just because you know your craft and you've done it for years, or you've been speaking for years, doesn't mean that you are ready for certain types of media. You have to know your messaging and your value points so well that it doesn't matter what your question is, and it doesn't matter how much time you have. And this is something that stumps a lot of people. I talk to so many people who say, oh, I wanted to say this and I wanted to say this and I should have said this. That's why you practice. That's why you're not ready for the larger outlets as much as you think you are, to be perfectly honest, because you need that practice time with all kinds of other opportunities that come. And this is why I teach practice in front of a mirror, practice in front of videotaping yourself, practice in front of your friends and family. Go ahead and hold, 20-minute Zoom meetings or whatever, just to practice talking about it in different ways in front of different people, and you're getting different questions. This is why the preparation part is so important, because A, the time will go by faster than you think. B, you will freeze more than you realize and not say what you actually came to say. And this is why it doesn't matter what the question is. You have 3 to 5 value nuggets that you are on that show to drop, no matter what the question is that you get asked. Really, truly, 3 to 5. You know those 3 to 5. You have examples of those 3 to 5. You have personal stories of those 3 to 5. You have clients that add credibility to those 3 to 5. You stay focused on those 3 to 5 things, no matter what. That way, even if you get thrown a little bit of a curveball, you know exactly how to flip the conversation around to where you are focused on those 3 to 5 things, no matter what, by the end of that allotted time. And I promise you, this takes more practice than you think. It absolutely takes more practice than you think. This is why it doesn't matter if you get asked what the weather is like on Mount Kilimanjaro. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And you may go, oh my gosh, that has nothing to do with my business or why I'm here or what I'm talking about. You know your branding and your experience and your messaging so well that you can absolutely flip that around into something that has to do with your messaging to tie that in. Doesn't matter. And you will look like a complete rock star the more composed that you are and the more laser focused that you are in answering any random question. For those of you who don't know, I actually am a former elected city official, and I got asked all kinds of questions about city government and city planning and whatever as an elected official that I was not prepared for. But I can tell you that in my years in that position, it prepared me for so much in life and in business and in media than I even realized 25 years ago when I was in that position. Practice the curveballs. Get people asking you random questions that you never thought you would be asked. They might have to do with your personal story, they might have to do with your business, or they might be random questions on purpose, just so you are forced to think about how it applies. just so you are forced to think about how your value points apply in that random way. It might be a frustrating process. It will make you a better guest. I promise you that. Promise you that. So that's definitely a tip that I teach and that I coach that makes a huge difference in how you are preparing. Watch your interviews. Watch your own interviews. If you are fidgeting too much, if you are washed out on camera, if you, whatever that is, if your volume isn't set right, if your camera angle is wrong, whatever that is, practice watching yourself. Practice watching yourself for certain words or certain phrases that you might be saying way more than you realize. And I will admit that sometimes I use the word absolutely a lot. If you've ever watched my interviews, you've probably come across an interview where I use the word absolutely a lot. That just happens to be one of my little things, I guess, that I have to work on sometimes. That's, you know, just been a part of my speech for years, that I am constantly trying to purposely not use that word as much. But you all, the point is, you all have things. You all have things you do. You all have things you say. It's okay. Don't beat yourself up over it, but you have to be aware of it so that you are constantly improving with every single opportunity. And part of that preparation. So part of the preparation, you guys, you need to have a clear call to action. You need to have a clear system that you work people through. It's one thing to build the credibility and they love you, and then you don't have the right call to action or the right offer for somebody or the right opportunity or the right system. It's more than just, you know, oh, send me an email and we'll work it out. No, you might have an actual funnel. Some of you know about funnels. You might use a different system. You know, you might have Groove funnels, you might have Click funnels, you might use, you know, Jotform. There's all these different systems that you can use. You know, Kartra, all these different things. There's amazing software tools out there. Amazing. They are there. There's low cost or free. Okay, but you need to figure out what you need and how to simplify your system so that there is, it's easy for people to connect with you. It's easy for people to buy from you. It's easy for people to get to know you. You need to have an email sequence that nurtures your audience, that builds that credibility and that relationship with them so that you can connect with them and they can learn more about you and that you can turn them into, you know, a client or someone that's in your circle. These are all important things that you have to do to prepare. So part of the preparation is also part of your brand, right? So it's no secret that I have pretty clear branding around fuchsia and magenta. Everything that I do, everything that I put out there has fuchsia and magenta in it. And I actually have a professional branding team that I work with that does absolutely everything down to the necklace that I wear. That's part of what I do in my business. You don't have to do that, but you have to be very aware of what you're communicating non-verbally. Okay, so that absolutely has to do with, is your jewelry too distracting, you know, or is the color not right for you? You know, all of those different things that matter in your preparation. Now, the exception is if there's something specific that absolutely is a part of your brand. If you have wild blue hair and you've branded yourself that way, I'm not talking about that. If you wear a certain tie or a certain color that's a part of your branding, not talking about that. It's all about being in complete alignment with who you are and everything you are and everything that you do and how you're communicating that verbally and non-verbally all the time across the board. These are all part of the process of preparing, of preparation for that interview. Now, the other part of preparation that kind of ties in with this is that you want to be aware of the media outlet's background. What are their colors? What are their branding? What's important to them? Are you on a TV show where you're going to be on a red couch? Probably shouldn't wear a red dress. You know, there's things like that. You don't want to blend in too much. You want everything you do to be stand out or to be complementary with what's going on in their studio, their setup, their branding, their colors, or what's important to them. Okay, so there are very specific things that you absolutely have to keep in mind when you are preparing for your interview. Okay, you guys, in the interest of time, let's go ahead and switch to number 4. And if you're following along, number 4 is performance as the 4th key. So you're all performance. You want to be magnetic. You want to be interesting. Do not be a boring guest. If you're someone that freezes up because you get nervous and you come across too serious and too monotone, you need to work on that. Okay? You want to make sure your content is interesting. You want to make sure that you're building that relatability and that credibility through being an interesting guest. They want to know that you're going to be an interesting guest. Okay, so you have to have interesting stories, interesting examples. You have to have an interesting personality. You know, when you, without, I'm not saying not be yourself, but you want to make sure that you are, that you're being that attractive character for your brand. And it's also representing them and their brand, because that's all about the alignment and building the relationship with them and their audience, as well as your own credibility. So all of these pieces absolutely matter. I talk to outlets all the time who say that this is a big deal. For one, you will not get asked back if you are not interesting, if you are boring, and if you are too monotone and almost too, I don't want to say too professional, but you've got to add a little bit of personality and interest in what you're doing. Media outlets of all kinds, podcasts, television, radio, newspapers, doesn't matter. You have to be an interesting guest. You can be the most qualified rock star person in your industry in the entire world. And if you are not interesting, people are going to tune out, I mean, in seconds or within minutes. I mean, it's going to happen fast. And the ratings are going to go down. The views are going to go down. Your credibility is going to go down, because they're going to say, well, gosh, he was amazing content, but I had a hard time focusing and even staying interested because it was so dry. It was so boring. You don't want to be that kind of a guest. Okay. So this sounds simple, but the majority of people freeze up. Okay. If you talk about the top, 5 fears that people have in the world, public speaking usually comes up number 1. Doesn't matter if you're on stage or if you're on camera or where you are talking in front of tons of people, the media falls into this. You will freeze up and forget your value points, right? And forget a lot more stuff than you realize. So you have to be practiced, you have to be prepared, so that you're not thinking about what you want to say, you're thinking more about how to be interesting, not about your points, because you're so focused and you know them so well that the questions don't matter. And you already know you're going to drop the nuggets by the time of that end point, because you're focused on just building the relationship, because you already know how to be interviewed. Okay, so when you're trying to focus on all these things at the same time, then it can become frustrating and overwhelming. Now, will you do it perfect the first time, the first 10 times? No, maybe not. There's going to be something that you improve upon that you need to work on every single time. But the idea is that you learn from every one of those opportunities and that you continue to move forward and you don't let that stop you or frustrate you. That you push past that and that you have that faith over fear and that you have that courage and that you just keep going no matter what. So the 4th aspect in the performance. So think of this without, I don't want you out of integrity. I don't want you being somebody that you're not. I want you to think of it more as enhancing who you are and what you have to offer. But the reason that I call this performance is that in a way, it is a little bit. Media is a stage. Okay. Some of you have been involved in drama, in the theater. Maybe you like to watch certain theater, different things like that. I want you guys to think of it in terms a little bit. You are your own attractive character for your brand. You need to communicate that non-verbally in absolutely every way that you possibly can to build that credibility and to continue building your brand. So you are putting on a little bit of a performance, not fake, not being out of integrity, not asking you to be somebody you're not. You are enhancing who you are. So when that camera goes on, you maybe are exaggerating a little bit, right? Who you are, not being somebody you're not. Big, big difference. Because unfortunately, whether there's people on media, on stage, whatever, I have met many people from around the world who are very different on and off camera, very different on and off stage. And it's wrong. It drives me crazy. I do not. So don't think that because I'm calling this performance, that that's what I'm asking you to do. It is absolutely not what I teach and what I coach. It's enhancing who you are and fully stepping into that greater version of who you are in a way that comes across much more interesting and attractive, even if it feels funny to you at first, even if it feels exaggerated and cheesy and corny, it's probably not as much as it feels to you, especially if it's brand new. Okay, so I want you guys to really think about how you can become that interesting, attractive character. Okay, you guys, in the last 8 minutes that we have, I want to talk about repurposing your content and what I call the post-planning process. Number 5, post-planning focuses a lot on repurposing your content. This is a huge part of the media strategy that a lot of people miss. And it goes beyond being excited and making a social media post and saying, hey, I'm so excited, I'm going to be on somebody's show. And then afterwards, hey, thank you so much for having me. I was on this show. In most cases, people make 2 posts, a pre-post and a post-post. And they really don't do a whole lot beyond that. They may or may not use some of the photos. They may or may not send it out to their email list. There might be a little bit more, but in most cases, not much. So one of the things that I get asked regularly is, Lori, how in the world are you like everywhere all the time? And it's because I have a very strong repurposing content strategy. So, and we can do a deeper dive, and I do in my coaching calls, with how to repurpose every piece of content 100 times. So I don't care if it's a radio show. I don't care if it's a written article. I don't care if it's a 1-minute spot, right? Or a 3-minute spot or a 20-minute podcast. It doesn't matter. I teach my students and my clients how to repurpose their content fully, and go way beyond the pre and post. You will build your own brand in the process and look very omnipresent, look like a rock star, but you will also build that stronger relationship with the media outlet when you are continuing to add value to them. Because remember, it's not what's in it for you, it's what's in it for them. And the ROI will automatically happen when you're focused on the value to them. Okay, so in the repurposing strategy, it goes way beyond just a pre and post. It goes way beyond that. And it's talking about, taking the snippets and attaching different memes to those, or what I call square audios, or it's taking your written content and recording your own voice and reading, your own piece of authored work. It's getting very creative and doing the things that no one else is doing. And this whole strategy process that I teach, I'm so passionate about, because it teaches you how to do things differently that actually are a main catalyst for getting you to where you want to go faster, because so many entrepreneurs aren't doing them, right? So you automatically are pushed to the top of the credibility list when you are doing the simple things that most people aren't doing. And that's why you're getting more attention. That's why your audience is growing. That's why your client list or your email list will grow, because you're doing the things that people aren't doing. So get out of the mindset of, oh, that's easy. How is that a strategy? Or that seems simple, or that seems mindset issue. These are the things that people aren't doing to build their strategy, to build their credibility, to build those building blocks. And that's why people aren't being featured in media as much as they want to, as much as they could be, because it's literally putting all of the 5 stars together, right? To build that cohesive structure, that cohesive star that you are in the middle of the star. It's not a star if you're missing any single one of these five steps of my 5-star strategy process. It's no longer a star. You have to make sure that they are rock solid every step if you're going to be at the middle of your star, if you're going to be the celebrity in your own business and in your own niche. And that's why I call it the 5-star strategy process, because it absolutely matters. You can't shortcut any piece of this. And the repurposing strategy process, you guys, It makes a difference. So let me talk about one of the mistakes that I see in people repurposing their strategy. First of all, they're not doing it enough. Second of all, they're not doing it the right way. And third of all, they maybe have been featured once or twice or a few times, or throwing the spaghetti at the wall like I talked about, and they're using photos from 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. It's okay to utilize everything years later. That's a piece of how you build that strategy. But you lose credibility really, really fast when you are not adding to your media strategy resume, because pretty soon people are going to pick up on, wow, I've seen that picture for the last year and she hasn't, or he hasn't really had any new content or any new opportunities, right, since doing that, or not very much. So it's all a building block on each other. You build the credibility when you add the new pieces with the old pieces and begin to put those strategy pieces together for your repurposing of your content. And there's a very, very clear way to do that. And I'm here to tell you, I don't care how level of high of an entrepreneur you are, this is actually something that a lot of people are missing the boat on. It really, really is. The repurposing of the content is just sad that I'm seeing across the board. I don't care who you are or how long you've been in business. There's a lot of people that are not doing it correctly and not utilizing it to the fullest that they could be to leverage other opportunities while building their brand and building their relationship. You want to be asked back on a certain show. You nurture and build that relationship in a variety of ways, and repurposing the content that continues to add value to them and make them look like a rock star is part of building that strong foundation that gets you not only asked back, but in just a plethora of ongoing relationship collaborative opportunities than you even may realize when you first go down that relationship pitching process with them. It happens to me all the time. I might get asked to speak on a summit. I might get asked to do all kinds of stuff because I'm focused on the value that I offer to them, knowing that the ROI to me comes automatically in a variety of ways if I'm doing my job correctly. So I'm not focused on the fast cash. I'm not focused on somebody buying my widget or my thing every single time. Not even focused on the numbers. I'm not. And some people may think that's a little bit crazy, but it's really not about that, because the ROI comes from media in so many different ways. And that's a mindset issue that you all need to understand as you continue to build your business. You should never, ever go on a media outlet expecting to sell, 1,000 copies of your book. No, that should not be your goal. It's not about selling your thing, right? It's about so many other aspects of the ROI that come from that. So you guys, I am so excited about what I do because I've seen the results for myself and for clients all over the world, and my strategy process absolutely works. I've been in media since I was 11 years old and been building out these very specific strategies most of my life since I was 11, and the first time I was on a live radio remote and regularly and in the paper because of a conflict that I found myself in at 11, which is a whole story of how I got started in media and continued to progress throughout the years and over the years. So this is not something that I just have done in the last couple years. I literally have been all over the world and doing media and building business strategies from a very, very young age. So I love teaching people what I've learned so that you don't necessarily have to make the mistakes and do it the hard way, right? I line everything out and make it very, very simple for you step by step. I'm very excited during this summit to offer a free month of coaching with me, where I will be digging deep into your business strategy, into your media strategy, and teaching you how to fit those pieces together. So you will get a free month of coaching with me, and I will be sending the winner a personalized autographed copy of my Media Secrets Revealed book, where you will also be able to not only learn the strategies, but to put together your own media strategy plan from the reflective guides that I have in the book. So that is almost a $5,000 package offer that I am going to be giving away absolutely free for those who qualify today. All right, you guys, thank you so much for having me. It's been an honor. I hope you guys took notes and you just let all of the goodness flow through. Awesome. I see people holding up their notebooks. Awesome. Reach out to me anytime. I'm here as a resource. You can, of course, connect with me, LoriMcNeil.com, on all of the social media sites, as well as learning a little bit more about me, reading my blog, all of that good stuff. But I am in your corner. I want to support you in any way that I can. And congratulations to whomever the lucky winner is that gets the free package I'm offering today, almost a $5,000 value. I look forward to working with the winner. So enjoy the rest of the amazing content for the rest of this summit. And thank you so much for having me. Have a great day.
Amazing, Coach Lori. Thank you so much for this wealth of knowledge and information you just shared with us. Amazing. Isn't she great, everybody? I mean, I saw all the comments that were passing by. People are just overwhelmed with the amount of information you gave them. There was a lot to take in. I highly, highly, highly recommend working with Coach Lori. I was lucky enough to have her as my coach, and the amount of value I got from that session with her is still helping me each and every day. So thank you so much for that, Coach Lori. Her book is amazing. Buy it. And I hope that you win her package. How exciting is that?
Would that be exciting, eh? She's been such a great help for, I guess, both of us. I guess we've been taking course, and with great mentoring and coaching, it gets you so much higher, faster, but yet with the right guidelines, within the guidelines of the industry, within the guideline of respect for others, and build how would you call that, an organic, if you wish, an organic organization, an organic platform that you don't pass for a crook, or you're not pass for, you're legitimate, and with true passion that we have, with the right coaching, it's amazing how far we can go. And Dela is just like me, we've been coached by Robert and Lori, and we had some amazing results. And I appreciate everything you guys been doing for us. Well, thank you very much.
One of the things Coach Lori always says is being consistently persistent. Absolutely. And so that has totally paid off for me, showing up consistently, showing up and not giving up. And one of the many things I admire in Coach Lori is her authenticity. She is just like that. This is who you get as a coach. I mean, she's straight to the point. She helps, and she is just so generous in the way she coaches you through everything, every single thing, every single step. And that is why it's so amazing to work with her. And so that's my bit on Coach Lori. So get her.
Oh, thank you. I'm honored.
I must have caught her a bug. I hear myself say absolutely myself. When she said that, I never thought about it. You catch yourself in the moment, has I been saying that word for a while? It's time to find a new word.
You catch yourself. I thought about the words I say. I'm not going to tell you because you're going to notice. So thank you so much, Coach Lori. All right, how's everybody doing? I hope you're all doing amazing. We haven't lost anybody, which is fantastic. I got a head count from Robert that said we have almost 600 people watching.
Wow.
And so I know it's amazing. It's amazing to think that we're getting through so many people, and they're hearing our word, and they're benefiting. I mean, look at all this amazing knowledge that's being given here today. Well, it's going to continue. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, good.
I am.
All right, well, our next guest is another fantastic speaker, and it is my privilege and honor to introduce her to you. Sarah Lee, MBA. Sarah Lee is a host, an advisor, a best-selling author, business development coach, and a media expert and personality. Sarah is the founder of the Coach Me Academy. She is an owner, an educator, and a broker at How Money Works for You. She's also the principal partner at Financial Services Branch. Throughout her career, her goal has been to serve others and help build her students a business and immense financial freedom. She has devoted herself to educate others on marketing, personal and professional finance, and the benefits of having a mentor for business and a mindset education. In 2009, she invented a financial literacy process called How Money Works for You, which is now a trademarked process. She has shared the stage with Think and Grow Rich authors John Shin and money and mindset expert Ed Milet, author Robert Kiyosaki, Joseph McClendon III of Tony Robbins fame, Bill Walsh, and has shared a stage with million mind trainers all over the US. She is a national speaker and trainer for Financial Cake with Sarah Lee, as well as being a How Money Works advisor on Wing and National Financial Services branches, well as serving people through her coaching brand, Coach Me Academy. In 2009, Sarah invented a financial literacy process. Oh, I already read that part. My bad. Well, this is Sarah Lee. So it is a privilege to have Sarah speak to us at this summit. Please help me welcome Sarah Lee, MBA.
Thank you so much, Dela. I am blushing now because I'm so embarrassed with that introduction. So thank you. You made me sound much greater than I am. I really appreciate it. So let's kind of jump right into it. I do have several brands that I run, and sometimes people ask, well, how do you kind of coordinate that? I'm going to do that a little bit today in my talk. I'm going to share my screen with you for a minute because my husband made a cute little video for us. So I want to share that with you. All right. So that being said, so actually this plays really well off what Lori said, and I'm not going to talk too much today about media and getting attention, but her point was well made in the sense that when you have a production that's professionally done, you definitely get a little more credibility, a little more attention, and we want to have things in our talks and our motivation that help grab people, right? Instead of just, I'd say, just droning on about our topic, because all of us know about our topics and we're all professional at that. But Lori made an excellent point. So I have a few slides today, and I'm going to talk about a little bit about financial literacy. That's the focus of my talk today. Let's see. Oops. My slideshow. There you go. All right. So I don't know how many people are familiar with this, but a recent study on financial literacy found that only 30% of people in the world are financially literate, which basically means that there's over 5 billion people in the world that are not financially literate. And financial literacy means a lot of different things to a lot of people, meaning where to put money, how money works, how interest rates work, what are the words that we even use to describe money. Now, a lot of times people will say, hey, does financial literacy start with a financial professional? and it doesn't. Where it starts is in your mind. So one of the things that you need to understand is that everything that you do started with a thought in your head first. And you can't possibly make any kind of change in your life without first becoming aware that there's a problem. So a lot of times we know there's a problem where we're not handling our money properly. We're maybe not as literate about money as we should be. Maybe we're not as literate about our business as we should be, or as literate about marketing as we should be. And we sometimes will say, hey, I kind of know that, but I don't really know what to do. I don't really know where to go, what to do, how to change it. So I'm going to sort of hide behind the fact that I don't know. Once we become aware, and we're going to talk a little bit about that awareness today, acknowledging that now you have a sense of what to do is really important, because we can't change anything that we're not aware of. We certainly can't change anything we're not willing to acknowledge and admit to. And we can't change anything that we can't accept. So when someone comes to me or comes to one of these wonderful coaches that's here on this forum, one of the things that we all need to do is understand, where are we really in our lives and where would we like to go? And we need to define that fairly clearly. And I do have a very straightforward process to help you, which I'm going to touch on a little bit today, just a little bit. But that's how we start to make a decision. We're not going to make a decision on something if we skip the steps previous. So what motivates people in general? And I'm not going to get into too much detail because I only have an hour, but I have my 5 Ps, which is really 4 Ps and an S, but I like to call it the 5 Ps because it's easier to remember. But why are they motivated? What motivates people? Generally speaking, people get motivated by base emotions. It's a combination of base emotions and their value system. So when I say base emotions, I mean pride, pain or the avoidance of pain, pleasure, like people will move towards pleasure. And most of you, I'm sure, have heard of the carrot and the stick theory, right? So some people are motivated, right, by the carrot, which is, hey, you'll get this reward if you change this behavior or change this action. Or some people are like, hey, I won't do anything unless my life is so difficult and so painful that I can't even figure out what I'm supposed to do. And I've got to go seek out help. And so I hate to say that, but pain's a greater motivator for most people than the pleasure. I personally am more motivated by pleasure because I'm a self-disciplined, self-motivated person, but most people aren't. So one of the things we want to do today is kind of define and try to identify what motivates you. Some people are motivated by profit or greed, and that's okay. Some people are motivated by pride. They want to show off to their friends. They want to be part of a group. They want to be accepted. They want other people to see them in a certain light. And sometimes that's what actually leads to people being not only financially literate, but financially in trouble because they're so busy trying to help themselves look, I guess, good, right, to the neighbors, so to speak, that sometimes that pride gets in the way of actually taking the action that you need to take care of yourself. And then actually, funny enough, security, which is obviously not a P, and I haven't figured out how to make that a P yet. But security actually motivates truly about 75% of people in the United States. And I don't mean just the United States, I mean the whole world. So keep in mind that most people, if you're going to approach them to do business with them, approach them in a talk, approach them in terms of communication, appeal always to people's security and then pick one of these other things or cover all of them, because that's how you're going to start to communicate to a larger audience. If you skip one of these things, you're going to start narrowing who can hear you. So, and I can get more into this, but I'm not going to today, but I actually do teach a whole class on just that subject and just that communication issue. So let's define for a second, what is literacy, right? It's just competence or knowledge of a specific subject. And so all of us think probably that we know something about money. But really, the reality is that it's really not taught in schools. It's not taught how to manage money, where to put money, what the words mean, at least in the United States, and I know that this is an international audience, it's not just the US, but in the United States, we really don't teach this in schools. We don't teach this to people. It's not a required course in any kind of program. Like I have an MBA and I didn't learn about financial literacy in my MBA, which sounds shocking. I didn't learn about it in college. I went to UCLA. I didn't learn it there, which sounds shocking because that's a top university, right? Where I learned this was actually by doing it. I learned because I got federally licensed as a securities broker, and I actually learned how money worked. And literally, as I did that, I realized that the account I had personally had 12 violations of the law. My broker had made 12 mistakes or violations in my own account. So first thing I did right after I got licensed was wrote a letter to the brokerage and said, what the heck, right? What's going on? And I didn't know myself, right, before I got licensed, how it worked. And I had an MBA. I was an educated person. So I think a lot of times there's a shame associated with this, that people think they're supposed to know how money works and they don't want to admit that they don't. And they think, well, I make enough money, and so I'm not supposed to be the person that doesn't know, right? And then we're going back to that pride issue. So financial literacy just has a lot to do with understanding from a business perspective or a personal perspective, how to earn money, how to spend money, how to save money, how to manage it, where to put it, that kind of thing. So we're not going to get too complex. Like I said, I want to make this about 5th grade level, not to insult my audience, but we want to make this easy and fun. We don't want to make this too complex. Yay. So one of the other parts of financial literacy is understanding the difference of you working for money, you exchanging your time for money versus money working for you. Money working when, meaning money's earning more money when you're not involved. You're not managing it, you're not part of it, you're getting hopefully residual income or passive income. That is ideal when it comes to money working for you, or you're an investor. So we could back into this, but a great book to read if you're kind of interested in this subject is Robert Kiyosaki's Cash Flow Quadrant. Talks a little bit about the mindset of the employee and what happens when we trade time for money, right? And then what happens if we start to have money working for us. So that's a great way, if you are interested in this topic, to actually start to learn a little bit about it. He talks about it in this book called The Cash Flow Quadrant. And if you are not familiar with that book, you can actually, I think, just like I said, go to Amazon and probably grab it. So that being said, we want to get money working for us. So when someone asks me, I know that you're a financial advisor, but you're also a business consultant. How does that work? Part of it is because when I started in my business practice, which was more than 20 years ago, I used to figure out, I'd go visit a business and I'd try to work on, say, putting a 401k together or an executive bonus plan or some other kind of process. And always to fund it, I would ask them about their financials. And as I did that for 20 plus years, I would learn about different people's businesses. And I would start to understand that a lot of people know just one facet of their business really well, but they don't always know how to expand the business. So little by little, I started learning marketing ideas on how to help people make more money in their business. So then they could put more money in their account, and then our relationship was more solidified. So that being said, hopefully that makes sense. So I'm going to give you a quick little lesson here. It's a very simple idea, but if you guys haven't encountered this, a lot of people will say, hey, when I want to know about money, I want to think of someone who's really mega wealthy. I want the secrets of the mega rich or the mega wealthy, right? So someone like John D. Rockefeller, right? People would consider that someone who's a mega wealthy person. And this is a perfect example of how he started to learn about money, right? As a boy, he lent $50 to a local farmer, and that money had to be paid back with interest, right? A year later, the farmer returned the money and the interest. At the same time, Rockefeller at that time was working, not wealthy, working to hire to dig potatoes for another farmer. And he made $112. He made $1.12. And he realized, wow, lending my money out, I made more money than if I physically worked, right? So that's getting your money to work for you. Now, again, where this kind of offshoots for me is that I teach people about money. I manage money. I teach people about business, and then I help them grow their business, if that makes sense. So to me, it's all one thing. When someone does my bio, sometimes it sounds like it's a lot of different subjects, but to me, it's all one subject. And hopefully that clarifies that. So this is the problem. And sucker's a strong word. I didn't write the slide. This is a slide that we use. But not knowing about how money works, it does. It sort of sucks. It sucks up your time, right? It sucks up your freedom. It sucks up your income. It sucks up your future possibilities. It sucks your hope. It sucks up your life force. I hate to say it, I sometimes will say it ruins your marriage if you don't understand money, right? It could ruin your ability to have a mortgage, have a place to live. I mean, people make mistakes all the time with money and they don't know where to go. So our firm particularly addresses this issue more than we address just where to put money. We address first just understanding money first and then moving things forward. So generally speaking, and these are like reason I use slides just so you can see that it's actually researched a bit, is that there's no generation in the world right now that's saving enough money. And I'm not advocating that you just save money, that you save money in the wrong place. I'm advocating investing the money and it multiplying. I'm advocating that you invest it in a business, in real estate, or in a financial product, right? But that being said, when people put money away because they don't understand how much they're supposed to put away and they don't know where, the average person doesn't have much money saved. So a lot of times people aren't aware of that and they think, oh, am I below average? Am I above average? Am I in the middle? And the reality is most baby boomers, which baby boomers are from 1946 to 1964, in case we have anyone in that group, and they are about 77 million people just in the US alone. The average baby boomer has about $150,000 saved by the time they retire. Now, I don't know about you, but that's how much people make in a year, right? So that's not enough to retire on if you're going to retire at 65 and you might live for 30 more years. So this is a real problem in terms of education and understanding what to do, where to put money, and actually how to make money grow. So again, I'm trying to make this as interesting as I can. And keep in mind, by the way, millennials are 112 million just in the United States. So we had this huge generation of baby boomers, and we have Generation X in the middle, and then the millennials are actually a bigger generation. So I get into this whole talk oftentimes about things like 401k, retirement plans, which a lot of people don't understand. 401k was just invented in the late 70s. People a lot of times think, well, it's been around my whole working life, right? If you've worked less than 50 years, you think it's always been around. But the reality is there was a move and a shift from working, having the government or having a pension through your work, and then moving that to personal responsibility. And that shift started 50 years ago. A lot of people aren't aware of that because already at that point, companies were starting to eliminate pensions. So most people in the United States don't have a pension anymore. Less than 18% of people have them, which back in the mid, like say the 50s or 60s, probably 89 to 92% had pensions. So most people that might be our parents' age, or maybe when we were growing up, they didn't have to worry about this. So they didn't get financially literate because it was done through work. You had a job for 40 years, you stayed in one job, and then suddenly they put the money away, and then they went ahead, right, and said, when you retire, thanks, here's your gold watch, and here's your check. That doesn't work that way anymore. We don't have that anymore. So now there has to be a shift to personal responsibility. But yet we don't teach this. We don't teach this in schools. We don't teach it in universities. And so there's a big gap. So what is one of the first things you can do to become more financially literate? First thing you can do is start to put together a spending plan. So I don't call it budget, right? Budget's the worst thing in the world to call it, in my opinion. Budget's horrible because I think of budget as someone's penalizing me. Someone is going to make sure that I can't have what I want. And I don't want to do something where I'm going to put time and effort and energy into doing something that isn't going to benefit me, right? So I like to call it a spending plan because everyone in the whole world touches some sort of money. And if it's not money, it's something they're bartering with. It's something they're using as money. They're using it as currency. So we need to be aware, again, how I started my talk, of how we spend our money. First thing that you can do, and anyone can do this, meaning you don't need to hire me to teach you how to put a spending plan together. Anyone can grab a piece of paper and start to become aware and get categories, worksheets, and find out, right, how their own money is moving. How much money is coming in, how much money is going out, how much is fixed expenses, meaning things we can't do anything about, like rent, food, car, insurance, those things, versus discretionary money. Like I like to go and buy some jeans. I like to go out to dinner. Now we're in COVID times. So COVID times means we don't get to go out to dinner probably as much, but everyone is a little bit aware now that we didn't save enough, that we didn't actually take care of ourselves the right way. Most people, if COVID taught us anything, it's that we didn't prepare, and we didn't prepare for a crisis. And the reality is, if you're aware of that now, and I don't want to even push the subject, but I'll just bring it up. Think about the fact that what if you weren't here for your family? What if you weren't able to earn any money right now? What if had disappeared? What if you were one of the people that passed away from COVID? Are you okay with how you left things? Like if you left tomorrow, right? If you passed away tomorrow, would you be okay how you left things today? And if not, that may be a reason to actually meet with someone and find out more about what you can do to take care of yourself and your family. So when it comes to money, time is one of the most important things. Now we need education because we need to know what to do, but we need to understand the importance of the time value of money. And time value of money sounds again like something that you learn in college, which you do, and you did if you went to college. But a lot of times people don't think about the fact that if they started to save now, and if they understood interest rates, the impact of just getting a good interest rate, that they could actually achieve their financial goals. Most people aren't aware of that. When it comes to money, time is the most important thing to understand. It's like for sure in the top 5. One of the most important things, because you need to understand if you put away money now and you can benefit from it later, how much to put away. And a lot of times it's a lot less than you think. So getting clear on that number, really important, because a lot of times people think it's not doable, so I won't start. And the reality is a lot of times it is doable, but because you don't know the number, you don't start, right? So don't freak out. Don't freak out about this talk. We want to be positive, right? We want to help everyone. But understand that if you can start now, now is the best time. When's the second best time? Now, right? Which is a couple of seconds later than the other now. And now, right? And now. Those are always the best time. And if we can't do it now, let's do it tomorrow and do it right away. So things that we need to understand, right, is that as we learn to leverage time when we're saving money and putting money away, is that, like I said, start now, save on a regular basis, have a regular spending or savings plan. There's lots of reasons to why this is important. We'll get into them some other day, but also be patient with yourself. Be patient with yourself. Money is an emotional tool. That's all it is. It's a tool. And the thing is, when you have a certain feeling about money, and you have a certain feeling, that's another thing that we can discuss. And again, that goes more into my coaching practice a lot of times than my financial practice, but it kind of mushes together, is that what is your relationship to money? How do you feel when I say the word money, right? Does it make you feel funny inside? Do you get like a funny, bad feeling? Well, let's work on that, because the reality is you don't attract money if you feel negative about it, because money is a type of energy. And that might sound kind of foo-foo and spiritual and whatnot, but it is. It's just like business is a type of energy. Showing up to an event is a type of energy. You won't attract the market that you want without bringing a certain kind of energy, and you won't attract the money you want without bringing a certain kind of energy. It just is I don't know, we'll call it law, right? So let's understand, not to bore you too much, but let's talk about this for a second. What's the difference between simple interest and compound interest? Because one of the things about financial literacy is just understanding the words, right? So if we start and we just talk about Rockefeller's loan, right, of $50, and that's roughly about $1,500 in today's income, right? And then let's say, and I'm going to do this a bit from memory, but I'm going to explain a term to you using this example, is that if there's a 14-year-old Rockefeller and they agreed on 9% interest and a 50-year term, Rockefeller would get his this is right the point. He'd get his loan back, he would get interest. And if it was for 50 years, that money would double every, we're going to say roughly about 11 years. So 50 would become 100, 100 would become 200, 200 would become 400, 400 would become 800, 800 would become 1600, and so on and so forth. So understand that there's a difference between getting simple interest. Simple interest is just, I gave you a loan and you give me back 5% for the whole life of the loan. Let's just call it that. As opposed to compound interest, you're giving me maybe 5% every year, and it's compounding principal and interest. So when we do compound interest, we use a rule called the rule of 72. And I have a little slide on this, so you don't have to, you can write notes, you don't have to memorize this. That's why I use slides. But the rule of 72 was created by someone named Einstein. Now, when I say Einstein, I mean that Einstein, like the guy with white fluffy hair, you know, that you saw, you know, that did the theory of relativity. Yes, that's Einstein I'm talking about. He actually did a lot of math, not just math that had to do with science. And he created something that made it very level for people to understand this concept without being a financial genius. He came up with something called the rule of 72. And I'm going to flip ahead for a second just to go, and then I'm going to flip back, hopefully. So 72, right, divided by the interest rate is the time for your money to double. Meaning when we talk about compound interest, if the interest rate was 1%, it would take 72 years for money to double. If the interest rate is 4%, it only takes 18 years for money to double. If the interest rate was 7% consistently, then it only takes 10 years for money to double. If it's 10%, it takes 7 years. So if you can understand this and write down this simple concept, or take your camera out and take a picture of this slide, this is a huge concept to understand, because now as a financial person, I don't have to try to convince you, right, of what we should do. You're going to try to convince me, hey, by the way, that rule of 72, I started to apply it. I realized I'm just getting 3% on my accounts. I really need to be getting 7. If I have the pile of the money I have now and I get 7, I can double that money and then double that money and then double that money. That's money working for you. You can take one pile of money you've already saved and multiply that by many, many. So I sort of just said this, but here's another slide if you want to take a picture, right? At 1%, it's 72 years to double. At 3%, it's 24 years. At 6%, it's 12 years. At 9%, it doubles every 8 years. And at 12%, if you're one of the lucky ones that can get 12% on a consistent basis, your money will double every 6 years. So if your money doubles every 6 years, imagine if you had 100, again at 200, and then it's 400, and then it's 800, and it's 1600. That works the same if it's 10,000, right? And then it's 20,000, and then it's 40,000, and it's 80,000. And what I often tell people is, let's try to figure out how to save 10,000 a year and then double that over a certain period of time. So if you give me 10, I give you back, 60,000, right? And so now we can actually get to $1 million or get over $1 million, because most people think I can never save $1 million, so I'm not going to try. And that's where the psychology comes in. I have a psychology background, if you can tell. And so it's really important that you understand the psychology of money and psychology of people, because all money problems are people problems, meaning everything starts with your thoughts, everything starts with your understanding, your awareness, you're willing to accept it, and you're willing then to take action. You're right, your willingness to take action. So that was the end of my slideshow. So I'm going to stop sharing for a minute here. All right, and I ran through that pretty quickly. But here's the thing. So one of the things that I want to tell you and explain to you, and I'm actually going to quickly run back because I missed 2 of my slides, just to kind of explain this concept just a little bit further. Let's go into this slide for a second. Oh, it's not letting me do it. Hold on. Sorry about that. I have technology problems like everyone, right? This is the worst part. But the point I was going to make, and it doesn't matter, is that the difference between simple and compound interest is exponential. It's incredible what the difference is if we did 5% simple interest versus 5% compound. Meaning on that Rockefeller example, you could actually take the money, and actually if it was $1,500, it would turn into about 133,000, give or take, over a 50-year period, as opposed to just getting back the 5% on the $50, right, or the $1,500. It's pretty incredible difference. So hopefully that has brought some enlightenment, I guess, right, to this process. And if you have more questions, and hopefully this is allowed, I ask people to text Coach Me to 33777, and I'm going to have a free educational gift. I have a book that I can send out for free, like an e-copy. But that being said, I want you to be able to get a hold of me and ask questions about this process. I don't want you to just be like, hey, you talked about something, right? And you didn't give me a way to contact you. But let's talk for a few minutes. So I appreciate that you put my information up, but just let's talk for a minute about what if you don't have money yet, right, to put away. So there's a couple different things that we can talk about. One is obviously when we go into putting together a spending plan, we personally as a firm, we work with people to lower their expenses. That's a whole different deal, but that happens a lot of times where someone says, I don't have money, or I only have $200 a month, and what do I do now? And so one of the discussions, if I move someone over to my coaching practice, is would you like to possibly start a business, create something, maybe teach a class, maybe write a book? Is that something that you're interested in doing and making some extra money on the side? Maybe you won't make $1 zillion, but maybe you'll make enough money that you can start to actually make a few more sales and make a few more approaches, right? So I teach those subjects because that helps people now find the money to put away for themselves. So I actually teach, just as a heads up, I teach a course on how to approach strangers on LinkedIn, how to network now that we're in this COVID economy. Because a lot of people think, well, I don't know what to do, right? I don't know what to do, right? And that's great that you told me about money, and that's great, lovely, thank you so much. But that doesn't help me because I don't have money to put away right now. So, and keep in mind, I'm in a city, so I apologize if you can hear that. But that being said, is that one of the things, again, it's a very natural flow, is that if we're going to talk about getting money to work for you, you have to talk about, let's pretend different scenarios, right? Let's pretend you don't have money and you need to learn, right, to make extra money on the side. What if you have a business that's thriving, but your business goes in and out, right? You make money, you don't make money, you make money, you don't make money. What do you do then? When do you put money away? And then, just as a heads up, I thought when I was new at this, I thought everyone understood this. So a couple little things I want you to understand. People that get wealthy, they're not really different than you or I, right? They're not that different. What they are different in is how they think about this process. And they're different in the sense that they will say, I can make this much money here, put it in this pile and grow it again, and then take that money and grow it another way, right? Or divide it and then grow. I can put some money in real estate for my business, for example, and then I can put some money in the market, and I can put some money back into my business. So all three of those are investments. All three of those are actually ways to multiply your money. And it's really important that you understand, and I thought everyone always understood this, that you need to learn to multiply money, meaning get money in and then create that money so that it grows and works for you. Not so you're sitting there and you're sort of stuck saying, well, I got this money and now I saved it in a 1% savings account because I'm afraid to lose it. And right. And then the money never grows. Like I said, it would take 72 years for that money to grow. And I don't know about you, but I don't have 72 years before the next major purchase that I need or the time I'm going to retire. I mean, I will be dead in 72 years probably. So if you understand that, it's important. And I get that people do that because of safety, right? So I'm going to go over some of the basic questions that all consumers have about money. And I'm just going to explain this as clearly as I can. All consumers have a question. How much money will I make? How much will I lose? How do I get the money out? Like, what if I give it to you? How do I get it back, right? And what am I going to pay in taxes and when? This is part of the process that I trademarked, because I went and started to go to people, and I actually have this in the slide, unfortunately not in the slide presentation today, but I have this in the slide, making it very simple in a very simple chart that I can take all of the investments that you can put money into, and I can lay it out based on those 4 questions. And the 5th question is, do I even know this exists? Because that's a really important thing. Because a lot of times when I educate someone, they will say, how come no one ever educated me before on this? And I didn't even know that existed. And so it's important, like I said, to acknowledge that. And it's okay, it's normal when people say, I never knew, because like I said, where would you go? Where would you go to learn if you tried to learn and you didn't know me, right? I mean, honestly, where would you go? There's not that many choices, unfortunately. So keep in mind, I've actually done that presentation for people, and people have said, I didn't even know the questions to ask, but those are the exact questions I have in my head now that you said that. And I do that in part because I've done this so many thousands of times that I realized that instead of waiting for the questions, I would just tell them the questions that I know people have, because like I said, I've done this thousands of times, and it actually helps people. It sounds funny, but it helps them to understand, so they don't have to do the work, because they want to know and they don't want to be embarrassed. And so as long as you understand those emotions, and many of you can translate this into your own businesses and your own marketing. There's a lot of times when someone doesn't understand clearly what you do and what your value is. And if they don't clearly understand what you do and what your value is, they don't know how to buy from you. They don't know how to purchase from you, because it's your job to communicate as clearly as possible. This is an entry point where you can engage in a conversation with me. So one of the things that I have done many times, like I said, is I teach a class on how to approach people, like strangers, network, that kind of thing. I also teach a class on how to make sure your offer is fairly clear, if it's sincere, comes from your heart, and then it's straightforward. Because really, your offer can be something that's very simple, and it's really cute. This is a cute, really nice trick if you guys want to use this. I help ... and put 3 things you do. I help what? I help business owners improve their bottom line and get more clients. I help consumers learn about money and feel more control over their financial futures. I help people dream again and start to live their lives, right? If you can just learn to do that in terms of your branding and your communication, it's very simple. And I know it sounds like a very simple thing, but the thing is, just doing that, you can put that in a headline in your banner ad. You can put that on your LinkedIn profile and say, this is what I do. And now suddenly people don't have to dig through, try to figure out what do you do and how do you do it? You know what I mean? Because you're telling them. And if you're going to, like I said, a quick little tip is, if you're going to meet people over LinkedIn, your ideal customer, if you can figure out who your ideal customer is, right? That's the person you help. So whoever you think you help is your ideal customer, start there. And once you do that and you figure out who your ideal customer is, that's a great thing to say in a LinkedIn. Blah, blah, blah. I noticed your profile, right? I saw your profile. I think it, might make sense to meet. I help blah, blah, blah to blah, blah, blah. Does it make sense for us to connect? The end. You don't need to make this so complicated, but we don't, we got lost in COVID, right? People are like, I don't know where to go. I used to go to networking events. I used to go to events or put on events. Now we are stuck on the computer. How are we going to do this? And so we need to make our communication a little more simple, a little more straightforward. And like I said, I'm sharing this tip because I do teach a class on it, a whole class, but the point is, you don't need my class. I can just teach you that part and still give you some value. So I hope that helped a few people out there, right? But that being said, that's one of the questions then is, do you understand how to multiply money? And multiply money could be investing in the stock market, could be investing in a product, but it also can be investing in a business, investing in marketing, investing in yourself, and growing a side project or a side income so that you have money to put away and take care of yourself. Because I am telling you, I have one of my quote unquote famous sayings, which is, have you ever walked down the street and said, oh, that is horrible, someone should do something about that, right? Have you ever had that experience? Yes? We've all had that, please, right? Here's a reality. You are someone, I am someone, there's no other someone's coming. They're not coming to save us. So when you recognize like, oh, somebody should do something about that, that's part of the issue, right? Is that's why I have my Coach Me and why I have Financial Cake and why I have these different brands, because I realized no one's coming to save us. And I have to be the one to come save the version of me that needed this information. Hang on for 1 second. There's a police or fire. But anyway, if that makes sense, there's no other someone's coming to save us. So we have to take this personal approach. We have to take personal responsibility and start to understand we have to save each other. We have to first save ourselves, right? Put our own oxygen mask on, but then we have to go save each other. Because do you think the government's going to save us? Whether you're in Canada or whether you're in the States or whether you're in India or whether, right, you're in Mexico, do you think your government is coming to save you? I don't think so, right? They don't have that intention for you. You have to have that intention for yourself, and then you have to be able to articulate it and then put it out there and say, this is what I do to help people. This is what I do to be that someone to say, hey, look, someone should do something about this. That someone is me. That someone can be you, right? So it's very important that we understand personal responsibility doesn't have to be the scary thing. It doesn't have to be this thing like, oh, I can't take personal responsibility. You do all the day, you know, you pay your bills, you're here today, you got dressed, you took a shower. I mean, we all do take personal responsibility. We just maybe need to learn the tools and the words so that we're comfortable and it's safe for us to explore this. And that's part of the issue, is that it's that safety to explore an issue that maybe you say, I know I should do something, but I don't know what to do, right? So at that, I'm going to leave a few minutes early, Dela, sorry, but I'll leave a few minutes early, end my talk. So I hope that is helpful and I hope it's appreciated. And keep in mind that this is part of my mission in life. So this isn't just what I do for a living. This is my mission, is to help people improve their financial literacy, improve their business literacy. And hopefully that will make my little dent in the world, right? So
Thank you so much, Sarah Lee. Thank you so much. Before you go, can I ask you a question? Someone wanted to know if that number you gave to text you for the PDF, was that, can you repeat that number?
Yes, it's Coach Me. Text the word Coach Me. It's 2 words, but the word Coach Me you can put as 1 word. 2 3 3 7 7 7. So
now, can we do that from Canada as well?
if you can't, that's a good question, and that's true. It may only work in the States for texting.
Okay.
But try.
How else can we get to you on your email?
Yes, you can get to my email. So one of my emails is Sarah, SARAH, at coachmeacademy.com. That's an easy one. So, but if you have questions, yes, I'm pretty accessible. And for whatever it's worth, I'm like this all the time, meaning this is this is about my energy level. So I try to be as patient as I can, because like I said, I encourage people to be patient with themselves. So I try to be patient with others. But here, to answer your question, Dela, I'll share my screen for 1 more second. Because again, I have a little tiny, see, it helps me, by the way, because I have in-house help for, I have in-house help for videos and things like that.
Oh,
so,
that's nice.
Yes, if you give me a second, which most people don't, right? I mean, it's funny, but most people have to job that out to someone else. But I'm lucky and blessed that I have a little bit of help.
I see that Lisa put your information under the chat.
Oops. Here, yes, and I appreciate that. I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. Putting on an event, by the way, online is no joke. It's really not as easy as people think, right? I mean, people take for granted a little bit how much work it is to put an event together. So I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. Are there any other questions? I was going to say I have another little video, but I'm not sure if I can queue it up fast enough.
Well, you still have 10 more minutes. We'll take whatever you have to offer, Shirley.
You know, Sarah, it's us that I appreciate for you being here with us on this summit, because I think we've touched just about every subject. I think that every area of from gratitude to media to absolutely the young generation. You know, like there's hope now. I think today I feel like there's hope out there, and we've touched about with Robert. We've touched about what did he say? Is about how to do a book and how to write a book. We've touched so many subjects. I'm amazed, like the quality of speakers that we have on our stage today. Don't you think so?
Oh,
You-
absolutely. Absolutely.
You guys did such a great job. You filled in all the gaps. And that was your work, right? So you and Robert, you guys, the team, you did great. Here's my little exit video, right? So and it's funny, but to this point, I forgot about my giveaway. I didn't forget just about my giveaway, but I told you guys, text me for giveaway. Everyone gets a giveaway from me. And then in addition, for this event, we'll pick someone. If you have a business, if you want to practice your communication, I am offering, because I do hosting and scouting and production and whatever, I'm involved in all kinds of stuff. But I have a friend who has a show, and I scout for that show. So I can get an hour of exposure on a TV show for your business and practicing your pitch. So that's actually what the show is. It's actually going on as a business owner or a wannabe business owner and practicing your communication. Now, the host of the presentation, or the host of the show, he is blind. So I find this very interesting, and again, I'm going into my psychology. So he's very particular about words and communication and tone and it being authentic, right, from your heart, because he can hear that more than maybe someone else can, and he's ultra aware. So he's actually a trial attorney. He's quite, intelligent, very successful, but it's a pretty amazing story. So I'm offering that as part of my giveaway, is that if the person is, comfortable and qualified to go on that show, they get to practice, and you may not win because it's a competition, but that's not the point. The point is practicing and being with other great people. And there are people from Tony Robbins, originally how I met them, they're platinum Tony Robbins people, which, just for perspective, they're the people that paid like $100,000 to do all of the things with Tony, kind of go all the way through, right? So keep in mind, those are very high quality people that you'll be learning communication skills from. So I feel ashamed sometimes when I'm with this group. I'm like, wow, I need to do better. If that's any, consolation. But just as a heads up, I know that Dela, are you in charge? Is Jacques in charge?
Yes.
Who's in charge of the giveaway? So
yes, I am.
okay,
Yes,
so that being said, make sure that that's on there too as well. All right, and if you're a ticket holder, you could win that prize. So anyway, I'm going to let you go because I think I've done enough for today, and I have 4 more minutes, but is the next person ready? Are we ready to go or not quite yet? Should we, you want me to?
Well, again, we want to thank you, Sarah Lee, for your wisdom, because a lot of people need that type of information about money, about how to push forward, how to change your life. It's just sometimes little tidbits, people overcomplicate things as it is. So you made things simple. I've been on the personal growth for 25 years, and these are all important things to understand, because most people are afraid to tell you, what they don't know.
Right.
And the way you explain it it's self-explanatory, and like I said at the beginning of the show, sometimes it's all these little tidbits that we hear that can pivot us into a totally different direction in our lives. And this is exactly what that summit is about, is to change people's lives, especially with what's going on right now with the COVID-19. We need hope out there, and we're actually there to give it to them.
Right. I completely agree. And the reality is, if, like I said, if anyone has any questions, please reach out to me. Reach out to me on my website. Della, you were saying my website should be accessible to everyone. It has my email on there. That website is, as you just put up, sarahleemba.net. So that's pretty easy. There's nothing on there except for just how to contact me in a paragraph. So everyone should be able to communicate with me that way. But thank you so much, Jock. I really appreciate the opportunity. I thank you for having me. I hope that I blessed some people today. Thank you, Della, for hosting. And I hope you guys have a great rest of the summit. Mwah. See you soon. And by the way, don't forget to buy our book with Robert Moore, The Success Formula. All right, take care.
Well, now we're going down to the last speaker of the afternoon. So it is with my great pleasure to introduce you to the co-host who's going to give a speech today. And it's about Dela F. So Dela is a talk show host, best-selling author, speaker, entrepreneur, business owner, wife, and mother. Dela was born in Iran and came to Canada in her teens. Her lived experience as an immigrant put her into a unique position to appreciate life in Canada as one of the biggest blessings. In 2015, Dela joined WW Canada as a wellness coach, where she still teaches, inspire, and motivate members to develop healthy habit and mindset. Dela is also a fitness kickboxing instructor and promote active living. In 2017, through her family crisis, Dela discovered her passion for change of attitude, recovery, and wellness. Through her volunteer work at the Canadian Mental Health Association, she's helping caregivers get informed, get help, and find hope in their journey of coping with mental illness. She considers herself an advocate of mental health. Well, on October 15, 2019, Dela realized her dream of starting her own talk show, Dela's Voice, where she introduced other people's superpower and how they impact the world in a positive way. Dela is also a host of the Magnetic Entrepreneur podcast and co-host of the Butterfly Effect. Dela aspires to live her biggest passion of having her talk show reach millions of viewers around the world to help them with a message of hope and recovery. Well, I'm so pleased and honored to have Dela as my co-host today of the Global Pandemic Summit. And I want to add one more thing. I want to thank her for everything that she's done to participate in this event and make it possible and make it great. So again, I welcome the one and only Dela F.
Thank you so much, Jack. That was awesome introduction. I am just so honored to be here as a speaker and as your co-host for this amazing event you've put on. You worked so hard. I know there were a lot of sleepless nights to make this happen for all of us. So I want to thank you. And I want to thank everybody who's here on the panel and everyone who stuck it out through the day and stayed and listened. And I'm a firm believer that the more we learn, the more we can be of service to other people around us. And I am so fortunate to be a part of this magnificent learning platform. So thank you, Jack, for doing this. And thank you for allowing me to be here as part of your speaker panel. It is absolutely my pleasure. Well, my name is Dela F, and as Jack mentioned, I am the host of Dela's Voice talk show, which is absolutely my passion in life. It is what I love to do and absolutely a pleasure to do that. I'm also an international best-selling and award-winning author of my book, Enjoyness, and which has given me an absolute pleasure to be able to accomplish something amazing like that. Was always on my to-do list. It wasn't always like this though. I can go back to exactly 3 years ago when my life was chaotic, an absolute mess. It was so bad, in fact, that I got really sick physically. And I totally believe to this day that that was my internal illness showing up in a physical way. It was a tough time of my life. At the day I realized that I needed to get out of that mindset to start living better. So I call that my spiritual awakening. That was the day when I walked to the mirror, I looked deep into my eyes, and I yelled, looked up actually for the first time into the sky, into the ceiling of my bathroom. And I asked my God, what was the meaning of this and what was I supposed to learn from this experience? And that very moment, I knew that I needed to change my life, that I needed to change my attitude. And so it began my journey of self-development. And I am forever so blessed and thankful for that realization. So it was a journey. The first thing I did was I hired a coach. I had no idea what a coach was. You told me hire a coach? Are you kidding me? I'm not going to hire a coach. Is that like a psychologist? I don't need a shrink. Why would I hire a coach? I know what I'm doing. But I did hire a coach. And it was the best thing I ever did for myself. What happened was that the coach was able to see what I couldn't see. She was able to guide me to do what I knew I needed to do, but didn't know how. My coach showed me the way. So I'm so thankful for Carlene. And this is a shout out to her because I call her my angel forever. Soon after, something big hit my life. It was something I was not prepared for. And I really believe that all this training for these past few months that I was going through with my own coach was really to prepare me to face what I was going to face. My brother is 41 years old, and he's living with schizophrenia. For many years, he had been diagnosed, but we never really took his diagnosis seriously because, first of all, to be honest with you, I had no clue what that even meant, nor did I really care to know. I always thought of him as a selfish person who didn't really care about anything else. And he had a bad behavior and he was just an agony over my life. He caused chaos in my life and he was a source of discomfort for me. So for the experience I could take from him, I took, and most of the time I didn't really care for him to be in my life, to be honest with you. Only 3 years ago, my brother came back into my life. And this time, for the very first time, I was able to really see the face of schizophrenia. He was suffering. He was suffering and I had no clue how to help him. It's funny how one single step can change your life. You know, things can turn downside up, upside down. In my case, I think it was a blessing for me. And it's funny, now I say that, but back then I didn't believe that. So what happened was I was trying to help my brother because for the first time I saw how much he was suffering. So I reached out for help. It was a big stigma, one I really was ashamed of bringing up. Mental health, after all, we don't really talk about that, do we? Schizophrenia, I didn't even know what that was, let alone talking about it. My brother going through it, are you kidding me? But I did, because I was desperate. I really needed help. So I approached someone I knew. This woman was working at a women's shelter, and she was probably the only person I could approach. In my mind, she could help me. So I did ask her about schizophrenia. And her reaction was so delightful to me because she didn't cringe. She said, yeah, I know about schizophrenia. I know a lot of people who are suffering from schizophrenia. And she was able to relate to what I was saying. She let me talk, and I was crying the entire time because I was clueless. So she was able to give me a phone number of a resource called Canadian Mental Health Association. And that was where I started my journey. It's funny, I was trying to help my brother, but I realized that there are some things in my control and there are so many things that are not in my control. And I needed to accept that because for the longest time, I was oblivious to being powerless over other people and things. So my journey started with the Canadian Mental Health Association, who offered a 10-week program for families of people with mental health. It's a caregiver program. When I started this program, I didn't know anything about being a caregiver. Honestly, no idea. What does that even mean? When I found out that there's such thing as caregiver burnout, I was flabbergasted. That was totally me. Thinking that I was in control, but I wasn't. Being stressed all the time, being anxious, always expecting the worst. That was me. I panicked so easily. If the phone rang, I thought it was something to do with my brother and someone was giving me a bad news. I was a mess. I was a mess. I will never forget the day I picked up the phone and called the crisis hotline. I couldn't breathe. The woman on the other line said to me, do me a favor and just take a deep breath. And if you noticed, I put a lot of emphasis on deep breathing because it literally saved my life. So I did. I took a breath and she said, this is not your fault. What a relief that was. To believe that my brother's illness somehow was my fault had been a heavy weight for a very long time. And this woman, this total stranger, for some reason is telling me wasn't my fault. It was a relief. So my journey of caregiver stress was stopped right there. And I started self-care. People who know me, they know I talk about self-care all the time because I realized that self-care is really important if you want to be of any value to the people you love. You take care of yourself, all of a sudden you're a much better person to deal with. Your family loves you, your spouse loves you, your kid loves you, all your co-workers love you. You're just a better person to deal with when you take care of yourself because now you love yourself. That was totally new. The words that came into my experience were words that I was totally unfamiliar with. We're talking about self-care, self-love, boundaries, detachment. What is that? I had no clue. This was an education in itself that I valued totally. I was like a sponge. I was just eating up information. You gave me a podcast, I was on that. You gave me a workshop, I was on that. I want to tell you this. If you're listening to this and you're on the fence of whether you should hire a coach, do it for you. It's the biggest investment in you, but the best money you could ever spend is the money you spend on your growth. Because I'll tell you what, had it not been for all the different workshops I've taken, I would not be standing here today in front of you. Today, I am so proud to be standing here in front of you and telling you that I am an international best-selling and award-winning author of a book, something that was a dream to me. So I want to tell you this. The fact that I told my story was a relief. It was a healing process. It gave me an outlet to let the world know, whoever read my book, that I, in fact, have a story worth telling. And so I totally believe that every single person has a story in them that is worth telling. Because I don't care who you are, and I don't care how boring you think your life has been, someone out there is going to learn a lesson from your life. I always thought, who am I to write a book? Who really would be interested in reading my book? I'm not anyone special. My struggles aren't special. But what I didn't know was that the way I tell my story, it's totally different than anyone else. The fact that I am me makes me unique. My voice is unique. And so here's a little thing about my voice. For the longest time, I didn't have a voice. It was more of a quiet voice, or more of a let me agree with everybody voice, because I didn't want to create conflicts. That was not me. When I started healing and sharing my story, I realized how much that helped me and how much it helped other people. So the way it started was I was making these 10-minute vlogs, just telling people what was going on inside of me. Oh, today I realized that I need to learn self-care. So I was just telling people, very, very amateur style videos. And people started commenting and letting me know that they relate to it. And it was, it was nice to hear that it was touching someone. So I made a lot of those videos. Slowly, I liked what I was doing. Slowly, my voice became stronger, more confident. As I became stronger in my voice, I learned that this is the way I want to help the world. So a dream started shaping, and that was Dela's Voice as a talk show. On October 15th, 2019, almost exactly a year ago, the very first show of Dela's Voice was taped in front of a live audience. And that was the start of something amazing for me. I have not stopped since then. It has grown tremendously. It has become a different standard. It has become a different level. I am so much more confident. I am so much more professional at doing the show. But it is funny that how a year can have such tremendous effect on a person's life. So when COVID happened, just like a lot of people, I kind of had to change some of my routines. One of the days when I was on social media, just like the rest of you, I got a message from a Robert J. Moore introducing himself on Messenger as the owner of the Magnetic Entrepreneur, which to me was a big deal because this person had thousands of followers on Facebook with thousands of subscribers on YouTube. He said to me, Dela's voice, huh? That's pretty cool. How about getting it monetized? To which I replied, well, you know, I only have 75 subscribers right now. I think you need about 1,000. And then I thought, I wonder if he'd come on Dela's Voice and let me interview him. So I asked him. That was a big step for me. I gotta tell you, something very intimidating about asking someone so much bigger than I was to be on Dela's Voice. But I thought, you know what? This sort of fear is exactly what is going to keep me down. So I asked, and he came back with a big yes. So I interviewed him. That was one of the best shows I ever did. His story touched many lives, and it was amazing. Little did I know what was awaiting for me. Little while later, Robert came back to me and asked me to be the host of his podcast for the Magnetic Entrepreneur. And I said, yes, of course. And my life has never been the same. The reason why I'm standing in front of you right here on this summit, speaking with such confidence and so sure of myself and my abilities and the value my show brings to the world is because I took a chance. And so I want to encourage everybody who's here and listening to embrace the opportunities that come to your life. If you're here today, it's no accident. It's because you are meant to be here. So you are meant to hear a message. So hear it and do something about it. I've developed a concept, my AAA success formula. And I want to leave you with that. My AAA success formula stands for 3 words that start with the letter A. First A is ask. No, I beg your pardon. First A is for admit. Admit is the first step. And to me, admitting that there's something not going quite right is big, is huge. I hear over and over again that the Nile is not a river in Egypt. The Nile is what holds us back from changing our lives. It's the blinder over our eyes. So the moment we admit there's something not quite right is the moment of our growth. The second A is ask, and ask for help. And that's the biggest, I think the biggest roadblock in a lot of people's lives. For me, it was so difficult to step out of my comfort zone and ask for help. That one time when I asked that lady about schizophrenia, or when I called the coach to tell her that I needed help, those were very big steps for me. But asking for help is huge, because if I knew how to do it, I would have done it. You need to ask someone who knows. A coach is the best person to ask. There's probably a coach for every facet in life. So ask for help. It is very important to ask the right person. So, for example, if I have money problems, I'm not going to go ask my broke friend for money advice. I'll go to Sarah Lee. Do you agree? So ask the right person. The third A is act. You need to act on what you learned. Otherwise, nothing will happen. We are where we are today because of who we were yesterday. If we want to change who we will be tomorrow, we need to change who we are today. So act on what you've learned. So those are my AAA success formula. It is a part of my book. It's the last chapter in my book, Enjoyness, which is my gift to one lucky winner, which I will sign and send by mail personally with all my love. Dela's Voice today is one of the most powerful platforms on social media. If you are wanting to get your message out there, you need to be on Dela's Voice. I help entrepreneurs to get their message out to the world, to share their story through a 60-minute talk show to thousands of people. It is interactive, which means that comments come in, questions come in, you get to interact with the audience if you're on the show, and you get to build a rapport. Like Lori said, people buy from people they know, they like, and they trust. And I help you build on that on Dela's Voice. As an offer to everyone who's here today, I'd like to invite you on Dela's Voice to be a part of this amazing platform, to get your voice out there and to have something actually that you can repurpose, like Lori said. You can repurpose the video on your social media. The talk show is $297, but as a promotion for people who are here, if you would like to be on Dela's Voice, message me and you can be on there for $97. And I hope to see you get your message out there because your story is worth telling. There's lots of people who want to hear from you. So my tagline is, this is Dela's Voice, hoping to spark your soul. Thank you, my friends, for listening. Thank you, Jack.
Well, thank you, Dela. Wow. Great story, I tell you. It touches everybody's heart. I think as most of us will have known or have lived through mental health illness. And it's important to understand that, to seek the right help, to ask professional, to ask the specialist about all types of disease that's going on right now, even depression right now going on with the COVID-19. Get informed. It is so valuable to get the right information because it could save somebody's lives. You know, many of my friends, some have committed suicide and all that, and you always sometimes ask yourself that question: could have done something that maybe could have just changed something that he wouldn't have act on it, because sometimes it takes just a few seconds to do the wrong thing and forever pay for the rest of your life. So I think you're touching the heart of everybody, Dela, and again, it's an incredible story, and you're an incredible host on Dela's Voice, and also on the Entrepreneur. So having said that, it is such a pleasure to have been working with you on this platform here, with being the co-host of the Global Pandemic Summit. I owe all my gratitude for all the people that attended. That it makes life easier. It makes everything easier when you associate with the right people and the positive people, because sometimes people just seem to suck your energy, and you need to get back up. And who better than a coach? Who better than someone that is positive, someone that knows where you're going in life, someone that has a vested interest in you? And having said that, is you can't take it for granted, because advice from all the coaches, from the people that care about you, it's priceless. It's priceless. You cannot put a price on that, because having said that, most people, they say in their life, will never get what they want out of life for one simple reason, and one simple reason only. Because they said that most couple or most people get what they want in life, like as they plan their holidays once a year, even though they can't afford it, because they've planned it, they go for it. But most people never planned their lives. They've never actually sat down at the kitchen table and actually write it down. to make a plan for your own life, because, and this is the reason why people don't get what they want, is because simply because they haven't sat down at the table and planned it. And as I mean, because you planned it, you're gonna get it? Not really. But like all businesses, when businesses plan ahead, that's either on the weekly or the monthly or the quarterly, does that mean because they planned, they reached their goal? No. But do they stop planning because they haven't reached it? No. So therefore, but because you keep on replanning your life or your business has no choice but to creep up and to increase. And again, searching for the right help. It makes such an immense difference in our lives, or in business life, as a matter of fact, because when you seek the right help, then you can grow in the right direction. Because there's a saying that if you motivate, it's great to motivate somebody, but if you were to motivate an idiot, all you have in your head is a motivated idiot. So it is important to motivate the person, but with the right knowledge, because then they can fly into the direction that they wish to go. And Dela is you're one of the few that catapult people into this coaching, this association of to let people tell their story, because we all have our own story to tell to the world. And who better than Dela or Olga to tell our stories about on the platform where they reach thousands of people. And to us, it gives us the confidence. Me being new at this, if you would have asked me 6 months ago, I would be planning a summit. I can't say it. Not a chance in the world. I would have said, no, I will be in the summit with such great people today, delivering a message and listening to all the good stuff that they have to say to help people change their life. Never I would have thought I would have done it. But you see, with the right association, I was able to get it done. So imagine anybody has access to everybody that's here right now in this summit. And I hope that people reach out and get help from anybody that was on the platform today. They're expert in their own field, and I wish them the best of luck.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Dela.
You're welcome, Jack. It was my pleasure. May I read a comment here from someone? I came here today because of my connection to one of the speakers, but I stayed for the whole event and it was excellent. Thank you to all the speakers, and especially to Dela and Jack for putting this together. You're so welcome. It is absolutely a pleasure. Jack, something you said reminded me of a quote I heard from Oprah Winfrey. And if anyone who knows me is that I really love Oprah. I might as well say it here. Okay, I might as well say it here. It is my dream to interview Miss Oprah Winfrey one day. And so there it is, universe. I put it out there. So she said that when you know better, you do better. And so for a long time, I didn't know any better, but now I know better, and so I do better. And I think that rings true for every aspect of our lives, and it rings true for everyone. So let's get the right help, and let's get it done. Let's find out how we could do better. Yeah. So Jack, you have some prizes to give away. Come on.
Yes, it's happening. I've got it all in front of me. Yeah. Should we start the draw? Everybody's been waiting. Man, I wish my name wasn't there to have some of these coaching. I tell you, about real estate, about a man is who's going to be the lucky winner. So the first thing I will do, I think, is I will draw the name of the person that's going to give away the prize, and then we'll pick the person. Okay,
let's do it. Drum roll.
The first person, the first group is APSO. I don't know if you guys can see it. APSO. So, okay, now I will, And let's review what was their price. I think their price was to be their price was to be, I think, a co-author into a book, right? And also being
Are they
a
here?
forward by Serena Brown. Is that am I correct?
Are they here?
Absolutely. Ali, are you guys here?
No, I don't see them. I don't see them, but I believe you're right, Jack. A chapter in their book.
In their book, yeah. And also, and the book is actually a forward by Serena Brown,
Yes.
which is the daughter of Les Brown. You guys can't, it doesn't get better than that. So who's the lucky winner? Drum roll, please. Okay. Well, Anita Gross. Is she online?
Congratulations, Anita.
That's
Wow.
my mom.
Yay!
Yay!
Woo!
Oh, that's so cute. And it's her birthday today.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a nice birthday present.
Happy
Oh,
birthday,
thank you.
Mom.
Oh.
Okay. Now we're going to drum roll into another name. So the next speaker is Evie Shaw. And Evie Shaw, what was the Evie Shaw? Let me
It was the PDF of her chapter.
Chapter, yeah.
And also a coaching session with
A
Evie.
1 hour, that's right, a 1 hour coaching session with Evie Shaw. Okay, the next name is David Collier.
Woo, David.
So you guys know this guy? David Collier? Well, congratulations, congratulations. Wow.
So we're going to make sure that we keep all those names together with the prizes and connect the speaker.
We'll get in touch with the person.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Okay, well, I guess that one doesn't count. I got Robert J. Moore. Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
yes, that's
why
cool.
not? He's a
No, it's just because my wife told me he was part of because he had a ticket and he said she put it into the name. So Robert J. Moore, oh, now we need a good drum roll on that one.
Okay, so what's Robert giving? A month coaching and a chapter in his book. Is that right?
Correct. That's what I've got here. Yeah.
That's big value.
Let me just see. It's a value almost $5,000. Wow, that can't be. What did we do? We have the same name, David Collier.
Another one. What? Did he buy 2 tickets? How odd.
I don't know. Is there I'm not sure about how to do that with this one.
Well, he got it. He got it, Jack.
Wow. Well, that's going to be one lucky guy.
Congratulations, David. Today's your day.
Well, if that doesn't change your life, I don't know what will.
Honestly.
Wow. Okay. Okay, I'll pick another coach, another speaker. Olga Gayden. Okay, let's see what we have for her.
So Olga gave as a prize a coaching, relationship coaching.
Correct.
Amazing.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah, I see a couple coaching relationship.
Woo. Yay. We are making transformations today, I tell you.
Okay, this one will skip. What's happening here? This one is actually my wife. Hey.
Hey, Jack, nothing happens without a reason.
Well, that makes my relationship better. Polarized as I'm open.
You heard Olga. It's all good stuff.
Hey, Olga, I will be talking to you again.
Amazing.
Okay,
Congratulations.
the next one is Sarah Lee, MBA. Okay.
Woo! A spot on that amazing show.
And what she's gonna have for a prize is, let me see, Sarah Lee. The giveaway, it's 1 hour exposure. Oh, that's on TV, I believe, right?
Yes.
Correct. Okay, the name is Faride Ardalan. If I'm spelling it right.
Woohoo!
Faride.
Sarah Lee, that's my mom.
Is
That's
it?
your mom. What? That's so awesome.
You know who she's giving her prize to, right?
We're trading. Trading moms. Our mom. That's awesome though. I'm so happy.
That's amazing. I wanted that so bad.
The
but I
next
didn't have it.
speaker is Maria Recruit. And let's see what you got. Okay. Okay, that one, I apologize if I mispronounce it. Lal Ain Anis. Lal Ain Anis. Okay, I'm gonna. Can you guys read it?
Denise, yeah, sure. You said it right, I think. Amazing.
Okay, congratulations. Congratulations.
Is it, what was Maria's prize, Jack? Was it coaching?
Maria's prize was, let me see. Oh, let me see. Oh, Maria.
It was 1 hour of
1
coaching.
hour of consulting, right?
Yay.
1 hour of consulting. Wow, lucky person. Lucky
Yeah.
person.
Investing.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. We're becoming richer in our hearts, in our minds, in our pockets.
Wow, the other one is me. It's my name.
Jack's present is.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think I've announced my present.
No, you haven't.
Well, I think is my. Since I didn't speak today, I think I will give a personalized book, a personalized signed book, and I will mail it to you. So let me see.
The best kept secret book.
It's called The Best Kept Secret Book, The Key to Increase Profit Without Costing You a Dime.
Woo! All right, who's the winner,
Okay.
Jack?
Wow, Serena Brown Travis.
Yes,
Wow.
Serena!
Wow.
Awesome. She's an amazing speaker.
Oh, she sure is.
Amazing author herself.
Let's see, we're going down to the pile. Oh, we're Dela F. Okay, let's see the lucky winner. Oh, your price is
My Journey.
your journey. Cool.
Enjoy it.
Okay. Latifa Bass. Oh, yeah. See,
It would be my pleasure.
All the moms are getting prizes.
Yay.
oh, yeah.
Amazing. Congratulations.
So we got one left, one speaker left. And this one is Lori McNeil.
Woo!
Whoa.
Is it a month?
Wow, that's another about $5,000 present.
Yes, her coaching and yeah.
Stream. Okay. Lucky winner is Mesoon Hatun.
Woo!
Congratulations. You're the lucky winner.
Jack, can you show that again, please?
Can you see it?
Yes. Awesome. Thank you. That's for Lori McNeil. Congratulations.
Wow. Amazing price.
Transform your business and your brand. Congratulations, Masoon.
Well, this is it.
Are we done?
We're done drawing. Yeah. All the price has been done with one per speaker.
Amazing. This has been what an awesome day, just filled with knowledge, information, inspiration, sharing. Oh my gosh, what an amazing day this has been, Jack. I want to thank you so much for everything you did to put this together for us to be here. And for everyone who's stayed with us through the day and who's participated, for all the engagement, the comments, the questions. You are amazing, my friends. You have no idea how today has transformed your life. One day you'll look back and say, oh, remember that summit I attended? This is what I learned there. And that's just how we learn every day. Jack, can you
Yep.
come on?
Yes. No, I sure want to thank everybody to being on this summit. As being the first summit that I host, and to have such a large crowd. I guess you can say a crowd, or the amount of people that stayed with us all day long. I just hope we can turn one light bulb in your head to say, yes, there is hope out there. There is people have your best interest in mind, and especially if all the speakers and all the coaches here that we have on this platform are ready to help you guys. And I shouldn't have said you guys. My wife keeps telling me I shouldn't say you guys. So it is with great pleasure that to have you all on this platform, and I want to wish you the best of luck. And you have all our links for if you guys have any question whatsoever in the near future, whatever, don't hesitate to get in touch with us. We're absolutely here for you. That's what we do. That's what we want to keep doing. And this is what we want to make sure that we can be that little thing, that little nugget that can change your life or the direction of your life.
So I want to take a moment and thank Lisa Villery for all the hard work she did to help us through the summit. I mean, she was just so talented in everything she did. She put it all together, and she helped us with all the technological stuff that we didn't know how to do. Lisa, thank you so much for doing everything you did to help. And also Lisa Vincent, Jack's lovely wife.
Yeah.
Who also did so much, to help along, and she was always there to lend a helping hand. So thank you, Lisa, for your amazing work. And Robert J. Moore, our coach, who held our hand literally through this, late phone calls, uh, you know, being with us, making sure that we knew that he was there to support us. Thank you so much, Robert J. Moore. And to all the speakers who came on here, stayed all day and did your thing and delivered so professionally and with all of your heart. You are amazing people. You are superheroes in my book. And I want to thank you, every single one of you, for everything you did. Jack, is it okay if we bring all the speakers back? I would invite everyone who's still here with us, whoever's on Zoom, to please turn on your camera if you like, so that we can have a view of everybody. We're going to take it off speaker view and have everybody showing. Is that okay, Jack?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So that we can take a photo. I want to give people a second. All right, here we are. Yay, everybody. Woohoo! Yes, Jack,
let's take a pictures.
This is amazing. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It was awesome.
It sure was. It sure was. And thank you all. And we hope the best. And I'm sure we'll see you. We'll keep seeing each other, I guess, on the way to the top. And I look forward to speak to you all and have a chance to get to know each other better.
And thank you. And also congratulations to all the winners. Enjoy your transformation.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again very much. And we'll see you another time.
This has been Global Pandemic Summit. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.